Day. Um, Another day, no dollar. um, Pretty soon we'll have Tata Matamba on. We'll hit on a couple of points and topics. Um, let's see how everything goes. Um, Hope you guys are doing well. I don't know why this fake green screen keeps messing around, but that's part of it, guys. We don't have no fancy machinery or anything here. No fancy cameras, no fancy microphones. We're doing what we can with what we have. Old technology. So let me make sure he received the link so we could continue on. Just trying to get things here. There we go. All righty then. Salam alaikum, Tata Matamba.
Alaikum salam. We're at it once again.
Once again, here we go. Another day. Like I said, no dinero. Just to talk a little bit here
And
on
today's Sunday. Do you
things.
hear music, Andy? Is it too loud or no?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
What?
It's fine. Could you hear anything in my background?
No. I can't hear anything in your background. I can hear you perfectly, though. They
All
say
right.
salam
Now,
alaikum. Looking forward to the live. Alaikum salam. How you guys doing? I got you guys here in the computer, too. Yeah. On a Sunday. On church day, I was playing.
right. On church day, exactly.
Many
I
blessings,
mean,
guys. How you guys are all doing? We're here today to speak about a matter, a specific word. We've been touching it in the other lives that we had and some of the videos that I had, the history of the impungos and all of that. The word is sancocho. How you doing, Malekun Salah Adam? The word is sancocho,
yeah, that word, I'm more than sure that if you've been in the Afro-Cuban traditions, you have heard that word, sancocho. Like, you're not going to be in these traditions and not hear sancocho. That's unbelievable. But to determine what is sancocho and what is not sancocho, there's ways to use it in a positive connotation, then there's a way to use it in a negative connotation. So we have to understand this.
exactly. So words mean things, and we're adults. We're mature. Sometimes we say things right that we don't mean, or it's not carrying the right intention because words just carry ideas. Um, by the way that we speak. Malekun Salah, how you doing, Jordan? Way better than church.
Yeah,
He's saying this is way better than church. Oh, yes, it is.
100% with you there, Jordan.
But hey, to each his belief, right?
Right.
I wish happy
Respectful.
upon people who go to church and all those things too. Happiness to them and follow your beliefs. All love in the air, all love everywhere. Even though this live might get a little spicy. Um, Little by little. You know what I'm saying? Little by little, don't take no offense. We want love, unity, understanding in the air at the end of the day. Within your houses, because my voice is vibrating all over your atmosphere over there. Same as Andy's. And your comments, they vibrate over here too. At least
Exactly.
within me when I'm reading them. So all love in the air. That's what we really want. Love, unity, understanding,
And to
maturity.
listen very well, so words or the conversation doesn't go over your head or is interpreted in a way that is not meant for it to be interpreted.
Which is true, right? And that's the thing. We must be mature, and we are all mature. I'm speaking to a bunch of adults here. Um, and if I'm not, and you're practicing the tradition, and you're underage and all of those things, at the end of the day, you're practicing a tradition that requires maturity, understanding, because that's what Ifa, La Ocha, Palo, all that requires of. And that's the thing. Words carry meanings. Words mean things. Words can hurt. Words can heal. But The real problem is that when we speak and we say things, sometimes they get out of connotation. Right? One word can be misinterpreted. So many times when I say sancocho, our ancestors did sancocho. When I'm saying that, right, I'm not referring it to the negative connotation of the word sancocho. I'm literally saying they did sancocho. They unified a bunch of things. Right?
Right. Once again, let me stop you. Once again, Sancocho, for us Latinos, not all Latinos say this word, right? But the Cubans, the Dominicans, the Puerto Ricans, we use this word a lot. Sancocho is a type of stew that we do, right? Some of us put multiple meats in it, multiple types of yams and potatoes from the ground and vegetable. So since it's a mixture of these products, right, of vegetables and meat and potatoes, we call it a sancocho. But a sancocho could be very good and tasteful because for us, we love it. It even puts you to sleep because it has a lot of minerals, it has a lot of vitamins due to the potatoes that it has. It has different type of yams and stuff like that. So it's very good for you. So, but a sancocho in a different connotation may not be that great for you. Go ahead, Dada.
Right? So think about this. All the people from different traditions, not the Afro-Cuban Lucumese, from different ones, from outside the Afro-Cuban culture. When they call our tradition sancocho, those are the same people that love to eat some real sancocho. That
Right,
they'll sit down and eat a plate of sancocho and fall asleep.
right.
Because at the end of the day, these traditions are very juicy, very nutrient, just like the sancocho is.
Mhm.
Right? And that's why I say that our ancestors within Cuba, they did sancocho with lines of respect. Within Ifa, within La Ocha, within Palo, all of this stuff. It's somewhat made up and somewhat not made up. It's a melting pot of our traditions. And only the priests or people who've been along practicing for enough time, they understand those boundary lines. But for the neophytes, for people who are coming in, they don't see them. And misunderstandings can happen from the actual word that many people use the word sancocho as. Sancocho in a negative connotation is people that don't know what they're doing.
Mhm.
You see, that's what people are really trying to use that word for. Misunderstandings, mixing everything, uh, pushing the boundaries or overstepping the boundaries of respect that our ancestors did. That's
Right.
what they're trying to say by the word sancocho.
Mhm.
So our ancestors did sancocho, but with lines of respect. Certain things should not be done.
Right.
And we're gonna get into all of that. Right? We're gonna get into all of that. But the first things first is to understand that words have meaning.
Mhm.
So one thing is what people are speaking and you're hearing, and another thing is what they're meaning by it.
Right.
And that goes within all the traditions too. One thing is what Orumila is trying to tell you through the Odun and what the Odun is saying. Another thing is the same thing within the Orisha. One thing is what the Odun is carrying, and another thing is what the Orisha means by it. Same thing within Palo. One thing is what you see within whatever system you have, and another thing is what the Infumba is trying to tell you. See what I'm saying? Same
Exactly.
thing within La Ocha. One thing is when Egun, right, or El Espiritu comes down and he's trying to transmit something, he's doing something, and another thing is what he means by it, what he's really trying to say by it. Because he might not be there without fooling.
Right.
Within all the lands, it happens even within the world of the living. Because things are always somewhat one-sided, right? One-sided of the conversations. From the actual expression that you hold in your mind that you're trying to get people to look at or put themselves in those positions to see, to grasp the idea or the concept that you're trying to transmit. So words do mean things. See what I'm saying? So we have to look at the right word and have no misunderstanding. Right? So there's no misunderstandings or any of that stuff. Our ancestors did do sancocho. They mixed all these traditions with lines of respect and created a new system, which is the Afro-Cuban Lukumi tradition, the ways that we use and what we practice. And it is a sancocho, very delicious,
Mhm.
very addicting to everybody outside. All right, to everybody outside. But once again, we're all priests here practicing, and people who are looking from the outside and are coming in also with new initiates that are going to uphold this tradition. So we must understand the lines within the Spanish community. Those parameters are very established. It's like they know. It's like
Mhm.
you don't even have to teach them. It's easy to understand it. But in the English community, I guess it's not because of the language barriers. And I'm gonna speak about that. Andy, let's write that down. Let me put this word here. Racism, racism. Also, I got to write that down because we got to speak about that and egotistics and all these things because these traditions have nothing to do with those things. At the end of the day, it's a melting pot. It's
Yeah, it
kind of like
can't.
it's our tradition within the Afro-Cuban Lukumi. It's kind of like the states. Everybody wants to come to the United States of America. It
Right?
has its problems. It's not perfect, but everybody wants to come to the dreamland. Even though sometimes a dream can be a nightmare, but everybody wants to come here because it's a melting pot for
Yeah,
opportunity. The same thing
it's a
within our
land,
tradition.
it's a land of immigrants. English is in the United States. The Americas don't have a language that is written that says this is the language that has to be spoken here.
Even though, even though, right, it was constructed off the back of slaves and stolen land. Even though our tradition is born out of monstrosities, right, the slave trade,
Hmm.
but out of something bad can come something good. You
Exactly.
see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm talking about in life. Out of
Hmm.
the slavery, out of all of this oppression and segregation, all of these things that happened within Cuba, something beautiful came out of it. While other countries around the world, yeah, I'm pretty sure they all had somewhat of slavery, but they don't have the beautiful tradition that we hold.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Go to England. Does England have the Afro-Cuban culture, the music, the atmosphere that we have? No. The beaches that we hold. We're in the Caribbean. Many people want to leave the Caribbean and they don't understand that the whole world loves to go to the Caribbean. Even the locality of it is beautiful. So when we're talking about Sancocho, the melting pot that it is, the mixture of all these beautiful roots and other traditions that came to be through the slave trade, our ancestors had to try to preserve it and keep things with lines of respect separated somewhat. And in Spanish, I'm gonna say it again, it is easy because of the language. Like when they say tratado de fa, the word says it there, it has meaning. Tratado, we know what's a tratado. We have the
Yeah.
same word in Spanish in Palo, tratado, esto es un tratado con los muertos. Same word. People understand what it means by a tratado, a treaty.
Yeah, but you say treaty and Palo, and people are like, I understand the word treaty, but what do you mean you make a treaty with a muerto?
Only
It's
when you
not
go to
the
the practice,
same.
they come to understand it. You see,
All right.
only when you're in it, you come to understand what it means by a treaty.
All right.
But IFA has treaties too. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? They have their treaties. La Ocha has their treaties
Treaties.
among the living, right? Among the dead or the spirits, and among each other, the living and the dead, or the rishis and the priests, right?
Mhm.
Same thing as in Palo. Even though those are different lands, but everything goes hand in hand. How I like to say, right? Or how we say in Spanish. Not like how everybody knows that in Spanish. These go
Exactly.
hand in hand because, once again, of the melting pot of our ancestors and what they did with the treaties, los tratados, right? And words mean things, right? When we go into this word sancocho, our tradition, once again, is all sancocho. Mixture of everything's there. And a positive connotation to the word sancocho. And that's what I'm meaning by it. With a positive connotation to uplift it.
Exactly.
Uphold that which is upholding you. And I am upholding it. Yeah, it is sancocho. It is a mixture of things. I'm not referring to the word sancocho and the negative connotation, which also exists within the practice. And that's what people use the word sancocho for. To
Exactly.
bring it down, bring down a priest that has sancocho. What does that mean? One that has crossed the boundaries of respect that our ancestors left behind. And that is definitely going on. And we're going to speak about those things too in
Exactly.
this live today. It's going to get probably a little bit spicy. They're saying, bring on the spice. We're going to bring it on because we're Hispanic. Sancocho definitely got spice in it. So we're going to have to deal with it at the end of the day. And we can start with the oduns, right? And I want you guys, initiated, non-initiated, even the priest, but more at the lower levels, at the beginning stages. We have to understand what Oduns are. Because I know many Babalaos that speak about Odun online and offline to neophytes or to teach in general, and they carry the Odun at lower levels, even though they know the truth. And I do the same thing within our tradition. I speak about Palo that and boom to people at lower levels, but many times that causes people to do sancocho in the negative connotation, not what our ancestors were doing, but in the negative connotation and bento craziness, because they have a misunderstanding of what you're saying because you are speaking it from a different level, and they're thinking of it as if it's complete. You get me? And we're gonna get into that, like the Oduns. The Oduns, they're man-made, not the system. Well, the system is man-made, but at the end of the day, and it has its history, geomancy, all of these things, et
Yeah.
cetera, the I Ching, all of this stuff.
Yep.
Well, we don't have to go in depth with all of those things because we're not Babalaos, and I'm not here to teach people about
Ifa
Ifa. You get
or
me? I'm not here to
Santo
teach people.
Ocha.
The goal of it is to orientate within the Afro-Cuban culture, Palo, Ocha, and Ifa. You get me? And even Espiritismo, because our ancestors have a melting pot, have a sancocho in a positive connotation, not a negative one. You see that? So the Oduns, the system itself is made up, right? Somebody, I guess, started scribing in lines. Others over there in other parts of the world were doing numerology. But at the end of the day, even with numbers or lines or whatever that you have, symbols, and Odun's an Odun, right? And whatever system that you have, a system's a system. It has its pros, it has its cons. That's why Ifa has a bunch of different tools. See what I'm saying? Even though when we change the tools, we want to call it something else. You get me? Out of lines of respect. But the systems, the system are very similar. Just like we were speaking about the cars and one of those lives. A car's a car. It has an engine, has a transmission, et cetera, et cetera. Or if it's battery powered, it don't matter. It has four wheels that get you from point A to point B. So it's the same thing within these traditions in the Afro-Cuban diaspora, the Lukumiwi, within Cuba. And this all happened in Cuba. Even though from the other lands and other parts of the world, they want to call us a bunch of saconchero. And they're the first ones that love the way it tastes. They're the first ones that line up to consume it because it works, because it's delicious, because it nurtures. And sancocho, to be honest with you, the actual food was made in the Caribbean and Cuba. You see what I'm saying? Puerto Rico too have sancocho, Jamaica, et cetera, and it's delicious. All right, from all the cultures were there. Spaniard,
When do we
Taino.
eat it? When do we usually eat it? When do we usually eat it?
Yeah, we eat it all. I eat it when it
No.
rains most of the time.
There you go. There you go. That was the tradition. The old heads when it rained, sancocho.
See what I'm saying? And when it rains or when it's cold, like when it's getting cold or you have a flu or any of that stuff, they'll make something called ayaco or sancocho. Somewhat similar, very similar things. And we also give it to the dead and the spirits and the orishas. Le ponen sancocho. So the Oduns are just that. They're a system, a symbol. But the information in it, within the Afro-Cuban Lukumiwe, there's a whole lot of sancocho in there. And who did that? Our elders. At the lower levels, you guys take the Oduns literal. They have never been literal. Only the ones that are initiated, like the priest, and have sacrificed day in and day out their life, literally, the whole life, to understand what those Oduns mean. Because it's not easy. It's not easy at all within any of those lands to really interpret and guide somebody through what the Orisha is saying. See what I'm saying? What is it saying? But the language, at the end of the day, the information in there has been tweaked. And it will still continue to get tweaked because in the beginning, when the slave trade was there or a little bit after, they didn't have what we have today. They had books. And what this guy had in his Tratado of Ifa, with through his lineage, was different than another one. And many of them didn't even have full constructs of it, to be honest with you. The Oduns and the information that it carried in reality was from El Dilogun, from the women. And the women apported a lot to Ifa, apported a lot to that land. In reality, all of our ancestors, even within Palo, contributed, grabbed everything, and put everything within Ifa. They got initiated in it too. That's what they did to preserve that culture. They all got involved with all the lands to preserve culture, and that's what they did. Grabbed all the information and put it within Ifa. That's why Ifa has all the lands. And everybody knows that within the Spanish community, right?
Yep.
Everybody knows that. It does not mean that they are better. See what I'm saying? It's just the system, not just the divination system, the system as a whole, what we call the Afro-Cuban ladder, Espiritismo, Palo, Ocha, and Ifa. You see what I'm saying? To do things. Some ancestors of ours weren't agreeing with it. Some were. And that's within the tratados of Ifa. Some Oduns are there. It says it. Send him back to that land because he has to be in that land. You see what I'm saying? He's descendant of that, etc., etc., etc. When it's referring to the Afro-Cuban people,
Mhm.
you get me? People themselves, because it is that culture.
Right.
The Oduns, the priests that are there, they inscribe the culture within it. You see what I'm saying? They inscribe that. And before it got to Cuba, it was already in Nigeria. We already know that. And that happened over there. There's a bunch of things that happened over there. And the way that the system got altered, got, let's say, constructed or added on to. Because they have a
Right.
bunch of things from the Bible, from the
Right.
Muslims,
Right.
in the Oduns of Ifa.
The way in Nigeria, the way they took the concepts of the Arabs and stuff like that, and then they built their own system off of that numerology. You understand? So that's way, but you got to read too much for that.
You got to read for that. But it's inscribed in them. So once you are about Lao, or even even Apollo priest, somewhat you have to understand the Cuban culture and the history and all these things I was speaking about in that one live about the Mbungos within
Mhm.
Palo for us.
Right.
But that word Sancocho, you have to really understand what happened. And this is for the broader community, initiated or not, to kind of understand. When they sit in front of a mat and there's a Babalao there, when they go for readings, etc., they will see them differently. Because this is not hocus pocus at the actual levels of understanding, not at the lower levels or outsiders. Um, for example, a bunch of Oduns carry Jesus Christ things from
Yeah.
the Bible.
Christian, Muslim, also. Yeah.
Some things were inscribed in Cuba. Other things were, it was since Nigeria, when whatever
Hmm.
grove is over there,
Hmm.
and that's the truth. You can look it up. Go read Baba Giobe. You know, double salvation, all the stuff when he came down, came out speaking, and
Hmm.
he saved them. Who does that sound like to you, Andy? Who was born speaking? A
Yeah.
prodigy. Who was born speaking like that?
Well, in the Quran, right? In the Quran, in the Bible, it doesn't speak about him speaking, but for the Muslims, the documentation, the scrolls that they use, it speaks about Jesus Christ speaking to the people when his mother brung him, because since Mary was a just woman, come from a just family, holy people, people that do things, in God's sight right. They have to get married. They have to go through ceremony before they can have intimacy. You understand? To bring a child into the world. So because supposedly the scripture says that she had a child without having intercourse with a man, she was afraid to come to her people. And when she came, God told her when she came, Christ spoke as a baby. When she came, she was like, ask him, and he spoke. That's something that comes from the Muslim tradition and their literature, not the Christians. Right.
And in Baba Giobe, he came out speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Or Jekyll Meji with that Yewasun dying at 33.
Mm-hmm. That's from the Bible. The 33,
You
dying
see,
at
yeah,
33.
33, etc., Jesus, all of this stuff.
Mhm.
Another one,
The
Ofumba
Tower of
Trupon.
Babel.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Ofumba Trupon. See, or fun trupon, or fun trupon, right? There, the
Hmm.
Tower of Babylon. Where do you get that from?
Yeah, with Nebuchadnezzar, and when he changed the tongues, God changed the tongues of the people because he saw that they want to get into the heavens by building the tower, and that's where we get the word Babel from, where it means people they couldn't understand each other talking. That's if you
You see,
believe in what the Bible says.
all right? And it is there. A fun trupon is grabbing that experience, not literally the occurrence, but what has happened in that story to describe your story nowadays. Or people babble and they don't understand each other, misunderstanding. So make sure
Hmm.
Fumba Trupo don't happen here. In this live where I'm babbling and you're not gonna understand what I'm meaning. Because we have different languages, I guess, or understandings. Because sometimes you speak Oldus and they come real. And that is why they changed the name of them too.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? That's why they changed the name.
Hmm.
Yeah. Or to separate things. And that's another conversation there. To separate.
Right.
To give each one their land. That's
Hmm.
another way why they changed those names. And to memorize too, because it means things. To
Hmm.
help the Bawala memorize. But I got a bunch of stuff from different land. Even within Palo is there within the Afro-Cuban Oduns. And La
Yeah.
Ocha and Ifa.
Another thing that I wanted to say, and I hope that people already have done their research and have read. You guys got to understand that these people, before they were brought here as slaves, they're already being conquered, colonized. They're already being. A lot of them were being sworn in into the Christian faith, let's say, or did their baptism. A lot of the kings also were being, you understand, I would say manipulated and all that because of how they dealt with them. So a lot of people were being converted already in Christianity. A lot of Africans were also involved with the Muslims due to the Muslim, slave trade and their slavery system. So a lot of them became, followers of Muhammad. That's the reason why we have these mixtures. So there was mixtures already. There was sancocho already happening over there. And then when they came over here, there was sancocho too.
And we have to understand that. The thing is, us as priests got to know what is the sancocho that is beneficial and the one that is not. That's what I'm referring, us as priests. Because Miguel Febre is long and gone. See what I'm saying? He's long and gone. He's venerated all of the stuff he did. Tata Gaitan, etc., etc.
Tagaitán,
De China, all of these people. See what I'm
ya
saying? And there's a lot,
Monserrate,
and Monserrate, etc., etc. And the women too. La Negra Colota, see what I'm saying? Fermina, Gomez,
Hermina
etc.,
Gomez,
etc. All of these, let's say, leaders, elders
elders.
within our diaspora have passed on. They made their decisions to continue things and to adjust to their times. Now we got a bunch of babalaos, some are nowadays that have tremendous knowledge, and they're gonna pass on. They're not gonna be here forever. And that's the truth. Same as all of us within our lands. Same for the Obasa. And what is not useful, negative sancocho. If there's too much salt in the sancocho, it's gonna be a salty sancocho. You gotta get the salt up out of there. You gotta season it right, keep it right. It's kind of like when your grandmother makes sancocho, it is the way she makes it.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Another person makes sancocho, it might not taste the same because the ingredients and the recipe is not the same. That's what I'm referring. Make sure the sancocho we got already that is
Mm,
delicious and beautiful and everything with
mm.
lines of respect. Make sure the recipe stays somewhat the same, somewhat, so it can always have that specific taste.
Yeah, but it
Don't
can
make the
all be.
sancocho negative now. Don't
Yes,
put too much
it.
or change a bunch of things that we're not supposed to be changing.
Yeah, keep it palatable.
All right. And that's what's going on, right? With these arguments that we have within our tradition.
Hmm.
That some people are adding or taking away from the old ways, which it must evolve, but only with logic. See what I'm saying?
Hmm.
With to according to its time, through the struggle that we're gonna go through, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And all of those oduns, right? Specifically in Ifa, oduns of Ifa, all of that got added on by Caracol. Everybody knows that. That's the Irete Kutang. You see, even though within Irete Kutang it says it backwards, Los Odun de Ifá padrinaron el caracol. Right? That's what they say. They say the Oduns of Ifa are the godfathers. They're responsible. They became responsible to teach the Dilogun. You get what I'm saying? And before that, I'm pretty sure these women, these old bosses, etc., were already doing their readings. Were already had information within their Oduns.
We know the
Everybody put
Kari.
everything there.
We know that the Kari show is old.
You see what I'm saying? Everything got put there. Our ancestors did that. And I'm not against it. I'm not gonna fight and
Mm-hmm.
be like, no, to each laying now, this and that, and fight and take away what our ancestors did.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, there's lines of respect. And this is not mostly for the priests, this is for the people who want to learn, who want to see the tradition for what it really is, not for what they're telling you at the lower levels. And when we come to these oduns, right, they are not literal. The information that's inscribed, they describe the rituals or why they do these rituals or life experience within life, what to do. And a Babalao and a Bagada or Baudete has to be able to extract that knowledge and give that to you. Understand what the research is really saying by the Odun, not what it's literally saying. For example, I don't know what Odun this is, but I remember I read a story. We can speak about Baba Yobe, how the head came to the body. But anyway, because I was young and my godfather, he used to laugh at this. It was a story about, I think it's an Obesa, I think. I don't know. It might be an Obesa. You guys correct me because I'm not a Babalao. My godfather was laughing at it. He said, do you, la soga, el chivo y el árbol? It was the goat, the rope, and the árbol.
A treat.
The soga went to go do it, or so he went to go in the heavens to go speak, to do a reading from Ifa, and his older come out. Do you think a rope was walking to go get a reading from Ifa? Another one, look at Ojeku, La Lluvia. That's why it comes down upon everybody and it's able to hit everybody, no matter all the enemies. That's in Ojeku.
The rain.
La lluvia fue por los ojos and Ojeku Magic came out. Think about that. Think about that. Do you think rain itself went to go get a reading? Hmm? Literally went to go get a reading? I don't think so. Those are
No.
children's stories to teach the kids life advice. And
Right.
obviously, it's easy to remember the stories like that.
Right.
But then you have to extract the knowledge or put yourself as the rain. You see what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Because many people are raining upon us and you don't even see it. All
Exactly.
right. Just like the rain touches everybody equally, the bad, the good, and the ugly when it starts to rain. It's the same. People do that within television, marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm speaking to you guys. I'm raining over there. My information is raining,
Mm-hmm.
etc., etc. You have to understand it in that way. See things a little broader, not literal. And only the initiated, the priests understand that. The neophytes are doing a bunch of sancocho and a negative connotation, not the positive one, the negative
Mm-hmm.
connotation. They're taking things so literal. Chango did this. Yemaya did that. This did that. No, you get me? No, that did not happen.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that's going on within the tradition. Because we can get into the actual sancocho that people were doing, that people do nowadays. Grabbing
Yeah.
Santa Barbara, grabbing and saying, like, look, I did it. I'm going to give you the story. I'm going to give you the story because I went through it too. Because I was there in the beginning. I was there just like you guys. So I'm trying to get you guys to go through the right path. December 17th, I was at my godfather's house. I was probably like 15 years old or 14 years old. I had my centella maybe for 1 year, 1 or 2 years. December 17th. I'm at my godfather's house, and we know December 17th, St. Lazarus Day. My godfather has San Lazaro in this corner inside the house with bread and red wine, etc., etc. And we're in the back porch, and he tells me, all of us, prendele una vela ahí al viejo. That's what he says, right? But how many times did he refer to el viejo como Allende? You see what I'm saying? When we were in Santa en Socorro, ese es mi viejo. Ese es el
Hmm.
viejo. Ese es el viejo. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And obviously, I'm like, oh, it's December 17th. So I go get some candles. He's in the back porch. I go get some candles and I walk out the back door, and I'm going to go open the porch back door to go into the kitchen. I got the candle, and he looks at me, tell me, "¿Qué tú haces?" He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Aprender la vela al viejo." He says, "No." He looks at me, and said, "No, el de adentro, the one from inside." Oh, I get you, Padrino. Now, December 17th for San Lazarus, even though Coayende, Asojuano, Shaquana, Luo Popo, all of that isn't synchronized.
Patayaga, all
It
that,
has
yeah.
nothing to do with Coayende, even though within the culture is carrying. Go turn it on to San Lazaro's statue. You get me?
Right.
I go over there, go ask for house for this, for that, and I did tell it something, and it did when I turned on the candle there, a little small candle for it. It did like time passed by. It did come to fruition. To be honest with you, um, but you have to understand the difference. To maintain it, you got to understand the difference of San Lázaro y Coayende. See what I'm
Right.
saying? A Juano. You got to
Mhm.
understand the differences, even though it is in synchronized. What I was about to do was a bunch of sancocho. Even though in some houses on December 17th they go and sacrifice to Koayende. We don't do those things, but some people do,
Exactly.
et cetera, because of the culture. You get me? And that's what I'm referring. You have to separate and understand those things. San Lázaro, San Lázaro, Koayende, Koayende, Asojuanos, Asojuano. You see what I'm saying? Oluo Popo, Shakwana, et cetera.
Right.
Even though Sancocho can come out of that. It is Sancocho, but with lines of respect. You see what I'm saying? Another thing is for people to go get some readings with some tarot cards. Your guardian Orisha is Oshun. And then they give you a statue and tell you to venerate it.
Yeah.
That's not Oshun, mama. See what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's not Oshun. That is
Yeah.
not Oshun. And then just
Yep.
because you go to the river does not mean that you're going to go speak to Oshun. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? Another thing is for you to be consecrated to go to the river to speak to Oshun. That's a different conversation than you be a non-initiate. Can you go to the river and speak? Yeah, go to the river and speak if it makes you feel better. But know that that's not Oshun. See what I'm saying? Because if not, we wouldn't have to get initiated. You
Exactly.
get me? If you want to believe that, have faith is one thing. Another thing is the reality of it. You see what I'm saying? It's like me. I can sit here, close my eyes, and call my centella, right? And pray and do what I want with it. Another thing is for me to go in front of that Nkisi and speak to it. That's two different situations. Now I'm in their domain. Now I'm inside the room. Now I'm there. Now they're what I'm really saying is taking effect. You see what
Hmm.
I'm saying? So one thing there's boundaries of understanding because many people are doing a whole lot of sancocho in the negative connotation. Even though our ancestors did the sancocho with lines of respect to keep the tradition alive and make it better,
Right.
and we know a whole lot of that. Andy, don't you have an experience with sancocho? Go ahead, give me your experiences with sancocho for them to understand
Well,
a negative connotation of sancocho,
negative
what people
connotation.
really mean by it.
Negative connotation of sancocho. My first experience with sancocho was my first padrino. I'm gonna say he's my padrino, but he did. Some people say medio asiento, some don't see it that way. You know, I got my legua from him, my guerreros, my collares, my alocu, my bellis, and so forth and so on. Right. So at the beginning, but he was a santero. Chango was his head orisha. Right. He had a pot in the back. I said the story in one of my lives, and I asked him, "What was that about?" And he told me, "I said in ganga, da 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 da." So anyway, I got a little bit, more asking all that, and he asked if, he asked if I could get initiated. Initiated. He didn't ask the pot. He asked Chango. His batea in his house. What does that have to do with the nganga? Nothing, really. Now, I get initiated Um, go to the initiation. No name, no firma, no camino, nothing, nothing, nothing. I didn't even see nothing, not even a collar. Here, I think I'm initiated. Months pass by. I want to get an enganga, right? Because I'm a tata, right? I want an enganga. I get an enganga built. Oh, Siete High and Sasi, supposedly. Um, and with time, you know, I spoke to a gentleman that came to the Botanica, but he had a Botanica. I used to go there, help him go to New York, go bring merchandise over here. I was always there. You know, like a good godson or goddaughter would be, trying to help out. You know, because nothing is free in this world. You got to work. Um, and they and the elder told me, asked me that if I was initiated into Palo. Somehow, some way, he must have knew or somebody told him from the community or something. So he comes to the botanic. He asked me. I said yes. My padrino was downstairs in the basement looking for boxes of candles. That's where he stored his candles at. And he tells me, "You're not initiated into Kisimalongo to Palo." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, because your padrino is not initiated into Palo. He's a practitioner of Orisha, so you're not initiated." And that was the one thing that woke me up, right? But at that time, I didn't take it as 100% true. I had to investigate a little bit more. So I kept investigating, went through another person that was initiated, and he was also crowned in Ocha, San Lazaro. You know, I think he was. See, I don't know if they crown San Lazaro. Do they crown San Lazaro?
What are you talking about, Sojuana?
San Juan?
Yeah, directly. Yeah,
Oh
they do
yeah,
that.
he was. Yeah, they he was. He said he was crowned San Lazaro, and he was.
You got
They
two.
used
You
to
got
call.
Ararawe and they got Lugumi, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, and he was a palero. And he told me because he knew my palero well. They'd done, business together and all that. He said, no, he's not initiated. That enganga that he got, that's for him. I think that was a spiritual part. And that's sancocho when you do things like that.
Or
And it
you
was
can
a
receive it too.
mixture, right? And you can receive a parte de la demo, and or for health.
Mm-hmm.
You also the way he was using it. You understand? He was mixing things that had to do with ocha while he was working with the pot. You understand? Doing different things that refer to Ocha practice, not Palo. But I'm new. I didn't know anything. I was there to learn. And, as a neophyte, not knowing anything, then you're going to follow. And I've been through other experiences, but that's a type of sancocho you got to be aware of. Go ahead, Tata.
Yeah, Andy's been all over the place. Andy had another godfather, then another godfather, and another. You see, he's all over searching, trying to differentiate the culture to understand it. Obviously, he had some luck. He didn't have luck in other times. He had came across other
Mm-hmm.
good balaos too, came across this, that, et cetera, trying to find his way.
And you learn,
But
and you
we
learn.
didn't
The
have
one of
this on TikTok. Did you have
mm-hmm.
this TikTok and YouTube and all of this to
Nah,
give you
nah,
guidance? None of that. We have
nah.
that knowledge, use it for our benefit. Speak the truth
Mm-hmm.
so people can find their path.
Right. They could ask the right questions. You understand?
So that's what I'm saying. There's a whole lot of sancocho, a whole lot of sancocho going on. And that happened to Andy also happened in the past. How many of our elders in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 50s, and the 60s said that they were priests when they weren't and they were initiating people? Hmm?
Exactly.
And I don't think it would happen that much back then in Cuba. It happened, but I don't think it happened that much because those guys will show up and tell you
And
ain't no
kill
priest and
you.
take your things.
Yeah. They'll
Yeah, because
fight
that's the
you,
way it
kill you,
was.
everything. Yeah.
But nowadays, it's definitely happening in Cuba. I know that for sure. Nowadays, it must be happening. After all the stuff that's the way that Cuba's been going, they're gonna have to find a way to scam and find money or whatever they have to do. So, and it's happening all over now too in the states, all over the place. People saying that they're these priests when they are not.
Right. Or
See
they're
what I'm saying?
priests in their land, but they weren't able to bring their fundamento, their tronco, to the states or to whatever country they're gonna live to and build something else and start initiating people under when their main enganga, their tronco mayor is in their country. And You understand? That's has happened a lot here, but people they don't want to say nothing. It works, but
It
is it
works. The way it
correct? It's a
works.
different story. You understand? But it works.
You get me? And if that's sancocho, I don't say that is or isn't. I don't get involved in those things. Those are differently not different things, but the truth is the truth. You see what I'm saying? The truth is the truth. That's the way that people use that word sancocho. And the negative connotation is referring to doing things that are way out of boundary. And I went through it. Trust me, I've been through it. I've gotten close to him. I got chewed out by my godfather, and I was trying to understand many times. And I went against the grain for many things. I'm like, pero yo no entiendo. I'm not understanding this.
Hmm.
And as time went on, I started to understand it. Andy, you got the rough of the rough
Oh
because you were an
man.
adult. You were going through it like that.
Yeah, I was going through it, man. I mean, the synchronicities were like beyond. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it because I didn't have no understanding. You understand? The little understanding that I had, I was a kid. You understand? You know, my aunt was into. I think she was in the 21 division. My mom, yeah, she had a madrina. My mom was a devotee of Ochun, but she wasn't crowned. So we did go to these places, but I'm a young kid. You know, I'm not. I'm playing around. You know what I'm saying? Um, but the synchronicities like didn't like really hit me. Like what is correct, right? What is it that what type of sancocho was had the respectful boundaries in it, and what was the sancochos that were out of boundary? That wasn't something that they did not do whatsoever. I didn't know that, and I couldn't differentiate that until I went through these quite a few instances and situations in my life when I started noticing certain things. And like I always say, things don't happen at the moment. Things don't happen in a week, in a day or two. Sometimes you have to be a participant in these things more for a little bit till you start realizing and understanding a little bit and you start waking up. Some people are just blind. They stay blind there forever.
Yeah, so think about that. Look, mixing causes confusion, and that's what we're referring to. When you're from the outside looking in, and even when you're getting initiated within the traditions, all of that mixing causes a whole lot of confusion. And if they don't orientate you, once again, orientate you within the actual sancocho that happened within Cuba, you're gonna get confused. The positive one,
You're gonna get confused.
they want to
Yeah.
preserve the culture, they want to
Mhm.
preserve the lands, to put everything within one. That's
Mhm.
what they did. They put everything within Ifa. Y eso recoge todas las tierras. And at the end of the day, too, many Babalaos got to go through that. Not
Mhm.
necessarily, but I would say many of them, how are you going to orientate somebody to go to Palo? You haven't been in it. That's why when many Babalaos that I meet, they study the other lands too, because
Mhm.
it's within their Oduns. You see what I'm
Yep.
saying? And you're going to see them argue with them. No, you're not a Palero, you're not a Nganga, you're not a Tata, you can't be doing. He has to know to a certain degree about this
Mhm.
land because he's gonna guide him because the elders are telling him you gotta go get initiated in Sarawanda. You think that Padrino is not gonna ask the other Tata, hey, yo, what's going on? Does he know Paul? Is he legit or not? He has to know. So you have to study all the lands. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? He has to know that.
Some of them even get initiated into Palo. You understand? Before they become priests in Ifa. You know, so it's like they've been through there. They got
Yeah, they've been through.
engangas. They got engangas. Supposedly they don't use them, but they got engangas.
Yeah, that's I guess certain elders will be fine, tell you you can, others you can't.
And yeah.
That's why I would never go to that land. They ain't gonna take my keys. I'm telling you that right now.
No.
Oh, I'm gonna have a bad day with my tumble that day. Cause
I say, listen, listen, man. And all these traditions and all these religions and all these historical books and things that have to do with so many things, you could gain knowledge, things that could help you in your life to be a better person. You
that's
understand?
the whole purpose.
Now there are also things in these books and in these understandings that you it might not fit well with you. You might see it from a different perspective, or take a different viewpoint on it. So you don't do that. See, I have learned and I have grown as a Muslim, as a Christian, as a Hebrew Israelite, as a person in uh let's say learning a little bit about Ocha, or being initiated in in the lower things of Ocha and the practice, right? Not being crowned. Um little things of Ifa. You understand? Things of Zen. That I even got into Zen for a little while. You know what I mean? Looking. But I have learned and used a little bit of all these practices, the good that I could use for myself to better myself and my family and others. Not saying that they're wrong and they're incorrect. I'm just saying is that there are good things and bad things. You understand? So that's why I have kept moving on. I'm here where I'm at. This is where I feel better at in Kisimalonga. I feel good here. I feel right. This gives me validity, somewhat of, I could say, validity for in the sense of I could see the things that happen. I could see I don't have to hope and pray for and wish and rely on that hope. You know,
Yeah, because it's not me anymore, right? It's not your godfather anymore. It is you and your
no,
Fumba and your
E-
Nkisi, right? You and him are going through your problems and doing what you had to do to resolve them, and you get to see it yourself.
exactly. You get to
And
experience it.
you see, in La Ocha and Ifa, you're not going to get that until you have those priesthood levels. You're not going to understand any of that until you're up there. You get to see things from your Itashas, this and that, but to fix your day-to-day problems by yourself, it ain't gonna work. You got to go back and get readings. You got to go back and maintain this. And there's a lot of
Hmm.
stuff that I question within those lands. There's a lot of stuff that for me I would consider it sancocho.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Like one of the things is that adimu, ebo adimu. You should not be doing no ebo to any of those orishas at all that you receive if you haven't done divination. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
If you don't know what you're doing. You get me? So you see a priest tell you go do this, do this, do this for prosperity, and you put it in front of your leg so he can bring you prosperity, but prosperity can bring in death alongside with it. So you got to be careful. You don't know. So you have to be. I'm gonna say you have to be careful. And in those lands, I'm gonna tell you something. I love Babalaos. That's my thing. I love Babaliates. That's my thing. Is the ones that are knowledgeable, and I love priests too that have more knowledge than me. Because at the end of the day, the ones that don't carry as much knowledge, they're gonna pull from you, and you're gonna orientate them and pull them in the right directions. You're gonna help them to be the same as you or even better. But that happens when you get around with people that have more knowledge, and I love that. I love when I come across a priest who sees things out of the Santa Claus levels, and they teach me from Nkisi Malongo, from Espiritismo, from La Ocha, from Ifa. So I love speaking about Laos. And the reason why I say this is because majority of them, the one who has 10 years and up, or even 7, 5, that they have dedicated a lot of time, they'll start to teach you because they love it. If you love something, you teach it. For the ones who are searching, right? Because you should not teach anybody that's not searching. That's the truth of that. Um, and I come across and speak to them, and many of them are very educated. And Palo, not so much. You're not gonna come across a lot of good morality. You're gonna be dancing with the devils there. There's a lot of devils there. So you gotta learn to be a devil with lines of respect. But in La Ocha and in Ifa, specifically Ifa too, the majority of them, it is inscribed within their odums, within what they believe and what they hold, the good morality. I think it's Ikafu, right? The commandments of Ifa, the 16 of them. So you see that they have good commandments or a good way of holding up morality. That's why I like to interact with them. Another thing is that many of them know the truth. If a Babalao is set in his ways and he can't let go of what he believes to understand your perspective, obviously he's not mature enough. And I've always said this when I speak to other Babalaos, Ocha and Paulo, etc., but specifically Ifa and La Ocha. If you don't know more Odun than me, you need to get to studying. Because I'm not a Babalao and I somewhat hear things within the tradition. I study here somewhat for the tradition, for the knowledge of it, just for the culture aspect of it. And I'm not about Allah. So you got to know more Urdu than me, man. You get me? And that's what I do love about them. Just because somebody holds the title as an Awo Vifa or a Bawalao does not mean that he's fully equipped to guide that Ori of yours, right? That's the truth of that. Same thing for an Obao Same thing for Otata and Ganga. Just because you got 5,500 pots in the room with some sticks in it and a couple goat heads does not mean that he's a good Tata. Same thing for El Espiritista. Just because they have a few cups, a bunch of God kids there and acting halfway mounted, like many of them do, does not mean that they're good at Espiritista. And that's where you have to understand the Sancocho from the good Sancocho. The mixture with respect and the mixture of making up things and not understanding what really is going on and where you're getting yourself involved in. For the people who are conducting los sancochos in negative ways, making up stuff and going crazy and all of that, why don't you just ride the process? For those people, why don't you just find priests? There's a bunch of inboxes. Go find people, speak to people, get initiated, go through the process, then teach your experience. Bro, I went through this happened to me, this, and that, pum, 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 et cetera, et cetera. Open in your house. Then lead people. Do things the correct way. See what I'm saying? You don't have to be doing a bunch of sancocheria y todas esas cosas. No, man. But I guess it's the impatience. I guess it's the opportunity to make money. I guess it's the ego. See what I'm saying? Your ego. But this is one thing I would do want to say about the Bawalaos and the Obasas. These are for the priest. And in the English community, for the Bawalaos that speak English, for the Bawalao, the Obasas that speak English only, I have it out for you. I have it out for you. I can't hear you.
I think they did witchcraft. They're throwing a muerto to you.
Well, I jumped off, jumped back on.
Yeah. No, no, you good.
Were you hearing me?
No, te fuiste.
If we talk about that, that's what I'm saying. For those Bawalaos and those Obasas, I have it out for you guys. And specifically the ones in the English community. Because I only know one Oba in the English community that is good. That has gone to Cuba, that comes from those descendants, that go speak to John Mason himself, that had, etc., that has sacrificed. And he's a Palero too. That's the only one I know. Outside of that, maybe it's because I haven't been exposed to those situations, to those groups. But in the English community, it is very hard to see somebody speaking Odun. You know what I'm saying? To speak about what they know, to know what's going on. And the same goes for the Baalaos. They might not know what the heck is going on, and it is hard. So the ones who are bilingual or the ones who can speak English, please orientate, orientate in these lands. I mean, in the English community, the more that you can at a higher level, because there's some too that speak English that orientate to the English community, but speak things at a higher level.
But see,
But I guess
that
I guess they do that, but in closed doors. Because I'm
see,
gonna
but
tell you something real quick, Andy. I'm gonna tell them something. I need to let them know something. The way that you hear Oduns and all of this type of stuff, it's not like that. And one thing is to memorize that information. Another thing is why is it there? Ex- for example, uh, let's say the sequence of how the Oduns came down from the heavens to earth. Already there, you must understand what's going on from the heavens to earth. That's there. That's in the Oduns, right? And all the Megis are there. But sit down about it. Think about it. Words mean things. I'm gonna say it again. Words mean things. What do you mean the Oduns are in the heavens? You see, what do you mean that they're up in the heavens? Heaven and hell and all of those concepts come once again from Abrahamic religions, from Jesus Christ and all of those things. But that's I guess the only words that they can explain. I'd rather say the Oduns how they came from the spirit realm, but it is not written there like that. And I know where
hmm
they get it from. See what I'm saying? I know where they get it from, Osamaro, and all of that stuff,
hmm
which is fine. That's perfectly fine. But that sequence, Babeji Obe, or Jeku Meji, Iwori Meji, or D Meji. Think
Mhm.
about that. Then what comes? Iroso Meji, Owani Meji, Obara Ogana Meji,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Ogunda, Osai, Ka, etc., all the way to a funeral.
Mhm.
Why is it like that? Why within that sequence, why did our ancestors, think about this, why did our ancestors keep those four cardinal points there, right? Babeji
Mhm.
Obe, Ojeku Meji, Iwori Meji, and Odi Meji. And
Mhm.
then other sequences, right? Iroso Meji and Owani Benji are there, which that's ours. And then some groves over there. But in other groves, it's not like that. It's Obara and
Mhm.
Ogana. And then
Mhm.
Iroso and Owani. Why that? Same thing
Right.
for the majors and minors. Within El
Mhm.
Dilogun.
Mhm.
Hmm? The majors and the minors. Why are these Oduns there like that? It's
Right.
not just to memorize it. If you,
Right.
you are a beginner, if you just memorize this is the major and these are the minors for you to figure out Ire no Sobo. You see what I'm saying? And pick your hands. Why is it like that? Why did they choose that structure?
Mhm.
These are for the priest. That if you don't know why, you got to go and figure that out. I can get you in contact with Babalaos, etc., if you guys need that stuff. Or Obashas. I can get you in contact if you guys need those things. But it's the truth to know why. You get me?
I was gonna ask you, right? My question is, right? I understand that they are practitioners, in all these lands that take things a little bit more, higher up, right? But they are also practitioners that literally think that what the story says and what the pataki says and whatever they follow says that's verbatim. You understand that that's how it goes, because one thing is to say, okay, the Odums were in heaven, and for us, we don't know, but we understand the word heaven because why? When we see a lot of things in Christianity, it speaks about heaven, it speaks about seven heavens and all these things or whatever. You know what I mean? And other faiths also talk about the heavens and how many heavens are they. Like the sky, what we look at, is supposed to be the Lord's heaven because we could see it, the Lord's heaven. You understand?
I don't know. People have been to the moon. There was no
Right,
God up there.
right, exactly. So if you really believe that, and I think that there are quite a few out there that really believe that that's how it works. Like we spoke in the other video, the other live, picking your own destiny before you came down here. Like really, I picked my own destiny from who? If we start looking at it and analyzing these things, we really got to think. If you can't, if you believe in God and you can't talk right now to God, then how is it that you could understand and think that you picked your own destiny? Like that's just blows my
I
mind.
don't
You
know.
understand?
Spoke about that in the last live.
But
We
it's the
spoke
same
about
thing
that.
when you look at the old dudes coming from heaven. Like, okay, I understand the way you said it has more logic.
Yeah, it's from the spirit realm. That's what they're trying to
It's
say.
from the
But you
spirit
see,
realm. Exactly.
the ideas are inscribed like that, and it's to make that's for newcomers. You know what I'm saying? For new lower levels of people to understand, it really comes from the spirit realm. And at the
Hmm.
end of the day, the old ones didn't come from no spirit realm. It goes to describe things before they happen and what the
Exactly.
person needs to align them to fix their problems. Because when you see any of those old ones and those people come to you, and the Baal Allah obviously knows the history of the old one, he understands what has happened to them before they were born. What were the problems that were there? And it's 90%, 99 accurate. That's accurate. And they must do those sacrifices to get aligned, bro. So they'll have no more problems, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Which obviously, if I tremendo. You see what I'm saying? La Ocha es tremendo
Yeah.
too. Palo is tremendo. This stuff's real. The thing is,
Hmm.
I'm referring it at the higher levels of understanding, it is there. We all understand it. At the lower levels, people taking this stuff literal and doing a bunch of sancocho and not even
Exactly.
initiated. And
Hmm.
that's the whole point of this live to tell people at the lower levels, look, these things are being practiced in closed doors. How
Hmm.
I can't get into those things. And some of that
Right.
stuff I don't even know because I'm not a babalao. And that's none of
Right.
my business.
Hmm.
But I'm referring it to what's really going on to what you guys are hearing and seeing, the way things are being explained to you. And there's a
Right.
lot of question. That's why if you don't question things, especially if you're initiated going through the process, going through it, you're gonna get stuck. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna get stuck. That's the only thing I can say. Get stuck or start doing sancocho. One of the two. You
Right.
have to find meaning.
And I was actually speaking to you about this, right? Because I have had, emails and calls and stuff in the past. And sometimes they just I'm like, wow, man, if I was lost, there's still a lot of people lost. You understand? They need help. And I try to explain to them, and they don't get back to me. They don't even text me back. They don't email me back because they hate to hear what I have to say. And it has to do with people going out there, right? They're not initiated, right, into Palo, and they buying chamalongos, and they taking these chamalongos, and they're going to go speak supposedly to the dead, whether it be in a country, whether it be in a river, whether it be in the sea, whether it be wherever it may be. Listen, chamalongos, you have to be very careful. Number one, number two, and what you are trying to do and who you're speaking to, and number one, how does that muerto, that spirit, know what to say to those chamalongos if you don't even understand? And even if you do the basic, that you understand that you know how to ask the basic format, how do you know that muerto understands that language? You understand? So it's kind of like you got to be careful. You got to be careful out there. And some people just don't like to hear it. And unfortunately, they don't text back, they don't email back. So I'm like, okay, then don't ask.
Which I agree with that too. Hey, I say to each his own. Follow your godparents through there, but for me, I would not be casting no shells or any of that unless I know who am I speaking to. You know what I'm saying? Who am I speaking to? 'Cause you don't know who you're speaking to. Lo mismo puede ser un muerto curo, un muerto bueno, malo, or serial killer. You don't know who the hell the guy is. And you're out there in the forest casting things and you don't know. Same
you
way it can
know,
be good, same way it can be bad.
man, we
Next thing you
know.
know, you got a bunch of problems, a bunch of situations happening to you, and you go to other priests and they're like, "Hey, Papa, tú estás todo descojonado because of these reasons." Drawing females you're not supposed to be drawing, throwing shells to things, grabbing the dead, dealing with the dead, this and that, and you don't understand it. It's just like think about it, just like he fought. What am I doing as a priest trying to build Odom? I have nothing to do with that. Same thing with Osain. Me as a pilot, I got nothing to do with Osain. Deja Osain por ahí para allá. I don't need Osain. You get me?
Mhm.
I got our stuff within our land.
Yeah,
You get
we got
me?
enough.
At the end of the day, at the top of levels, it's the same thing, but it's not the same thing. You get me?
All right.
And that's what I'm referring to. That people don't know how to say nah. You get me? Nah.
Hmm.
I don't need to. I guess son metiche. You know what I'm saying? I guess people son metiche and they want to
Yeah,
take things to
people
practice
have
where they're not
people.
supposed to.
And I know people have curiosity, you understand? Because we're not saying that people don't have spirituality, right? Depending on how you understand that word, whether you believe that your ancestors are with you, whether you believe that you have a spirit that walks with you, whatever connotation you may have. We're not saying that people we don't have this, right? We're all spiritual people. We are spirits ourselves, just in the flesh for now. But to take a something. See, for us, the chamalongos are just not chamalongos. For us, chamalongos represent many things, and one of the things it represents is the dikenga. So you're casting chamalongos on the ground, and you're putting them and forming them and splitting them around, and you messing around with things that you don't understand yet. I don't understand completely the whole system yet. How can a neophyte understand it? Or somebody that doesn't practice palo at all?
I have no clue. To each his own, though. That's what I'm saying. To each his own. I be careful. That's what I'm saying. Be careful listening to things or doing things or getting the pool that I be speaking about that the tradition has. Ifa intrigues me. You see what I'm saying? I love Ifa. Love La Ocha.
Uh,
Love the culture. But that does not mean I'm gonna go get on a bong Ifa and be casting Ifa and giving hands of Ifa to nobody. That's not what we do. That's not like that. If you like
right.
Ifa so much, go get that thing initiated. If you like La Ocha so much and want to worship the Orishas, guess what? Go get initiated like everybody else has done. Go save up your money. And I know it's gonna cost. Hey, it costs. That's the way life works. It's kind of like this. They won't do it for this, but they'll do it for the Orishas and stuff. Look, think about this. They want a Louis Vuitton purse. Many people go and get the off brand of it and act like if it's real. That's what's going on within La Ocha and Ifa. Many people want some Jordans, right? They like Jordans or these shoes, or you want to have a Mercedes outside your house. Why don't you buy a Toyota Honda and go and put the logo of a Mercedes on it? That's what you're paying for, the logo. Go put the logo on it. That's what you guys are doing when you start doing those inventos. If you really want to practice la ocha or ifa or any of that, go save the money and get initiated correctly. See what I'm saying? That's the truth. Everybody has their time, and it all depends on your sacrifice. And I still tell you, don't rush into things. I still tell you that. Don't still rush into it. Take your time. And be careful with Paulo. That's the worst of the one. Be careful. Be careful with this one. Because that one pulls and you're amongst the devils there. What I'm referring to that is that it has no morality. It is up to every house, every lineage. Por lo menos la ocha ni fa. I don't know why, but it's inscribed in the old ones. Most of those people, they they strive to have a better morality on how to resolve situations. And our lands is up to us, and we do what we wish. The priest and the infumba. You get me? Not saying that it's stronger or less stronger. This is just saying to the quality of things. Because at the end of the day, it's all cause and effect. So you guys have to be careful with that. Toda esta gente haciendo sancocho, the real negative connotation of it, the right word that we're referring to connotation, the making up things, not to preserve culture, but to be a part of it. Um, you have to be careful. Take your time. Find a good priest, this, and that, and then question. And I'm telling you already, sometimes, because there are even ones that say it, the godchildren will outgrow the godfather. And what I mean by that is that the bala that you get initiated into, or the oba, or your madrina, padrino that is within those lands, they don't have knowledge. And you're going to have to continue. And I've spoken to Baalazian from Nigeria. They said me, yeah, I got initiated here. I learned a little bit of Ifa and all this stuff, but I had to continue. And I had other masters within Ifa that taught me more things, different systems, different things. So Ifa is also not absolute. The way that we do it within the Lukumiwe, the way it's structurized, within the way that it has its majors, its minors, the Igbos, etc., within the lands over there, things are different because it's a different tradition. That's Isheshe, different traditions. You get me? And things change. And the way they see the Odus and the way they cast and the tools that they're using is different. But whether if you're throwing the Dilogun, there's still 16. Think about that. 16 Odun. With any five is the same. You got to cast twice over here. It don't matter. It's the same, but it's different. It's going to speak, take you from point A to point B.
Mhm.
The sequences and where the information is stored is somewhat different. Many people are altering it. New priests now, they are altering the information. Hey, that's to him, that's to them. I'm not in those lands. And that's the arguments that you get to see. And trying to take away the tonti.
Mhm.
Some people have the tonti in there, some don't. You
Mhm.
see what I'm saying? If their linaje taught them that, the thing is you have to understand that to be able to speak the Odun, right? Together, not separate. But that was the agreements that they had. Irede Gutam, bro.
Mhm.
The agreements that they had, our ancestors. You can only speak up to 12. If I was in it, I would speak to the 16. When I sit on the mat, on live and all of this stuff, I speak to 12. Why? To show respect to my
Respect.
elders, right? But the truth is that those were the agreements. Yamaya or some other patakis, Oshun, oh no, they cast it, they only set up to 12, this, all of that horse crap, right? All of that horse crap that you think that really happened. No. You get me? It's describing agreements. That's all it's saying. Agreements on what is the right way of doing our traditions at those times, and we're continuing the tradition. Can things change? They can, but everybody got to get together to do that. Or those
Yeah.
lineages. So Linaje have to do that.
Yeah, they gotta come together. That's just one one lineage, one house.
So there's a lot of things that you'll get to see. You see what I'm saying? That it really doesn't matter, right? It really doesn't matter, but it matters. I'm talking about the priests and those levels. They know what I'm speaking. Whoever's watching out there, priests are like, yeah, we know that. But the problem is, if you guys know that, when we go to teach the new, the neophytes or these outsiders, right? People that are looking in, trying to find a path, tell them the truth. So I'm saying, tell them the truth. No matter if you go to Ifa, it's still gonna be the same thing as La Ocha. You see what I'm saying? It don't matter. You're still gonna be dealing with Odin, with this, with that. It's just you're more specialized within this, let's say Orisa and Destiny, etc., and you have your powers of Ifa, but you're still dealing within it. And if you're in an Ifa centric house, you're gonna be involved with the Orisas anyway. You have to learn that stuff. If you're about Allah, you're still gonna have to know about Palo.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth. And guess what? You're in Palo, you're gonna know about La Ocha and Ifa, because you're gonna have people come to you talking about, I need to get initiated so I can go to La Ocha. Those people are gonna have to come to
Mm-hmm.
you.
Yep.
And you have to know how to orientate them, if those people are good old bosses or not. Because you're gonna get initiated in a good Palo house, but they crowned you wrong over there. That's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? That's a problem. And
And
that's why
that
these traditions go hand in hand.
and that's where we get these houses that I don't mean it disrespectfully, but I call it a Home Depot, one stop shop, because that's where you get these houses where the whole family, and that's because that's their culture. The whole family, one is a piritita, the other one's a santero, the other one's an oba, the other one is a palero, so it stays in the family. You know what I mean?
That's how it was. That's old school.
The old school, you understand?
That's our ancestors. That's what they did.
Mm-hmm.
I thought everybody's within this family is all the priests. Oh yeah, I mean, mana, come here, come there. Everybody meets at the misa. Same thing.
Same
It's a
thing.
communal thing. That's the
Mm-hmm.
way they did it. As a one-stop shop.
Exactly.
See, Kimmy, it's a one-stop shop,
Yeah.
which that's our culture.
And it's
And it's not.
okay.
It's a lot of them. It's okay.
And it's okay. The only thing to me is not okay is when you are all and you're practicing all of these and you haven't mastered one yet. That's the problem. I see as a problem. You
Yeah,
understand?
that's where I see the problem at. Yeah, when you're an engage over here, just receive your hand of V5, receive warriors. That right there sounding to me the money machine. And starting off with misas and stuff like that. That is the money machine. Because you're striving to be in all of them. You don't have to be in all of them. Start somewhere.
If you
If you
got
want
it
to
up
work it,
here,
if yeah,
go
if you want
ahead.
to work it for yourself, if you want to work it for yourself. Now, if you just want to be part of the culture and go to drummings and I said coro, how many people say I said coro, and your problems give them to your boss, give them to your padrino, your problems give them to people and rely on people that are gonna get you out of your money, then that's fine. But if you wanna become independent, oh, you're gonna have to get well defined within one. To then jump in the other one. You see what I'm saying? And this is the truth.
It's a lifetime. One is a lifetime, and you don't learn everything. One system is a lifetime. Imagine me at the age of 53 years old going to Ocha now to try to learn to become an oriate.
Hey, if you go to Ocha to start learning all of that stuff, Andy, it's gonna hinder your Palo. Because you're not gonna have
Yeah,
time to the stuff that we
right.
be doing, aren't you? Guess
Exactly.
what? This Saturday, Andy has to go, I guess, to an Ocha. They're gonna crown it. He's gonna go learn about Achesis, the sacrificing, all of that, and help
Right.
out his godfather. But I got an initiation, or I got to build in Kisis. Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
Which one you gonna choose? Or you're in Kisi too. What about you're in
Right.
Kisi?
Exactly.
With your medicine, with your things. You have to go over
Mhm.
there. So that's another conversation there that once you're within the traditions, you got to be divining with those things,
You
which
gotta
I
be
agree
careful.
with many priests that speak about that. They say if you're already crowned, you want to get initiated into Palo, ask your Orisha. And vice versa. You're initiated in Palo, you got your Nkisi and all of that, ask your Nkisi to go get crowned. Not just because somebody told you, not because anyone meets, ask your stuff.
Yeah,
Make sure.
but even that right there, there's a lot of issues and arguments because of that right there that you just said. Because you're gonna and we use it also. We gotta be honest. Who you trust, what land are you in?
Yeah, I'm in
Even
Palo, I'm
though
going to
we
trust my Centella.
right, even though we say that these things with respect are a sancocho, at the same time, the differentiation of it is how am I gonna go to Ocha practitioner and tell them and tell them that I want to get scratched. You understand? Into Palo or initiate into Palo. Scratch is a horrible word, but that's how we say it. Initiate into Palo and Kisimalongo. And how can they tell me just because they're my elders, no, no, don't get into that or don't do that? Do they have the authority for that? You understand? Because one land doesn't have to do with another, even though it does and it don't.
Yeah, so that happens a lot too. You see what I'm saying? Some people have Paulo in their heart, but their parents, their godparents, don't have Paulo in their
Palo.
in their pocket.
No.
You see what I'm saying? So they're like, no. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get initiated there. And I'm gonna tell you something too. Wherever you're gonna go get initiated, within different lands, and they recommend it, they're cutting bread.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? They're breaking bread with each other. That's what they don't understand. That at the lower levels is all a money machine, and they don't see it. People don't see the truth. They're coming in through here seeing the fakeness of the tradition, disguised with good hearts. Even me, you see what I'm saying? Even me, because I need. We were speaking here the truth, and what I'm
Exactly.
saying, and that's the truth of it. I'm not lying. So why you guys are gonna sit here and waste your time, or start to do a bunch of sancocho? I can't pay for this, or I can't do that. I can't do that. I'm gonna just start making up my own thing. No, man, take your time. Remember what I'm telling you, because you guys are gonna go through it. But I like to speak to the priests, the ones who are just early priests or trying to establish their knowledge, practice, their power, bro. Their power within the traditions to change their own life. Not anybody else's. Not open up shop and let people come in. No, 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 no. To change yours. Only those who know, they know. The ones who open up shops, who got people coming for readings and this, they know that they're like, Papo, I open up shop, but I didn't know enough for doing.
Mm-hmm.
Babalaos, right? How many babalaos open up shop? Yeah, I can do a reading. And Odun start coming out that you don't know. You don't know nothing about no prophecy. You don't know nothing about nothing. You
I
got to be
see.
calling your elders this and that. That happens.
I
You should
seen
have never
this.
opened up
I
shop.
seen this. They pull this out. They pull this out.
I know it's gonna happen to them. And there's. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm saying it is letting you know the truth. What is the
The
truth? That you have to study.
responsibility. The
The
responsibility.
responsibility
Well,
that you have to study. If you have issues doing reading for other people's and you have to get a phone and all that, then I already know for yourself, you have to do the same.
hmm
You're not fully there. Same thing within La Ocha and definitely within Palo.
and it's not wrong. The thing is that you put your time to study. You understand? That you put your time to study.
And then,
I rather you look at it from a literature or from a phone than just speak bull crap.
yeah, speak bullcrap. I'm with that too. I'd rather him read it from a cell phone than speak bullcrap to me. That's another thing. Pero por lo menos, anyway, in the files, what I'm telling you, I love when I see this. Another thing, Babalao's always speaking. I love that, the unity in it. Not arguing and disrespecting each other. Man, I went to Mali. I'm not with them. Man, come on, man. I thought you guys
Yeah.
supposed. I thought you guys were supposed to be mature.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I like when they go to speak Oduns. I like when you see them in unity teaching each other. And in Palo, it happens. Obviously, we're the ones up here online always see with different
Right.
lineages speaking to each other. But offline, I do that a lot with different lands
hmm
because everybody doesn't know everything. And
hmm
that's the truth of that. That's definitely.
Of
But
course.
at the end of the day, when you sit there and you open your shop, because many of them are like that, because I've spoken to them and they cash, they don't know enough Odun. Don't help out people yet. Study. And I'm telling you, it is not easy. So the people who want to be ball out, don't let them lie to you and tell you that it's going to be an easy path. That is not easy. And La Ocha, I'm going to say it
Priates
right
too.
here, right now. I'm going to say it right here, right now. Andy, majority of people who are going to get crowned, they're not even going to know Okana Yoko, Ogunde Rosso, Oche, Obara, Odi, Yeunle, Osao, Fun, Owani, Yengayila. I'm going to stop there. We don't go to all the way Marina Lagoon. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to know, not even that. You speak to them, I'm crowned 15, 30 years, and they don't even know 1 through 12 in the cowrie shell.
They're
So that
not
already
even
lets you know
living.
that many of you guys are going to get initiated just to be a part of something bigger. That's what I was saying in that live. And not practice, not know the power that you hold as being an Olorisha.
hmm
You see what I'm saying? You're not going to know that. You're always going to have to call nobody to come resolve your problem or your padrino. He's not always going to be there.
hmm
So you have to study. And I Get within your lineages, within your godparents to see if you can start studying. Because divination is a part of everything. It's within all do.
Mhm.
And Okane also, it says it there. You must divine for everything within whatever you're doing. It's there. So get to it. You see what I'm saying? Get
Mhm.
to it. Don't do a sancocho. Now I'm not telling you to go get some shells and be catching and be like, oh, and whatever comes to you, because they don't work like that. These traditions don't work like that. There's schools too. I see a bunch of priests giving a bunch of schools about the cowrie shells, this and that. Bawalaos too. I seen a bunch of bawalaos saying, look, email me this, and that. If you were a bawalao, get in contact with me. Hey, go to do schools.
Mhm.
Teach. You must live, breathe, eat this every single day for you to become a master. You have to pay your 10,000 hours. It
Exactly.
is the truth. Just because you see them wear those things or they have knowledge, you think that he was just born with knowledge. It don't work like that. You have to
Mhm.
sacrifice yourself. With Impalo's the same. I've been doing this every single day since I got initiated. Because I jumped off the porch, how they say in my generation. I jumped off the porch the very second I got initiated. After that, a week later, I was doing exchange of lives with my godfather. I jumped off the porch off of that, heading
Yeah.
into the forest as young kids, etc., etc., right off the bat. Some people are in Palo, 20 years, 10 years, whatever, but they have never ran rituals, never been, they only sung songs, sung koro. They might
Mhm.
have their inkisis, but they don't work it for other people due to the fact that they don't hold knowledge, and that is perfectly fine. Andy came to me
Mhm.
with an inkisi, well built. The thing was well built. It was correctly built. Not to our lineage, obviously, but it was well built.
Mhm.
But he didn't have the knowledge to do so. He's seen effects with it outside of our lineage already. Eso estaba ya caminando. It was
Mhm.
correctly built. He kept searching. You see, and that's why when you guys hear me say I was lucky, it is about that. That I didn't have to keep on searching all over the place to get well defined. I got well defined from the get-go because I had a really good godfather. No, not a good
Mhm.
one, an amazing one. And godparents,
Yeah.
my godmother too. Great ones. So I didn't have I had somebody there to stir me when I was about to do Sancocho. You see, when I was gonna do the Sancocho part that people talk about, they were there to make sure that that didn't happen and give me
Mhm.
understanding. And that's why all these debates and arguments and fights and this and that within TikTok, within YouTube, all of this stuff happens because a lot of people do Sancocho because there's no elders.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? Another thing is if they listen to the advice until bad things start to happen in their lives, because when you're dealing with spirituality, I guess I'm using the word energy. Right? When you're dealing with energy, spirits, the dead, I'm gonna use the word higher elevated dead, right? Those things.
Mhm.
You have to be careful. Cause you hear somebody say, "Oh, pop a coconut over your head to refresh things, to cool things," and you can cool a thought that's gonna help you save yourself. You get me? You have a
Exactly.
lot of thoughts running through your head, or this or that. Pop a coconut over your head. Did you divine for that? You get me? Was there divination for that? Because maybe you being like that saves you. You got a bunch of thoughts going in your head, and you feel bad. You're like, "I need to get up out of here," and you leave out of there, and death comes. Bunch of people
Yeah.
dying, or shootout, or
The
whatever
shootout.
happens.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But you use the coconut to cool it. Now you won't get the message, etc., etc. This stuff has never been cookie cutter because life is a web. Everything is interconnected and is rippling. So los sancochos, you don't know what you're doing or making up things is one thing. The positive sancocho is what the tradition is itself, and your our godparents or the elders are there. Within Ifa, obviously my godfather knew a lot of Ifa. I don't know. I always said he was initiated into that stuff, but he had friends. He had friends. This and that. That he knew too much to not be initiated. But
Yeah.
this is one thing: when you go into those traditions and speak to them, they'll orientate you. Look, you have to have enough knowledge to understand at what level is he speaking to you at. Because many balaos that I see online, and I don't want you guys to think that I'm throwing puyas at you or any of that. I'm provoking at you guys. No, what I'm referring is that the way that you guys speak, it is for outsiders. But you also have to understand that you got people that are from the inside looking in, part of the culture. And I know that they dumb things down. They
Mhm.
literally speak things. They don't give enough. And I'm not saying to give secrets because that's not what we're here for. but to orientate on what things really are, how things are really functioning. And there are great elders within the community. The problem is the new ones that are coming on Sancochero. And
Yeah,
everybody is a part of that. Everybody's gone through those stages. Who hasn't? I almost went through one, I got chewed out.
yeah. It's not about. It's not. They're not gonna give you secrets. They're not gonna teach you things, especially if they don't know you, especially if you're not initiated, all that. But the conversations that they should be having with people that want to come into this is conversations that are more enlightenment. You know, it gives you enlightenment. You know, really teaches you, or shows you something. You know, that's tangible, something you could chew. You know, not the stories. You know, because you could buy books and read all the stories you want. There's many of them.
And that's what I'm saying. If you don't want to be about Allah, but you want to somewhat study, get the books, read them. You can't put it into practice, but you can
Yeah.
extract the wisdom of life in it that is holding, because it has a whole lot of wisdom in it. Trust me, it does. Same
and be
thing with the
ca- and be
with the old ones.
And be careful who you talk to. You tell them that you're reading Oldums without being initiated.
They gonna get mad as hell, bro.
They might not even
They go,
take you on. Yeah.
yeah, don't say that. Obviously, you don't say that. But you see what I'm saying? You gotta really follow. If you're not initiated into that stuff, you gotta really follow like if it's the Bible. You get me? You gotta read like that to extract its knowledge. Um, and filter the wisdom and apply it to your life in that way. I'm not telling you to go read Ifa for you to get an opal and cast and do readings for people, so this for people. Nah, I'm not
No.
saying that. For the culture aspect of it, you get me, for the culture aspect,
Right.
because then you'll meet eye to eye with them and you understand why they say things. And the same thing as La Ocha, even though people are gonna say they're different, but they're the same. You get me? And our ancestors did that. We know what they know what we're talking about. And we'll go to Isheshe, now the ball games change. The
Things.
cowrie
Yeah.
shell is Ifa. You get me? And I beat by is Ifa. The polar nuts is Ifa. The tool don't matter. It's the symbol that really is there. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
And Ifa comes to be then a cult or a group. You
Mm-hmm.
get me? And Orisha's Orisha, bro. Isn't he Orumila and Orisha? You get me? So at the end of the day, it's all the same. But that's
Mm-hmm.
in their lands because the tool don't matter.
Right.
In reality, the Odun is Odun. Whether you
Mm-hmm.
cast twice or you cast once with the opening, or you inscribe in a way king, it don't matter. Odun is Odun. And obviously, prophecy and the way that you do things in Igbo change. We have ours here within Lukumi, but in their lands, listen to me. If you go over there, you look at the Nigerians, the amount of Igbos that they have. Bro, it's like a mountain. A little piece of bone of this, or a little tool of this, or this part, a bunch of stuff. You see what I'm saying? To try to
Mm.
divine. It's different than ours and the way things are
Yeah.
set up.
Yeah.
So Ifazi found no matter where you go. You get me? And that's the truth. And that's the truth of that. When that's perspective of theirs. The symbol's a symbol. And there's a lot of stuff here because La Ocha, Palo, and Ifa, at the end of the day, they go hand in hand. You just gotta make sure you don't do Sancocho.
Right.
You understand me? You gotta make sure you don't do Sancocho. Palo, you should not be putting no goddamn oduns down. That don't work. We do have our codes. We do use similar things as them. You guys are gonna see things.
Mm-hmm.
The art of spiritual warfare. We do have our things there. They have their FEMAs and IFA too, Atenas. They have their own things.
Mm-hmm.
Each land has their own way of doing things and it's very similar.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah.
So
There are practices.
to each his own there.
There are practices in voodoo. Then voodoo that has FEMAs too.
Exactly. You're not gonna
They-
see somebody putting down a FEMA Sarawanda. You get me? Saying, look, this is Sarawanda here in a voodoo party. No.
Mhm.
Or one of the rituals. No. They're gonna call it by their names and their things.
Mhm.
You get me? Etc. 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 They're gonna use gunpowder. They're gonna use fire. They're gonna use the same things that we do to the FEMA. They're gonna do the same
Muerto,
because
everything.
everything. Because they put down their oduns. They put down their somewhat FEMAs in front of their oguns. And La Ocha and Ifan, they set them boys off fire too. They do gunpowder to them and everything, same way that we do in ours. But guess what? I'm gonna tell you something. Do the neophytes see that?
No, they don't see that.
Do the beginners see that? They don't see those things.
See that.
See what I'm saying? They don't see those things, and they think that Saravanda, and once again, Ogun are two spirits in the spirit realm or two people and this and that at those lower levels.
And then the country, he's in the country with a machete. He's waiting for a tune to come with the
Yeah,
guard of
with the
honey and put
honey.
honey in his mouth to pull him out.
That did not happen. You see what I'm saying? That's letting you know. I don't want to get involved in that. That's una enseñanza on how a woman can bring out a man, pull out a man out of a
Exactly.
situation. That's what
Right.
it's
It's,
really
it's
saying.
it's to teach you something. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I laugh. I laugh because it's something that I went through. You know, it's something that I experienced. I went through. I seen it this way. I really thought that this is. I really thought that I could go to the woods. I could go to the river and speak to Ochun. You understand? I really thought I could go to the country, speak to Ogun with no problem, leave him something. You know, that's what I really thought it was. So I'm laughing at myself.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Let's we still gotta speak that, Andy, because one thing is sancocho and one thing is sancocho from the tradition. You get me, from the real one, the good one.
Right,
The
right,
bad sancocho that's made badly, and then the good one.
right.
What we're referring to, when we're referring to that, if you go to the ocean to drop some watermelons, if you go to the river to drop some pumpkins or whatever to speak to those or research, whatever you're gonna do, make sure that there was a divination done. Your
Exactly.
babalao, your Oba can tell you, hey, get your watermelons and take them there,
Yeah, your
etc.,
tata, whatever.
etc. This, or your tata too can tell you to take it there.
Go to the ocean, wash yourself, whatever.
You see that? Another thing is somebody who's crowned to take their things there. You get
Mm-hmm.
me? To change out their water and their orisha, whatever they're gonna do. That's a
Mm-hmm.
different conversation. Those people are
Right,
really speaking to Oshun. They're
right.
Oshun. You get
The
me?
ocean. The ocean, exactly.
That's a different conversation because some people
Mm-hmm.
are not crowned, and in certain readings, they might tell you, you need to go drop this off here
Mm-hmm.
so you can bear kids or whatever, whatever, whatever. But it's marked. See what I'm saying? It is marked there.
Right. But you have to do that. You have to take that. You have to receive this. All these things are for you, for the betterment of you. Same thing has to do with that ita. You know, that ita is received. That's your life right there. How many people get in, and even some houses have something that's almost like an ita. They call it a baka. And these are recommendations and things you should not do and eat. And people sometimes don't even follow these instructions. But at the same time, they want to do well. You understand? So you gotta be careful.
Now, this is, let's get this topic real quick. Then we can open up chat or whatever. You guys ask
Uh,
questions and stuff. Do want to say this. The stuff that we're speaking, Andy, why we didn't say this in the beginning? We should have said it. The stuff that
mhm.
we're speaking it from our perspective at whatever level of knowledge that we hold.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? I want to throw that disclaimer. I
It
always tell
was.
you guys in all my lives and everywhere that I go,
Mhm.
I speak. You choose to see it, accept it, and follow in that way or not. You get me? Because we all see things differently. At the end of the day, your practice is your practice. You get me?
Yeah, we are also
So,
looking at it from the outside,
yeah,
because of the
exactly.
experiences that we have had, or let's say all of you guys right there on here, I'm more than sure you guys have come upon videos, TikTok, YouTube, etc., 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 and you have sit down and watch something about Espiritismo, something about Ifa, something about Palo, something about Ocha, something about Voodoo, something about the 21 divisions, Sanse, and so forth, so Candomblé, and all that. Right? You sit down, but as a spiritual person, you sit down to listen to see what these people are talking about. You understand? So this is the same thing we do. We analyze, we hear, we try to see what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. You understand? Is it possible? Is it not? What's fugazi? And
Exactly. So
for
that's what go
you
ahead,
know what
Andy.
I
Go
mean?
ahead. My bad.
No. And the conclusion that we have had is that we're not saying that they do not know what they're doing. We're just saying that there are many of them that don't have the profound knowledge or haven't been taught plenty in order to take it to another level. And then those who have that knowledge don't teach it. And I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm just saying that you only have to be within them. You have to be in their circle in order for them to speak to you. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you see what me and Tata Matama doing here. Even though Tata Matama is the one running the show here, I'm just the spectator here and the
Nah.
moderator. You understand? but
Te
but
está limpiando la mano. He's like,
right. Clear watching my hand. Right? But anyways, this is como alguien. But no, I'm not. I'm with him 100% as my Tata.
real quick, real
But
quick, real quick. I'm gonna say something. El que mata la vaca y la aguanta, los dos están
igual.
culpables.
But at the same, así mismo, I'm culpable.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you just made me lose my train of thought, man.
But you're referring to the different levels of taking it
Right,
there.
right. Different levels in the same, but at the same time, they got. I would hope that they would teach others. Like you said, not the secrets, not stuff like that, but give them something a little bit more where they could really distinguish and what is the truth.
We
Not
do
and
that. We do that with
we
Apollo.
do it, and the thing is that a lot of people frown upon us because whether it's secluded, they don't say nothing, or write something or talk about what we do here because they look at it like it's incorrect, like we giving too much. Or right now they're gonna be saying, unless people saying right now, what are these two knuckleheads talking about Ifa and Ocha? I know, and it's absolutely right, but we're not
I gotta,
talking about it
yeah, and I gotta answer because it's the Afro-Cuban culture. I'm a
exactly.
part of it. You see
We
what
are
I'm saying?
part of it. We are part of it, and we're interested enough to learn about the culture, not just Palo. Learn the culture as a whole. You understand? Because if it came from there, we have to understand all of these things and what happened in the past and how it came to be and so forth. There are many stories, but which one is the right one? Which one is the correct one? Which one is the truth? Everybody, Hama has their stories, you know?
Has their own stories, and I like that. You know what I'm saying? He done said it right there perfectly. Some balaos, some obasas, some olorishas, some tatas, they know the truth. They know those are higher levels of understanding, but they're not gonna speak it to you and those other younger ones.
Mhm,
And you're gonna go through the money machine. You're gonna get bruised up and bunch of misunderstandings and concepts all over the goddamn place. You're not really understanding what's going on until you don't get to that level. Until he don't see that you're worth his time. And that's the
mhm.
truth.
If they honest and if they honest, but you're gonna get the ones out there that are just money machine and they're gonna keep you there forever until you wake up and move on. That's up to you.
And then the ones that are in those levels, right, that know the truth, and that's what I was saying in the other lives. They're just like me and Andy
Hmm.
and many priests that I speak to and all of that. We all know the same thing. We don't know. We sit here and we're like,
Hmm.
we don't know what the heck is going on. Because
Hmm.
once you get to a certain level of capping, that you have immersed yourself in the information and you know where it's coming from and how things came to be for the tradition, we're not referring to the practicality of it. Practicality is what I'm trying to give to you guys right now as
Hmm.
we speak. How
Right.
is this practical for you? Not to believe in it blindly of a rope and a goat and un árbol and a pataki has to do with it.
Hmm.
But that didn't really happen. And Oshun
Right.
and Ogun trying to pull him out the forest with a lick of honey. That didn't really happen. The
Right.
practicality of it, it is you are the woman, and you have to use honey to get him out of whatever he's at. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's always at work. He's always putting so much money aside, and he don't pay attention to you. And he's at work, at work, at work, or he's in the streets, in the streets, in the street.
Hmm.
You're Oshun. Use the honey to lure him back in.
Yeah. The
Bring him out of
sweetness.
there. The sweetness. That's what I'm really trying to
Yeah.
tell you in those old dunes. The
Right.
practicality of stuff.
If he's coming mad from work or heavy loaded or whatever, then the woman shouldn't be because he's already coming in that state. She should use her beauty, her calmness,
Yeah, because
and
he was in
sweetness.
the forest whooping up everybody. Anybody that goes get him, he'll
Yeah.
kill him. That's what Ogun was. So some guys they have the tendency of being pissed off because of work,
Hmm.
because of life, because of whatever happened, the shame, whatever. But some women, you see, their wife, their sister, or their mother, somebody, a woman, can show a little sweetness to him, can cool him
Hmm.
down.
Bring
That
them
is
down.
that is the practicality of what the old ones really trying to say.
The
And that's what I'm
teaching.
trying to explain. All the old dunes and the rituals and all the things that we're doing within any of those lands is the practicality. Same thing as the Mbungo and all of that crap. It's
Hmm.
practicality, the way that we speak it. But another thing is the reality of it.
It has
You
higher
get me?
teaching than what you just read or what you just hear. That's the point. There are higher teachings of what you read or what you hear. That's the main thing. Some things you take it literal, some things you got to take it non-literal, and you have to start looking at what is this really trying to tell me. You understand? Because you got to remember that these old dunes, even how our binary system, it's about life. You understand? They speaking to us about life experiences, life problems, life issues, how to solve it. Where did that come from? If the dead and human did not make an agreement to be able to communicate that way. You understand? That's what the whole
Mauritius,
thing
right?
is
You can say
about.
that too.
And Orishas too, yeah. The same
So
thing.
all those old ones son tratados. This is a treaty.
The treaties.
And everybody has their own school. There's different ways of doing things, different this, different that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That tradition is not cookie cutter either.
I'm,
Same as La Ocha.
I'm just like, how many people here are billionaires right now? They're online. You would have been a billionaire, you wouldn't even be here right now. How many of you got to pay this high money to buy food, high gas? You know what I'm saying? You could barely make it. The 1, 2, 3 jobs, children, headaches. These are life experiences, and not only I myself, but all you guys and girls go through the same thing. You understand?
Well, if you
And
want to speak about money real quick, we can speak about money real quick.
go ahead.
For the people who have large sums of money, like billions of dollars, there's only a few in the world anyway. I recommend you to go get a reading from a good Babalao, a good Obaodete, or a good Palero. You know why? Because this happens a lot in life. Death follows the trails, right? Life happens to people. And I know somebody who's very prosperous. It's too late now. Now it's too late. Now I can only help him with the court situation. But he was very prosperous. Multiple businesses. Married 9 years. He has an accident. Now in a wheelchair. He can't work. His wife wants to divorce him and take the kids. The money that he had is running out. You see? And he's trying to get the woman to pay for him because the woman never worked. Life. Just because you're up does not mean that you can't go down. And just because you're down does not mean that you can go up. Out of something
Exactly.
bad can come something good, and out of something good can come something bad.
Exactly.
Everybody in here, with money or without it, all have problems. And that's what people
Well,
don't understand, bro. People don't get it. They're in this la la land, bro. This is life. Wake
and the
up.
worst and the worst one is your health. That one right there, your health is bad. Forget about the money. Yeah, there's some doctors that could do certain treatments for you for the money, but that doesn't mean you're gonna be solved and your issues are gonna be taken care of just because you got the money.
I'm gonna tell you something. That guy that came to me, where do you think I referred him to? I referred him to Ifa. I sent him to those lands because I'm busy. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm busy. And that's another thing my Fuma told me. Send him to those lands. That's what we
Mm-hmm.
do. Send him to
Mm-hmm.
that land. At the end of the day, because the way that what we're gonna do within our land is not gonna be good. That's
Mm-hmm. No, we lost you again, or you coming back on? Somebody calling you? Didn't you
no,
put
no,
it
nobody's
on?
calling me.
Like, I don't know what the talking about. Ese muerto, están tirando brujería.
Yeah, yeah, está fuerte la cosa hoy. Está fuerte la cosa.
Lo quiere tumbar el
I
like.
like that. No, but these are things that we're speaking about that are real, and that's where I send them over there.
Yeah, you
Them
got
other
to.
priests, other lands, you got to listen what the informant's telling
Don't
you.
put much out. Yeah,
But
don't be
but you get
greedy.
to see only you think about that. Only when we're preached, we get to see the reality of life. You see what I'm saying? When you're there dealing with people's problems, and then you look at yours and you're like, this ain't no
Man,
problem. These are
I
real
ain't got
ones.
nothing. Yeah, exactly.
And that's how life is. And then now we can speak about something at the higher levels. This is not just for outsiders or new initiates that are trying to learn. I'm speaking more now from a standpoint of people who've been in the tradition, understand things and the way that they see them. And it's the concepts. We know life has ups and downs. Within all of these lands, and even Espiritismo, we spoke about in another life, we have a concept about the afterlife. And that's what we were saying that none of us really know. Even though within the Orders of Ifa and La Ocha, et cetera, all these things, they explain things. Like Egbe Odu, our family within the heavens. Ain't no goddamn heaven, within the spirit realm, right? Our family within the spirit realm.
Right.
And
You
that's where we're
feel
supposed to go. That sounds to me within Palo, see what I'm saying? Like Kumpemba, the spirit realm, where
Mm-hmm.
all the ancestors are at.
Exactly.
You get me? But do we really know that? We don't know that. You see what I'm saying? We're not 100%.
It's it's like that's the same thing I say with the other religions that don't have anything to do with Afro Cuban or anything that has to do with the the African or whatever tribes or people. I'm talking about more like you said the Abrahamic faith. I hate saying Abrahamic faith because Abraham was neither Jew or none of that. You understand? So he was that's I hate to say Abrahamic faith, but it's cool. I know people use it. Um, How do you know as a Christian, right? And I'm just speaking because I was a Christian once. My grandfather was a pastor. He passed away already. My mom was a Catholic, so I've been to both. That you are going to heaven when you die. How do you really know there's a heaven?
I
Like,
got an answer. I got an answer for that. I got a bunch of answers for. How do you know that? Me logically just thinking. Me logically thinking, and the way that they explain it, put it into words. Because
mm-hmm,
remember, when people speak, it's like pictures, like the way that you see it. And that's what
mm-hmm,
we're talking about. We're not talking about is a spirit realm real or not. We're going by what we experience. All of this had to come out of somewhere. But
mm-hmm.
the way that people speak about the afterlife, Andy,
I know,
we don't really know, right? And
right?
that's what you're coming from.
Mm-hmm,
But this is what I'm saying. Something we gotta go somewhere.
mm-hmm,
But you speak about some pearly gates and a doorway. That's what they speak about. Some little
mm-hmm,
pearly gates. How in the hell can there be pearly gates if gold
mm-hmm,
is only here in the materialistic world?
mm-hmm.
You get me?
And Jacob's
Everything that
ladder,
the way, yeah, Jacob's ladder
his
and a bunch
ladder,
of these things. You're gonna go to hell and burn. How am I gonna burn if I have no body to feel the heat? You
right?
give me those type of things that people
Yeah,
speak about that make no goddamn sense when you put it into words because we're only expressing the spiritual realm through the physical things
the
that we know.
physical,
And
right?
that realm is not like this. It
It's
cannot be like this. It
exactly
is spiritual.
it's spiritual. But you see, right now, I'm gonna come in. I'm sorry to cut you, but right now, not cut you, but cut into you. If I say here right now, and I with my fingers, I go Father, right? Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. I'm using Christianity. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. If you're honest enough, what comes to your mind? How does the Father look like? How does the Son look like? And how does the Holy Spirit look like? If you're honest enough and you've been in these practices because of your family, to your mind is gonna be something of power, an old man, maybe, white beard or something. A son, sexy with blue eyes, nice, glowing, and a spirit that you could barely see. A smoke or something. You're gonna put pictures to those things, and until those pictures you wipe them out of your mind, you're never gonna get
Y-
past that.
Yeah, you're not gonna be ready. You're still at the lower understanding of things. Santa Claus levels. You got other traditions in the way you're looking at the way things are functioning. That's what we're trying to explain. So when they
Right.
speak about Egbe Odun and this, and that, and they're up in the sun or it's a family communal, okay. One thing is the way that you're expressing, another thing is what you're trying to think, the way that you see it. And the way I'm trying to think about it in my head. You get me? Because in that realm, there's no physicality. And things must be completely different the way that we think of them. You get me? I'm not talking about the mere image of how things are functioning. That's a different conversation there, which Fox speaks about that in their lands too. I'm talking about the true realm. Not the heavens, the spirit realm. I don't like to use the word heavens.
Yeah, spirit
You get
realm.
me? The spirit realm. But they have that inscribed like that in the heavens. When you die, you go to heaven. No, no,
Mhm.
no. We go to the spirit realm. A heaven and hell has to do with different concepts. Babalawo is what they're going to say, heavens. But you see, that's
Listen,
the lower levels of understanding for people.
listen. If you want to use the word, if you want to use the heavens and hell, all of us who are living bad and going through conditions that are bad is hell. The only way you'll be in the heavens if you're not living in these conditions. That you're well off, you got good health, you got money, you got cars, you got everything you want, you in the heavens. But hell, we're all in.
No, and then this. Only the priest from those other lands and even within Palo are going to get what I'm saying. Only those priests are going to be able to be like, yeah, I see what you're talking about. That there's no such thing as that heaven the way that people picture. Because I don't picture Egbe Odun like the heavens, some goalie gates or is up there somewhere. I know it's somewhere else, non-local.
Exactly.
And that's where all of our ancestors are. That's what they're really trying to say. But the book says the heavens, so I'm gonna speak what the book says. Because you gotta speak Odun. You get me? Another thing is you see is what the word is, another thing is what is meaning by it.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to get to. At the lower levels, you guys are gonna get sucked up with all of that crap. Once you're a priest, anda caminando, you're going meeting masters within these traditions and even grandmasters within the traditions, you're going to come to understand things a little bit different.
It's gonna
And
take you a
all the
lot of
hocus,
walking though.
it's gonna take you a lot of walking, but that hocus pocus, all that hocus pocus and all that stuff is gonna start to leave,
Yeah,
and you're gonna
dissipate.
see the reality of it. And I'm telling you, at our levels, when we're speaking, you see what I'm saying? When we're speaking, you get to experience those occurrences, the occurrences of those oduns, because that's what it is. There's not a story; it is an occurrence, a probability, a situation of what can you experience. Like what we were speaking about. To many of these people, think about it. God
Hmm.
has been cutting out the live of Fumba Trupum because we've been babbling. You get me? That's what's been going on right here. We don't call that damn Odin to occurrence or Fumba Trupum, etc.,
Listen,
etc.
listen. Number one, those who believe in a higher power, right? Let's say those who believe in a higher power. If that higher power gets sick, he's no longer a higher power. How can a higher power get sick and all these demigods try to heal him and could not? But the smallest one that they laughed at and ridiculed was the one who saved the life of that higher power. Does that make sense to you? Or is there
Yeah, bro.
something beyond
Yeah,
that?
that's an apataki, bro.
I know. I'm just
Yeah,
not
that's an
saying the
apataki.
name. I'm just not saying the names. Yeah. Does it make sense to you?
No,
A
no.
higher
First things
power?
first. First, we're gonna ask this: the higher power, how can they get sick? Isn't he? Can't he heal himself?
Exactly.
Come on, man. But it's referring to like the higher power Olofin. See what I'm saying?
Right.
What you're referring to is the father, a
Right. The
dad,
father and the
and
son.
all of his kids. You see, all of the
Right.
kids. The youngest one is the one who's
Who
gonna take
helped
him,
save them.
who
Yeah.
helped save him, take him to do to the hospital, to this, to that, etc.
Right.
The rest of them are not. That's what it's
Right.
trying to say. That's an
Mm-hmm.
abataki.
Yeah. The rest of them just didn't do
He
what
said,
was enough.
I think he said that's a legua. La falava. I don't remember the abataki, bro. But
It is,
hopefully it is.
it is, but you know what I mean? But no, not to put names, you know what I'm saying? You know?
So you got to think about it. So that's a legua. I
Yeah.
guess so. And you see now, think about this. Look, think about this, J. Ortiz. What do they say about Elegua in the Afro-Cuban diaspora? That there's no such thing as Elegua when the Isheshas are looking at us. There's only Eshu. That's the history of it. That got made up in Cuba. I stay with Elegua because I don't seen people speak up with the cowrie shells of Elegua,
And it
and holy
hits.
fuck,
Yeah,
holy,
it hits.
excuse me for the language, but and it hits, bro. So that Elegua is real. But if the Ishesha see that story or they look at it, ain't no such thing as a leg. Well, that's Eshu. But wasn't Eshu in the beginning creating in the darkness? So now
Darkness.
Eshu become the son of of God. So you see, these are the things that it contradicts itself. But that's a good thing. You see, how could if God got sick, how could God get sick and not heal himself? How could he even get sick? He's God.
Listen, how could the devil in the Bible go up to God when the angels, and I'm mixing this up for they don't think we're just hitting on that. How could the Satan go up to the heavens when the angels of God were coming to report to God of what they were doing, the jobs that God gave them to do, whatever, saving people, whatever it may be. And the devil comes up and he has to give his report to God. If he's the devil and he's evil and darkness and everything, he's still coming to God because God is higher than him.
Mhm.
It's teaching you, if you look at it, if you want to look at it in that way, you got to see the yin and the yang. There has to be both in order to have balance. Can't be one more than the other. You understand? The scripture says, right, that, like, and I said it last time, if God states that he creates evil, he does it himself. But if you read that and you'll surpass it, you keep thinking that the devil supposedly is the one with the pitchfork. He's killing people. He's taking lives and all this. This is just a concept, something to explain something. But people take it like it's literally like that. You understand?
So that's what we're trying to explain. Eso es lo que estamos tratando de explicar.
Right.
That there are concepts, us as beings, us as human beings mature. We're not little kids.
Mm-hmm.
Learn to think. The quality of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. the way that you
Mm-hmm.
think, the way that you see things, because your thoughts and the way you take those perspectives are filters. And that's modality modality. You're just individually create your
Right.
reality. You got to be careful at what you that is a part of you, that you accepted it. When you say I'm a Christian, you see life differently.
Mm-hmm.
Than us as taras,
Mm-hmm.
than a babalao. And the reality changes just from changing an idea, the way that you see it. So when these
Mm-hmm.
babalaos are speaking things, they speak them at lower levels, at neophytes. All you guys who are trying to get into the traditions, they're at lower levels. Then babalao, he went through that, but he sees life differently now.
Mm-hmm.
And he understands that the mind is a tool.
Mm-hmm.
That is not who we really are. And whatever you put on that platform is going to project it outwardly. And half of you guys might not even understand what I'm saying, but that's what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where
Exactly.
fear comes in. Fear
Mm-hmm.
about death, attachments, all of this stuff, all your problems, all of these things. And it's just trying to teach you. That's why it gives you advice to adjust to where
Mm-hmm.
you're at right now within the circle of life,
Right.
which is the Oponi Phi at the end of the day. That
Mm-hmm.
represents the circle of life. Everybody knows that. You get me?
Yes, sir.
So these things are really real at
Mm-hmm.
the
Higher
top
levels.
levels. Yeah, the
Right.
higher levels of understanding, of being mature, of going through
Mm-hmm.
the dirt of ignorance. Because
Mm-hmm.
everybody had ignorance at one point. And
Exactly.
still, when you're up here, you start to question what you know. And that's
Mm-hmm.
what I always say. Don't you let that die out. It's like a little spark. Don't you let your ignorance die out.
And you
Always
have
be
to
aware of it.
adjust. And you have to adjust. You see, because if even as human beings, right? If you said something one day and then you found that what you said was incorrect, you should adjust and say, "Hey, I said this, but this was incorrect. This is this." Like really for yourself, at least adjust yourself. Don't keep it that way. And the back end, and you already like it's like having godchildren. You teach your godchildren certain things, but if you see that there's something that comes in from another elder, something that is concurrent, that's really he's giving you proof on and the way it should be, then you should think, was I teaching this correctly? Or this is Muhammad teaches this? Or I'm looking at it with different eyes. And he's looking at it more profound. And he gives me the understanding, and now I'll go be like, hey, let me adjust this, let me fix this, because it's like saying I'm sorry when you do something wrong. Some people
Yeah,
say it, some
so
people don't,
so
you
what does
know?
that have to do? It has to do with the ego. Some people
Yeah.
are
Ego.
afraid to say that they don't know. And I'm telling, and I'm going against that. I'm like, let people know that you don't know. I already told you. I look at Andy. Andy, how many times I told you? I'm like, Andy, when you ask me these questions, I'm gonna tell you that I don't know. I'll be asking for them, or I try to read for them, or I don't know that. And
You're looking for
everybody
the
I speak to
information.
don't know that. You see, because we don't know it all. And I say
No.
it too. We'll stand there for it. And if I teach something to somebody, and then I get more knowledge and I grow, I'm like, look, that we do, or I used to, or I said it was incorrect. Which that happened to me one time when I was young.
You got
I had a
to.
goddaughter. A god sister, and in reality, it was my sister-in-law. She gets initiated. She has a dream with a una sombra, a black sombra.
It was a shadow.
Yeah, it was a white no, it was a black or white sombra. I don't remember, but I know when I told her that, I said, "Oh, that's a bad spirit." I
Mm-hmm.
told her that. Oh, that's a bad
Mm-hmm.
spirit. Time passed by, and she went to my godfather and told me that. And my godfather, man, he was a hell of a teacher. So they're speaking about it there, and she said, "Yeah, Angel told me this and that. It's a bad spirit." Blah, blah, blah." Because that sister-in-law of mine, or that god sister of mine, she's like a magnet. She picks up everything, the vibe. So
Yeah.
once I understood that, my godfather told me that when I would come around my brother and her, I would always put, let's say like meditation music or like melodies that are
Mm-hmm.
beautiful, so the atmosphere can be calm.
Right.
Because if you come in to routed up, the woman will get routed up. If you come in
Yeah.
with depressed, she will get depressed. She was like that, a magnet to the atmosphere. So when I
Mhm.
always showed up, I always showed positivity so she can be in that mellow state. But my godfather, he told me he was saying about that she's a magnet, this, and that. And I learned that. But anyway, she leaves and I stay there in the back porch with my godfather, and he tells me, what the fuck? He said, what were you talking about? Que son muerto curo, what this and that? Son un muerto curo. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the way that he explained, I'm not gonna get into the depth of what that
Yeah,
was,
you're ignorant to that. You
but
know what I
I
mean?
was ignorant. You see what I'm saying? And I learned that there that day. And my godfather obviously had the skills not to chew me out in front of her, but he
Right,
just between him and me and him, he told me the truth. He's like, no, it's not. I see.
right,
And we all go through them. We all have those situations. You get me?
exactly.
Like I've seen it with you sometimes, Andy, too. That you say this, and then I come and I over, and you know what I'm saying? I give more knowledge and backwards too. I
Hmm.
we've been on group chats, and I say something, and Andy comes out of his experience, and he let's say orientates the situation better in a way that I never seen it because he obviously lived longer than what I have, has more experience, especially when it comes to kids, et cetera, et cetera.
The
So the
world,
way I want
yeah.
to resolve a problem is not the same way that Andy would want to resolve a problem with wisdom, and I will adjust to it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So ignorance at the end of the day, you see what I'm saying? We got to keep it close to us. Everybody
Hmm.
thinks that ignorance is bad. No, 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 no. Ignorance, it can also be good.
Yeah.
There just must be a perfect balance. Don't let that to die out.
Hmm.
And I'm referring to that because it's your ego. How many priests on social media right now, as we speak, they don't have the heart because they're blinded by their ego to say, I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Well, to give credit,
Or to give credit. You get me?
that's tough.
But you know how I am. To each his own.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? To each his own. People got to work on things. And at the end of the day, life is for yourself, for what you're going to take out of it. It is your book that you're writing, your story. You get me?
Yeah, what you gonna leave behind? It's upon you.
It's like I don't know, like people want their life to be read by everybody else, and
They
I'm like,
want all.
nah.
They want all the shine, and it's not shine in a sense for of what we're talking about. To be or to look like we better or Tata's better or you know more than no, it's not that. It's so people so people could give, like I said, credit to credit is due, man, because life is like that. We don't know everything. All of us learn something from each other. You understand? Especially in social media, there's so many platforms, so many things going on here, where you could sit down and learn so much. You understand? But if you're gonna start doing something, right, and that wasn't knowledge that you knew or you procured from your elders, but you learned it from someone else, and then you're gonna put things out that was not yours or wasn't taught by you, but you accept it and you know that it's great knowledge, then at least give the person the credit. You're not doing nothing. You're just giving the person the credit. Hey, you actually, for me, it makes me even feel more better giving the person the credit. Like
Yeah,
this
like
wasn't me.
yeah, like I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna say something. The other day I was speaking among priests, and there was a situation that was happening within Palo houses. I'm not gonna get into the details. Within Nkisi's, this, and that. And there was a priest, right? A lot of experience within La Ocha, and he fought. I mean, within La Ocha and Palo, and he throws out a hell of an animistic idea. His name is Brother Oba. He said, grab a papaya, put this on the Nkisi, do this, do this, do that. He said it to another one, and I said, hold on, I need to write that down. Due to the fact that one day I can find myself in that situation and I don't know how to escape, and maybe I do a divination and my Nkisi says, yeah, do that so it can cool this guy down. And I remembered it. You see what I'm saying? I learned things from all priests from different lineages, different things. Even Babalaos, et cetera, et cetera. But that don't mean that you take it to practice. That don't mean I have to change my practice. It is like cards up your sleeve that one day you will use.
And you
You get me? Because
adjust
I,
it
I
and you
interact with a
adjust it.
bunch of people.
Right.
You get
And
me?
you adjust it. You adjust it also. Because it doesn't, you see, when you spoke about papaya, papaya could be used for many things. It all depends what that inquisi
You
or
want
what
you
that
you
what
you
the
want me to go
don't
into it? You
yeah
want me to go in?
don't give the receta though, but
Yeah, I'm not
go
gonna.
into it.
Maybe Brother Oba might get pissed the hell off.
Yeah,
He
go
might be
ahead.
like, "Hey, what the fuck? Where you giving my secrets away?"
Yeah, don't give
You see what I'm
that.
saying? So
But
I don't want to.
go into it because it's
If
about
it were mine,
adjusting.
if it was mine, I would give it out. You see what I'm saying? But it's not
Hmm.
mine. That is a card up my sleeve.
Right,
Para el día mañana, for tomorrow, I got a problem
right.
like that. A godchild, a grandson is in a tradition, don't know what he doing. I can be like, look, man, I gotta,
Look,
et cetera, et cetera.
Tata Az gave me one too that I never thought about for court issue. I keep it on my sleeve.
Yeah, you see, you keep them under your sleeve. And that
Yeah.
has to do not with concepts, but with actual medicine. And Ifa guy's full of them. Ifa, a bunch of Babalaos got different remedies, but remember, they use it by Odun. Medicine is built off of Odun in the situation, same as in Palo, but to each his own. You get
Right.
me?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows that. So it's a maña, and Espiritismo has their mañas. And
Mm-hmm.
that's another thing that has to come with the tradition. As you guys go interacting with different people, you'll start to see the different forms of medicine, animistic ideas to resolve problems that they learn from their elders or experience. Like I gave one the other day. Look, I'm gonna say it. Sesame seed leaf. The sesame seed leaf. You know, sesame seeds that represent illnesses, all that we don't consume, et cetera, et cetera. It cause problems.
Mm-hmm.
All these things,
Mm-hmm.
right? Even within La Ocha and Ifa, sesame seeds
Mm-hmm.
represent illnesses
Illness.
and shit like that, right? But the leaf of it, let's not tell you that is used for love work. You make a masamamba, right? Spiritual water, kimbanza, or what they call umiero, right?
Humero, yeah,
With that
humero.
leaf, and you bathe with that, you have to be careful because it will make somebody,
Hypersensitive.
yeah, hypersensitive to sexuality. Let's just say that.
Right.
A lot of erections, a lot of things going on for the
Mm-hmm.
men. And I learned, I learned that sesame seed leaf. So you got to be careful. They're mostly selling the Chinese shops or
Yeah.
markets. Sesame
True.
seed leaf. You see, I learned that through time. I learned that. Eso fue mucho que me dio la,
Ajá,
¿qué me
la luz.
entiende?
Mm-hmm.
La luz for that. Sesame seed leaf. Remember that. That leaf does that. You learn as you go practicing, or you learn among priests and what's going on, and that's
Yeah.
it's called medicine. Right? That's just medicine. That's medicine to apply to uh an occurrence or a problem.
Yeah, the
But that
current
don't mean that
situation
every sesame seed leaf you're gonna give to every person that has a love issue. You see
doesn't
what I'm
work
saying?
that
That
way.
it's not, let's say, wanting to have sexual intimacy with their spouses. You can't do that to every single one. You put that on there, it might cause death to the guy. That's why
Mm-hmm.
divination is involved. But as you guys go along, you see,
He might be
um,
like he drank 3 Viagra's or something.
yeah,
Gotta go to the hospital,
yeah,
get
climbing
drained
the
out.
ladder. As
Yep.
as people go climbing the ladder through with experience through the tradition and whatever tradition you're in, whether Palo Ocha or Nifa, you're gonna start to accumulate that and new ways of seeing things, not that lower level stuff.
Right.
And we're here speaking the truth. I'm here speaking the truth of it because when I first started, I used to see the impungos differently in the way I see them
Same.
now.
Same thing with me.
Same thing as all these elders, 70, 40, 50 years, whatever they're in, they see the Orishas differently than when they did when they first started. And none of them say it. They see their Itases completely different than when they first got it. They were sitting in that chair. The Obasas, when they first started doing divination, that
They're not the same.
many people, when they start being around divination or having to speak to people, they're scared, this or that. That left them. Now they see the Oduns completely different. They see things differently as time went by. And you always got to squeeze out the practicality of the traditions, not the folklore and all of this mumbo jumbo abracadabra stuff, even though it's taught at the lower levels and these platforms here. And that's what I'm telling to all these new guys or all the people that are trying to get into these traditions. There is so much more than what meets the eye within all of these traditions. You
Exactly.
get me? And Sancocho, it is here with lines of respect,
Mm-hmm.
positively. Now, the negative one is that. Again, you got
There
me.
we go.
You can hear
No, go
me.
ahead. No, go ahead. Say it again. I lost you. Some brujos and brujos are coming, bro. I'm telling you. Think he's coming back on. Ay, ay, ay. Sunday, tomorrow work, guys. Woo! I ain't ready. You guys ready to work? I hate Mondays. I don't know why. All right, we got him on again.
Yeah, that
There
was a
you go.
phone call.
Yeah, put that thing in airplane mode or something, man.
I did. I don't know what happened to it. Let me see. Let me see. I don't know. I don't know what happened to it. Anyway, and that's the truth. That's the truth. So we got to go little by little. At the higher levels, question things, man. The spirit realm, nobody knows what the heck is going on here. What really happens after we go is all a belief.
You
And
know, also I was gonna tell you, see, the same what you're speaking about, right? Listen, man, let me tell you something. Let me tell you guys. Listen, I used to see everybody, right? There was in the tradition with a bóveda, a spiritual table with a white mantle, and it has an amount of cups and stuff like that with water, and in the center there's one that's bigger, and they have a cross. Some use a cross, some don't use a cross or whatever. They might have some books of prayers, like Allan Kardec's books and stuff and so forth. They might have an elderly, somebody that passed away, right? You know, and there'll be a picture there, whatever. They might have a Madama, Francisco, whatever. And I used to see the people with these things, right? And I got so interested that I was like, man, I'm gonna go to the dollar store and buy me some of those cups because they sell the wine glasses for cheap in the dollar store, right? So I bought a big one and I bought like 9 of the other cups, and I filled them up with water. I put a mantle, white mantle, and I put the cups down in there, you know, kind of visualizing how I seen them and all that, and I just put them. And I bought a cross, a crucifix made out of stainless steel so it won't get rusty, and I had it on top, you know, like halfway inside the water and the center one. Mind you, I don't know that you're supposed to, you know, have somebody do that for you, or at least know prayers and what is that for, and who you sit in the all this stuff. I didn't know none of that. I just seen it and said, well, this has to do with the tradition. You know, like I want to be down. You know, I want to be able to get some help too, and I would sit down, read my Allan Kardec book in that mesa in that table, and all this faith, you understand, and pray, and sometimes even clean myself with the center water. I will clean myself with it, you know, or do the crucifix sign or whatever, without not knowing what I'm doing, man. When the not the first one, the second padrino that I had, right? He came to visit me, and I bring him downstairs to the basement. I had my stuff in the basement, and he sees the table, and he tells me, "Oh, you tiene una bóveda también? You have a bóveda too?" Who consecrated that for you? Who taught you how to put the cups? I was like, nobody. And who's sitting in each and every of those cups? I said, what you mean who's sitting in those cups? Who they represent? I said, nobody. He said, oh, Papa, this is all wrong, bro. You shouldn't even have that there, but those are portals. You understand? And I'm like, really? Just for following, for seeing. Ignorant, man. I'd empty those cups in a heartbeat, wash them out. I never put a bowl with that no more. Never.
see what I'm saying? The Espiritita now are gonna be like, what? This, and that. Obviously, that wasn't me. That wasn't his times. I didn't do that. I didn't tell him that. Anyway, he don't need no boy no more.
Nah.
But at that time, whoever was that priest, he did tell you that's a portal. If you don't know what you're doing, they come through. You don't
Right.
know what you're doing. I never had a boa. I didn't see my godfather with a boa, but he did have
It,
a boa. My godfather at one time did have him because I hear the stories, right? The stories he used to tell me. So you see, that already lets me know that if I would have I would have got with my godfather at a different time when he was younger and not well defined, my practice would have been influenced differently. You get me? And there's nothing wrong with a bola or any of that.
no, there's
It's
nothing
very
wrong
much
with it.
needed. It's very much needed for the people who
Spiritual.
practice Espiritismo.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Spiritual
And there's
awakening,
old dudes for
awareness.
that within their lands too. Within Ifa tell you, yo, you need a bowl with that, papa. You
Mm-hmm.
get me? And our ancestors put those agreements there. That's why many of them don't crown
Mm-hmm.
people after they crown, et cetera. To each
Mm-hmm.
his own to whatever the politics within the world of living and what you want to do with your spirituality. But the real question is this: why do they call it a spiritual frame? Why a frame? Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yep.
that's that's that. I'm gonna give them that one. That's that. Why do they use that word spiritual frame? Like we say the heavens. You
Mm-hmm.
see, why is it a spiritual frame?
Exactly.
Huh? Why they use that word? Cuadro
Espiritual.
espiritual. Is there a
Espiritual.
frame in the spirit realm? Huh? Because a frame that's what's
Yeah,
behind me
that's
right there,
square.
where it says family gathers. That right there, it's a frame.
Right. That's how we understand it as.
Right? Why do they call it a spiritual frame?
Hmm? Or
You see,
court.
or spiritual court, right? Pero le dicen cuadro espiritual,
Padre espiritual. Yeah.
right? El cuadro espiritual, spiritual frame. Why do they use that? And it all has to do with the cups. Look at it. It's a frame. The spirits that go there.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? That's the
Yeah.
way it is. Obviously, the people's talk about now position, this, and that's a different thing. That's for espiritista. That nothing to do with
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. They got different
But
ways of how they put their cups for different occasions and stuff. That's why.
the way that it is a frame. The way that it is with the one in the center.
The one in the center.
And that's the reason why le dicen un cuadro espiritual. Este es mi cuadro. Míralo aquí, todos los espíritus míos. All the spirits are here.
Right. That's
You
your
get me?
frame, and at the same time, that's your court because they become your court.
You get me?
Yep.
So these are the things that I'm referring to. Understand the simplest things, the ABCs. Why do they call it a frame and not a circle? Why do they call it a spiritual triangle? You
You
get me?
know.
Why
You
don't
know.
they
You.
call it a spiritual star?
You know that I met one tata that that he would have icaras of water in front of his inquisis.
Which, you see what I'm saying? I don't do that, but there's people who do that, and I agree with it because the dead show up there.
Mm-hmm. Show up in the water. Yeah.
Everybody knows that at the end of the day is a portal.
The portal is reflections, a mirror is.
Many people
Yeah.
put cups of water in front of their inquisis. I don't do that unless I need to do something. Unless I need to do this or that, well, then Kisi tells me to do it. But people put them there for the dead to show up there, which is fine. Put candles in it. Every thought out to their own. Everybody will do their own thing. There's no
Mm-hmm.
right or wrong
Right.
when it comes to that. But the thing is to know what you're doing it for.
Exactly.
That's
What's
the
the
key.
purpose?
And there's people who have espiritismo classes. If you don't know what you're doing in espiritismo, reach out and then question. You'll figure out if that person is good or not once you start to interact within the community. If what they say is real or not. Because somewhat it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Different little mañas here and there, but the concepts or the way things are functioning is the same. And
Yep.
remember, espiritismo has also its levels. I'm already telling you. In the
Mm-hmm.
beginning, you see things one way, and as you grow with knowledge and experience, you'll start to see espiritismo completely different.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? And that's the problem that we have within the traditions. We got the elders or people who have a lot of experience and the way they see the traditions than other ones that don't have enough experience argue, even though they're a priest. You see that? And all that has to be done is with respect. We're adults, we can communicate and
Exactly.
try to meet eye to eye with them.
Right.
Because I remember when Andy, when we first met, how much was it? Every day, a bunch of questions. It was all about concepts because Andy already had the gist for the practice of how to run rituals, how to do certain things.
Mm-hmm.
Majority, like a good like 80, 90%. He was missing a few things, but he knew that what he was missing was concepts.
Yeah. The important stuff.
The most important thing is
Very
concept. How
important.
are things functioning? Why do I do this? Why are our elders doing this? See, why do we put it in a pot? Nobody can
Mm-hmm.
answer that.
Right.
It's simple questions, those are simple things, but why is it there? When people look at the Inkisi, the pot with all of that, they think of a demon living in there or
Mm-hmm.
something in there.
Because
And
they
to
focus on
me,
the pot. They focus at the actual thing. They don't focus on forget about the pot. Is the spirituality.
right, so we're going to start with that. They look at it, let's say a non initiate looks
Mm-hmm.
at it, ooh, they get scared. There got to be a damn demon in there or something. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
That's non initiate. Initiate level, the dead lives there.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? That's the other interpretation. I don't know that he
Mm-hmm.
lives in that pot. A little bit higher of interpretation or understanding of what's going on. That is his body. You see
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? That's the Mfumba's body. What you do
Mm-hmm.
to it, it receives.
Mm-hmm.
Higher one, that is his animistic idea. It don't live there.
Mm-hmm.
You see what
Mm-hmm.
I'm
They don't
saying? It
live there.
don't
They
live there
don't
at
live
all.
there. Exactly.
It is the portal for him to receive and
Mm-hmm.
experience the physical realm. Him and a bunch of other guys that show up there that you put in there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You get
Yep.
me? You
Yep.
see, there is levels to it. Same thing for Ifala, Ocha, et cetera, et cetera. All of these things have different levels of understanding of what's really going on.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? And Espiritismo is the same way.
Yeah.
All of these traditions have that. And these are the problems that we have. Estos son los problemas. See, some people think that when you do a fulazo, el muerto sale por ahí caminando. It comes out running like
Yeah,
this.
yeah, he goes out right.
They literally think that,
Yeah,
literally, and that's at a certain level. You get me?
exactly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just, I guess, I guess
Think
hopefully
about this
things will
too.
be.
If this frame gets picked up, is and hit the ground, they think that a spirit that you can't see hold it and moved it like that. That's the way they think, because that's the way they project the
Yeah,
dead
yeah, with a
movies and
hand.
this and that.
Yeah, with a
And it don't
hand.
work like that.
Hmm.
It don't work like that. You see what I'm saying? Things are not functioning like that. So that's already those are keys that for the priest already or people who see things like that. Oh, there's more. There's
Hmm.
a different way of the way things are functioning. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the stuff I'm trying to tell you guys to think, find the concepts, because that's where it is. That's where you're gonna get the practicality out of it. Ahí está la practicality. But that's at higher levels. You first got to start believing in the dead like that. Because Andy did it, I did it,
Oh yeah.
we all did it.
Yeah.
And then one day maybe you can see a dead. Then maybe the spirit can project itself to you or allow you to project
To
it.
see
Maybe
it.
that's the
Yeah.
key.
Mhm.
You get me?
Yeah.
He said the pot is an a vessel, which is true. But why we use pots? You see what I'm saying? Then why we use clay pots? Why you can use whatever, any receptacle. But the pros and cons to all of that, et cetera, et
Hmm.
cetera, et cetera. Traditionally, what is used and why is you'll start to see it. And does it make it or break it? No, it just changes the tradition a little bit. Or not the tradition, the practice of it.
Hmm.
If you got it in a clay pot, your practice is going to change a little bit if you have it in an iron pot
Hmm.
on what you can do with it or not.
Right.
Uh, if you got it in a sack or in a
Yeah, it's
gourd
different.
or this,
Yeah.
you're going to start to change it. If you're
Hmm.
in kisses just an empaca, bro, by itself.
Hmm.
So you see what I'm saying? You'll go changing and doing things according to the way it's structurized. There's different, there's a bunch of stuff, but there are boundaries. There are lines of
Right.
respect,
Right.
tradition,
That
this and
lines.
that. And you can't get away from that either.
Yeah, you can't.
Because if you do it, you're gonna dilute your linaje and the tradition as a whole. You gotta,
Hmm.
if things change within a lineage, everybody has to be in accordance.
Hmm.
I'm talking
Agreement.
about
Yep.
drastic change, main things. You get me?
Hmm.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. For
Hmm.
you guys. And Ifa is a bunch of things, and La Ocha is a bunch of things, and Palo is a bunch of things. There's a lot of understanding. You got to get into them. That's what I be questioning, the concepts.
Hmm.
And Espiritismo, a lot of stuff I don't know, or I question on their concepts because it's drenched with, let's say, Christianity or Catholicism or the way of the spirit realms. You get me? And the way we picture things about those concepts there. And then you go
Right.
to La Ocha Ifa and this, and things are different, or they filter the information from La Ocha and Ifa through spiritualism. Many people do that.
Hmm.
They filter a cuadro espiritual por Ifa. ¿Tú me entiendes? Oh, that's your Beulum. This is this, this is that. And that's how this is functioning. How do you know that for sure? Because
Hmm.
Ifa was already there before the cuadro espiritual and all that stuff came to be. You get
Hmm.
me? And the way that we structurize the concepts in our mind. I'm not saying Ifa is better. I'm just saying or Espiritismo is less than. I'm not referring to the car, to the thing. I'm referring to the driver, the way that we see things in our mind.
Hmm.
You get me?
Yeah, that's the thing right there.
We can open it. Want to open it up for questions?
Hold on. That was the first question, I think, right?
And let's see. Was there any blowbacks from being scratched on a spiritual pot, or did nothing just happen and things were normal? I don't think he was. Were you scratched on a spiritual pot or no?
I was well that spiritual that to me that's what they told me his pot was a spiritual pot. There's it's just nothing helped me out. Listen, if you're asking because of my situation, I was 5 years. I left the place after a couple of months, and I told him why respectfully, and he's still with his mouth open. Even his wife that I loved a lot, Madalena, she looked at me like damn. You understand? Like, and he didn't say nothing to me. Neither did she. And I did an about face and walked out the door from the Botanica. After that, I got I was down, man. I felt down. I felt like if this is happening here, you understand? Like you get disappointed. You lose that energy for it. You understand? So 5 years after that, I wasn't looking for nothing. I just kept being me and doing me. For us, we don't initiate nobody no spiritual part. We don't even have spiritual parts. If the spiritual part, what you're meaning is that you didn't get it from or that it's not, because see that's another controversy with the spiritual parts. Because even our parts are spiritus, are spiritual parts, but not in that sense. Even that right
Challenge.
there, you understand, is confusing because then you got to watch how you say it because a spiritual part
You see, so
compared.
let want to orientate. Let's orientate. And Nganga is a spiritual pot.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? It's a pot with a spirit in it. Isn't Nganga a spiritual pot? It is. It's a pot with a spirit in it. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
wait, no, but a spiritual pot doesn't have an inquieto or quiso, what they were referring. A piece of
Uh-huh.
bones.
A piece of bone.
Well, guess what? How many Ngangas don't have bones in them?
At all.
At
Exactly.
all. A bunch of them do. You see what I'm saying? A bunch of Ngangas don't have bone in them. They're built with rocks. Old school Mayombe. Everybody
Right.
knows that. So that's a
Mm-hmm.
spiritual pot. You
Mm-hmm.
see, what they're referring to as spiritual pot is el espíritu, supposedly. Right? I don't know. 'Cause I don't have no spiritual pot.
I don't got that
Right?
neither.
This spiritual pot is materialized from your spiritual court. So
Mm-hmm.
the ego or the enfumbe or the spirit and muerto, right? From la
Mm-hmm.
bóveda, from the spiritual court is, let's say, encapsulated, or his portal is this pot now.
There's that part now.
And most of the time they're gonna say it's a Congo, but you don't know who the Congo is, bro. You
Exactly.
get me? You don't know. I don't know. But to each, I respect that, and I believe in it. I don't know it though. I don't need. I don't know if it's 100% true, but they have it like that. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you deal with it. You tend to it. Now, another thing is, if you're referring to a spiritual pot, that there's a rock materialized with a spirit, that's a different conversation. Ahí sí hay algo,
Mm-hmm.
100%, because the guy built it like that. And
Mm-hmm.
then they don't. Let's say they don't have a force of nature. Let's say yo, send me my spiritual pot. It's not a salawanda, it's not a siete it's not this, it's not that, because they don't have. It was never converted to that. But guess
Mm-hmm.
what? Spiritual pots tienen hasta firma adentro, papo. They got it all. It's just like an
They got
enganga,
it
just
all.
like
It
an
looks.
inkisi.
It'll fool you. If you don't know what it is, it'll fool you. Because it'll have the empacas, it'll have everything on it. If you don't know if it's a spiritual part or not.
So you see, so is it sancocho or is it not sancocho? In a good way or a bad way? That's the real question there.
That like if
Ooh.
the person knows that's the he receive a spiritual part, right? And he's gonna now initiate people on the spiritual part. You see that to me, that's a sancocho. To
Yeah,
me.
so I don't know. You see what I'm saying? Let's say this, Andy. Is it sancocho or no? To have a spiritual pot. What I mean by sancocho is the good terminology of saying, look, they mix espiritismo with palo. Porque hay un Congo, the good one. Our ancestors did that, and that's how it is here today. Or is it no? This stuff is made up, bro. They want to be paleros, so they just built whatever they wanted. Now they have an enganga, but they're not initiated, so they want to call it an enganga or a spiritual pot. Is it a good sancocho or is it a bad sancocho? You
To
see,
me,
to me, it really don't matter.
it may not matter, yeah.
What I say, you see, what I say doesn't matter because people are going to practice what they practice. So if I give my opinion, to me, I'm gonna give my opinion. You can give yours, Andy. That's up to you. And I
No,
don't
if
look. I don't.
it
I'm not
just
gonna look bad at you for whatever you want to believe in or not because
look at the agoons. The agoons that some people receive look like engangas.
definitely, especially the ones that are
Yeah.
which is fully built.
Yeah.
Not no hand
Not
of
the little
warriors or any of
thing. No,
that.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
the goon with a lot.
Eso sí está bien montado. Y a eso sí tiene espíritu adentro. That thing is well
Mm-hmm.
built. That's an enganga, bro, to be honest, but from their
Right.
lands. That's
From
what
their
we're saying,
land.
that it's the same
So,
thing but
see,
different.
what I'm looking at the spiritual part is what you said, right? Es algo espiritual. It's for you. It's for you. It's not for no one else. It's not for you to take people on and initiate people, give readings to people, because that spiritual part is supposed to be from your court. You understand? Your frame. And you're materializing it, right? You're materializing them in a vessel in order to be able to deal with it, right? For you. maybe for your, maybe if you want to help your household, maybe I would say maybe son, daughter, something. But usually that's for you because that's supposed to be a spirit that's in your spiritual court, your spiritual frame. You understand? So I can't use that spiritual pot for someone else from the outside to cure them, to help them, to initiate them. That's how I see it. And then Ganga for me is totally different because I'm given a position. You understand? I follow a tratado. I follow a lineage. It's just not for me. Yes, mainly for me, but I have license also to work with it for others. You understand? It's not like there's a limitation, or even though there is limitations to it, depending on where how are you from. With different things.
So what I'm saying, it's a spiritual pot que tiene muerto from the spiritual court, right? The spiritual pot that have the spirit from the spiritual court materialized there. Is it sancocho or not? For me, I don't practice that stuff right now, but I believe in it. I believe in it. I'll give it that. But I'm gonna tell you if it's sancocho or not. If it's sancocho, if you don't know, ese muerto. If you don't see the effects, if you didn't get to witness something, because imagine how many people and they go get misas or go somewhere for reading. You need to get a spiritual pot. They go and build it.
Mm-hmm.
They build it. Y ahí no hay nada. You get me? There's nothing. There's just some rocks. Put dirt in it. Bunch of bilongo, palos. Sacrifice animals to it. Blow rum, smoke, and it's a waste of time. FEMA at the bottom. It looks like an inquisi, but it's not.
Well, I know
You get me?
I
And
went through that experience. I told you a while back that I spoke to some elder, and about it, and he said, "Yeah, you could build you could build it yourself. I'll send you I'll send you the list of certain things you need, and when you get all the stuff that you receive, I'll send you the FEMA. You got to pay. You pay me, and I'll send you the FEMA, and you put it yourself." Lo monta tú mismo. Hey, te mando la firma cuando me pague. That's
yeah, sitting that Congo give you the FEMA and a
exactly.
drink.
See, exactly. Shouldn't that Congo tell me how to build it? If he's for me and I'm for it, or she's for me, what does it need? How to go by building it? Yes, from my understanding. But
So that's what I'm saying. So when it comes to that situation, it's a very delicate subject. If you want to have a pot, man, just go into Palo, man. Get into Palo. If you can't because of your sexuality and those lineages don't allow that, I guess build it. You get me? Or find a lineage within Palo that initiate homosexuals. It is there already. Many Linajes are doing those things, which within mine is not allowed.
right.
But in those other lineages, I still am for it because our ancestors made agreements and my agreements, and I agree with those with my lineage and the things that we have going on. But another thing is other linajes, and I don't question other linajes if they initiate homosexuals because tomorrow my son is homosexual or this or that or whoever it is. That's where I'm sending them. Hey, go get initiated over there.
Listen,
Because one thing is politics.
I speak to a gentleman who it's not a tata, but he's a root medicine man. Um, he has a spiritual pot, and he helps people with his spiritual pot. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just saying is for my understanding how I look at it. If I was to, even though I will never build one, but if but at one time I was wanted to find out what's this all about spiritual pots. So I got in contact with a guy who told me about spiritual pots, and you know what I mean. This is what turned it out, how it turned out to be. Once I saw that it was like, uh, I'll give you a list, and then when you buy everything, I'll pay you for you have to pay me for the FEMA because you're gonna need that. I was like, well, damn, this sounds like a money scheme. You understand? Because I started thinking then, what spirit is gonna go in that pot? He's not giving me a spirit, so I never went through with it. It's a Puerto Rican gentleman too. Anyway, so that's the reason why I said that. But I know someone who does help people and has a spiritual pot.
Which is, you know what I'm saying, which is fine. And that's a thread, a line to thread carefully. Is it real? Yeah, in Afro-Cuban culture, people have had that. Even a bunch of elders have had that. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it don't work, deconstruct them and go get initiated and get yourself in a nganga, bro. If you can, you get me.
Yeah,
At the end of the day, supposedly you got a Congo, aren't you supposed to be in this land? You
yeah,
get me?
Look at Jay. Jay está conmigo. Jay está conmigo. Jay está conmigo.
Well, he says, David Agayu just released a Chamalongo book, but he did something on live that I didn't agree with. He claimed to be the first to write about the binary codes when I know that is a lie. Because I don't know. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something. I don't like to get into no drama, so because I'm not in these traditions for drama. I'm not saying Jay that you're bringing that up, but David, I got you. I've spoken to him. Not a lot. I don't know the guy. Never been to his house. I don't know him personally. If he chooses to write about him, hey, so be it. At the end of the day, if and that's what you're saying. Oh, he claims he's the first one. If he's the first, there's not gonna be what you call. He's not gonna be the last. Um, because many people at the end of the day know these things online or off them. Um, and I
Closed
support him as a
doors.
priest. I support anybody within the traditions that you see that they're wanting to uphold them. Knowledge, whether if it's I've spoken about it or Andy, Tato Fumba, whoever, from any life, from anywhere, whether if it's the same or not, it is knowledge, and I don't hold knowledge. It's not mine. It is everybody's. My knowledge that I hold, I learned it from my godparents. I learned it from other priests. I learned it through life. Guess what? I also learned it from my Mfumbe.
Mm-hmm. They
So
teach
the
you.
knowledge that I hold, it is not mine. It's not my knowledge. Now, me standing here speaking it is one thing. I give credit where I give credit due, what I've learned through my experiences. But knowledge is not for one person; it's for everybody. You get me? So at the end of the day, if David want to speak about binary codes, so be it. You get me? Or whatever priest. You get me? The origins of something, he knows the truth. You get me? He knows the truth. Um, and once again, I'm gonna say it again. I support any priest because I don't like drama. Support for the traditions as a whole because he's going to keep practicing his tradition with me or without me or with you, with any of us. Same way as me. I'm going to practice this tradition with David in it or not. My
Right.
descendants are going to practice the tradition with it or not. And my descendants are not going to say, what you call yo va con licencia, David a la Gayu, whatever his name is. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? His descendants are not going to say, yo va con licencia, Tata Matamba. You see what I'm saying? Or whether the Moyubas of his descendants, they're not going to say Tata Matamba because I'm not a priest within those lands. You
Mm-hmm.
get me? At the end of the day, he's orientating. Let him orientate the best that he can within the traditions. The gossip and all that stuff, that's them. I don't get involved because I speak to all of them. Trust me, I speak to a lot of priests from
Okay.
everywhere.
But
You get me?
Andy, Tata Zongo, Andy is gonna say he should give credit to where credit is due. That's what I got. But I respect him, and he is putting out the information and all that. But I know beforehand, and I seen back in the days someone that spoke about something similar to Tata Matama, not in depth, but he did show the 16 signs. He even showed a circular Dikenga play that one of his goddaughters did. He's not here with us no more.
He's talking about
And
Tata Butago.
Tata Butago, and that's I was trying to remember his name. And that's the first time that I saw those codes like that. It wasn't taught, but he did put them up there, and I was like, "What the hell? Like, what's that?" And I wrote them down, not knowing what it was. After that, Tata Matamba.
So so now let's
That's
go ahead
it.
and bring So let's go ahead and bring some now that we got Butaco. Even though he's in Kuanpema, as we speak of him, we're keeping him
Mm-hmm.
alive. He's here listening, believe it or not. You see, there are good things about him, and there was bad things. Same way as for me.
All
Same
of
way
us.
for Andy. Same thing for David. Same thing for Mfumba, Tata Mfumba. Same thing for AZ. For everybody that we know,
All of us.
everybody
Yeah.
got good things and bad things, and their knowledge is not full. It's not complete. We know that. See,
Mm-hmm.
Tata Butako had good things, but he
Mm-hmm.
also had wrong ones. In my eyes, I'm like, there's things that he's missing,
Mm-hmm.
and there's things that he knows that obviously it was good.
Yeah.
Which that has to do with the practice and practicality. Another thing is, right? Another thing is the dramas and the arguments
Yeah.
among the priests of tearing each other down, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a different conversation, and that's what I look at.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? Because when you can have a problem with somebody, We're in 2026. Pick up the phone call, speak to them as
Yeah.
adults.
Yeah. Squash that.
If you
Yeah.
want to rough somebody up, show up. If not, speak for understanding, I guess, for you guys to
Mm-hmm.
meet eye to eye. You get me? If you
Yeah.
have a problem with somebody, but to jump online, you get me, and argue and debate
Mm-hmm.
over the most dumbest things,
Mm-hmm.
over the most dumbest things that are
Mm-hmm.
not going to change the practice, you're still going to keep doing what you're doing. You're
Yeah,
going to
it's not
figure out if
working.
you're right or wrong. That's the truth of it. Because nobody's
Mm-hmm.
perfect. Everybody gets themselves inside a hole because they're blind at the times that they're at. You get me? So
Yeah.
that man, obviously, he argued with other lineages, other priests from there because he stood his ground, spoke certain things bad about Cuba, which he was speaking the truth on certain things, and other things he wasn't. Other things he wasn't because they probably scammed him, right? They probably did scam him.
Mm-hmm.
But he did a port for many people. He has godchildren, he has a whole lineage, he has priests that I know that are his friends that were close to him and helped him out. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
But he was only here for a short period of time. Like I keep telling you guys, I'm only going to
Mm-hmm.
be here for a short period of
Oh,
time.
yeah.
All of us are going to be here for a short period of time. So I keep telling you,
Hopefully.
the way that you practice
Mm-hmm.
matters. You should think about that
Mm-hmm.
because you're going to leave one day. Is it going to be worth it? The way
Mm-hmm.
that you do it for the sake of the love, like David, do it for the sake of you being immersed in the experience of saving people, this, and that. Tata Fumba, me, Andy, all of us, we do it
Mm-hmm.
for the sake of the love of
Mm-hmm.
the tradition of
Exactly.
being atatenganga or bao babalao, not for the money, not for the title. How many
Right.
people are doctors just for them to say that they're a doctor? If
Mm-hmm.
you decided to become a doctor to say that you're a doctor and people look at you good, you're dumb.
Never
Do it for the
practice.
sake that you can heal people. You're an electrician, do it for the sake that you love providing electricity when people, a storm comes and everybody has no lights. And you're the guy that goes out there and contributes that to the society, not for the money. You want to do it for the money, go be a businessman because everybody knows
Mm-hmm.
that you can't become a millionaire from a 9 to 5. Go and
Nah.
start investing money if you want to be a millionaire, if you're looking for money. You get me? Et cetera, et
Yeah.
cetera. The paths are there. You choose, but do things for you. You get me? For the sake of it. That's why when priests get up on these TikToks and all of this stuff arguing, I look at them, I'm like, yo, which it happens, a part of life. But I understand that they don't see life correctly. And another thing is to taunt the dog, and the dog's gonna bite too. So lines of respect should always be there. I respect David, Tata Fumba, everybody as a priest, as priests that they are, as people and as men and women, because there's Yaya soon to be coming to
Mm-hmm.
these traditions and speaking online, right? If they're not already out there. So we must always think about that. Us as human beings. When I turn off this camera, I'm telling you, I'm speaking the reality of things. People are living
Mm-hmm.
in
Fantasy.
a made up in a fucking fantasy. Wake up.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
reality of it.
Yeah.
All of us are feeling and dealing with problems, with Orishas or without them. The Orishas, the dead, all of this is here to help us resolve through the time that we're here. That's it. Have good times. Bad times with your
Mm-hmm.
God kids, same, et cetera, et cetera. Enjoy. Why argue when you can have a good time? Exchange knowledge, see different perspectives. And I'm not gonna lie, there's some people that are like, I do have a bad side of me. It's called an issue. I have issue in me. I put priests to debate behind closed doors.
Yeah,
And I like
yeah.
that too. I like sometimes some chaos, some drama.
And then sometimes he roll out. He throws out
And
the
then I
bait and
roll
he
out.
rolls out.
Then I roll out. You know what I'm saying? Then I roll out. But in reality, you see, everything shouldn't be taken to heart. Sometimes we do have to have those
Joke around,
funny
just
debates.
bring up those moments. You know what I'm saying?
Because sometimes, that's what I'm saying, I do that with people who are fixated with what they think is the truth. This is the right way of doing it. And I look at that and said, oh yeah, he don't know the issue enemy's about to get him. I start throwing a bunch of questions, a bunch of this, that, and it pisses them off. And then obviously he comes to realize, me like, yeah, I really don't know. I'm like, I told you, you don't know. We know how it's functioning. We don't know what's really going on. One thing is culture, tradition, history. Another thing is the practicality. You get me? And that's the truth of it. So knowledge, it is not mine. It is not David's. It is not Zungu's. It is not my godfather's. It is not this one. It is for everybody. Everybody should have it. Whether you decide to speak to it or not, to teach it or not. But it is your responsibility that if you gain knowledge, it is for the new descendants because it says it there. It says there in this physical world, we come to be taught and to teach, to love and to be loved. to dethrone people and to be dethroned. For what? For change.
The change. Hmm.
That's the truth of that. That's Kimwananda Kiabuseki Fukiao.
Hey
Great
Maurice,
master.
Maurice, that last name you put now, that's not your last name, man. You was Lopez the other day.
Yeah, he
Now you
changed. He changed his
Jenkins,
name
what's
every
going
time.
on?
He changes it every time.
I want to give a hello, a salutation to my goddaughter Dawn. She's here. Dawn can do it, I think it is. Esa es la que yo voy a iniciar, la que viene pronto. You able here to listen and to see where am I coming from my Tata Matamba. So I'm glad that you're here and that you're picking it up and that you are anxious. I am anxious for you to be here.
He said, "The guy ain't me." He changed his name every time on the live, every live. And I'm gonna say, you see that one? That's my godchild. That's one of my godchildren.
Yeah,
And that
that's my
that is
brother.
literally death itself. You ever seen death? You don't see it coming. That's him right there. You won't see him
No,
coming. Frank Lucas himself.
yeah, and if you
He's
see him
coming. You won't
coming,
see him coming.
if you can't see him, something's wrong with you.
Like he's laughing. He knows it's the truth. That guy is everywhere, and you don't even know it. You get me? That's the truth. That's the truth. That's a good godchildren. I love my God. I've been lucky with my god kids. The ones that I can have, because obviously I don't have a lot of time to have a bunch of god kids. But all the questions they have,
If you guys got questions, please put your questions there now. I looked through the list of who's still here. The only question that I saw was from Dawn. She was asking in Palo. Oh, I'll put it up.
is in Palo, do they have people or a part of the system that is used to interpret dreams?
I got you. In
Yeah,
Palo, do they have people or a part of the system that is used to interpret dreams?
they that's to each priest, right? To each priest to be able to interpret them. I'm not a dream interpreter.
Yeah, I don't even remember my dreams. I remember just like one, like maybe one thing of the dream, and that's it. Like it's very hard for me to remember my dreams.
I had a dream yesterday, waking up,
A million
that I was in
dollars?
my keys. Yeah, no, no. Listen to this. You know what's crazy? The dream that I had that day. Remember, I told you, can you hear me? You remember I was telling you about that?
Hmm.
That phone call had kicked in, and I said that. Can you hear me, Andy? Can you hear me? And then we ended the live. Look at that. That's crazy.
Wow.
Now look at this dream I had today in the morning, and now that's what woke me up. I was in my Nkisi room, but I couldn't see my Nkisi. It was somewhat dark, and I had what you call trondo chamalongos. And the dead was telling me, I know you're in here, but you're dirty. It told me that. I know you're in here, but you're dirty. And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, oh crap. See what I'm saying? I can't be in here if I had this sexual intimacy. I'm thinking
Right,
that in my
right,
head.
right.
I'm like,
That clean.
oh man,
Hmm.
and I stepped out. The door was open. I stepped out. And I'm thinking to myself, oh man, I gotta let them know how they're gonna forgive me. I was thinking that, how are they gonna forgive me? You see what I'm saying? I'm like, how the hell I appeared in here and I forgot. You see, and I was gonna tell him,
Hmm.
how can you forgive me? How can you? I was gonna say that, and I woke up because I got
Yeah,
what you
emotion.
call
Yeah, yeah.
emotion. I was like, oh man, I done fucked
I fucked
it.
up.
I done fucked it up this time again, bro. Because some houses had that. You can't go inside the Keisha room dirty,
Yeah,
right?
we
Uh,
have that. We have
and
that in
that's
New
what woke me up
Orleans.
today this morning. You see, it says, how do I gain more knowledge and the practice to become within the religion in Massachusetts? A lot of things can only be done in person, which is true. That's tough in Massachusetts. I don't know a lot of priests out there. And if they're out there, please, see what I'm saying? It's good to network. It's always good to network and learn. So you see people that are searching for community near they are,
Hmm.
people can refer them to you, which I've done that a whole lot. Tata Zongo has done that a whole lot. I've referred people to priests that don't even know. I'm like, yo, go to this guy, go here, go there, go there, go there, go to this botanic guy. Massachusetts, I already said it. Try to find a city or somewhere that have a spiritual shop.
Right.
Find somewhere.
But
Um,
another thing. I'm sorry, Doctor. Another thing that I want to tell him, or but I don't know if it's a he or she. It sounds like a him. I can't understand that Voki. I'm blind, bro. Can't see. Anyway, don't let distance be the determining factor that leads you not to grow, because we're in 2026. And yes, do I wish I was closer to my older? Absolutely. You know why? Because there's nothing better than learning hands on. There's a lot of things that you have to be available in order to witness. And I always tell my other, I'm the scene type. Like, I gotta be there in the motion. Look, what's going on? Because my comprehension is seeing, touching, feeling everything better. I grasp things better, you know. But that doesn't mean that because he's distant to me, that doesn't mean that through distance I have not learned anything. I have learned more through distance than way back when I've been in other places, being able to be there. So don't let that be the thing that breaks you. You're gonna have to go. Now, I'm not saying every place. There's some places that do readings over the internet, over the telephone, or whatever. But I would actually advise you to, do your due diligence, find a person that has a good rapport, at least, and then get divination work done. Like, go get divine. What's going on? And if you feel as though you want to be a participant from that, you got to get to know the person. The best thing is to get to know the elders, for a little bit. If you just want to go in and get it done, then you could do that also. If their Nkisi approves of it, you could get initiated. And maybe things will work out great, and I hope it does. But that doesn't mean that you won't be able to learn because you're further away than those elders. As long as the agreement with you and that elder is that they're going to teach you. Because one thing is going in there, and I learned this from my tata and also from my brother and the tradition, that what we think we should be receiving or what they should give us is what we think. You don't know what that other person has, what responsibilities they have. What is it exactly that by you getting initiated, that elder is going to do for you or give you, or whether it's time, whether it's knowledge, whatever it may be. We also have the obligation to really sit down and speak with that elder and find out what that elder is going to do for us and what we're going to do for that elder. Are we going to have the time? Because, see, they can have the time. Maybe you don't. If you're asking, you want to learn, but you don't have the time, then don't blame the elder. If you didn't ask if they were aware to teach you, if they were going to teach you, that's your problem. And these are things that we got to come to terms with. How to get into these conversations to be able to really be clear and what's going to go on. Because you can get initiated, and that's all you ever get is initiation. No learning.
And I can add to that. There's a word that I learned from the Green Reaper himself. All right, it's one of my godsons. He's the Green Reaper. I'm telling you, he's walking around. You guys don't even see him. You guys got to be careful with that one. And he says expectation
Expectation
management.
management.
Expectation management between the godchildren and the godparents. When you first meet your godfather or godmother, speak about expectations. Speak about it. Because some godparents won't teach you unless you show up to their house. Some will do it over the phone. Some will give you 2 hours, an hour, a week. Some will give you the whole day, like me. I give them every day, things if I can. So you got to see where they're at. And then that's the problem too. Some godparents live and breathe this and they do it and they're willing to teach. That's why Andy's speaking that. And when you show up, they bombard you with information for you to memorize concepts, a bunch of stuff, and it scares you. Like you don't want to. You're looking for something else. You're looking for the practice. So you're like, oh, I wanna go to a drumming. I want to see people get mounted.
Oh, I
You're
want to
not
do
looking.
belongo. I want to do belong. I want to do medicine. I
Yeah,
want to do
I
this
want to do some
witchcraft.
witchcraft to somebody or
Hmm.
heal this person. That's what you're
Right.
looking for instead of looking for the practice.
Importance.
Yeah, the actual important things. You're looking for
Hmm.
the experience instead of the important things that have to do with the experience, like divination, like custom and courtesies, like a bunch of stuff. Because if you're gonna go to a drumming, there's a bunch of custom and courtesies and a bunch of things you have to know what you're doing, how to act in those places. And people don't want to hear that. People want to go to the drumming themselves. But
Mm.
once you're in there, you can disrespect your godfather, you can disrespect your lineage by going to a German, not knowing what the hell you're doing. So there's a lot of stuff that must be, let's say, resolved. Expectation management. You have to; those expectations have to be spoken and put in clear parameters. How much time are you going to get taught? What are you really searching for and looking for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Once you get initiated or you're being part of the house, it's a lot. It's
Yeah.
not just you get initiated and now, listen to me. For the first like year, let's say like 2 years, the first, so I got my centella. So even after, so for a couple months after, from the moment I got initiated, and even prior, a little bit prior, 'cause that's what hooked me. That way, it was every time my God, you
That's another brujo. You got to start it all over again. Every time your godfather, what? Go ahead. He's coming back on. I'm just joking, guys. So, this is all internet stuff. The technical problems. I'm great here. I'm using actually a not. I'm not saying a top dollar computer, but very good computer. Enough to do these videos. Plus, this program that I'm using is off a web browser, so
that was
I'm
a
not
phone
even
call. My
using.
bad. They keep
Yeah,
calling
go
me.
ahead.
Everybody keep calling me. And anyway, you see things you get busy. Anyway, my godfather, me and my godfather, every day. It was everyday things, hours after hours. It was speaking about Paulo. We're out in the back porch with my brothers and all the other initiates speaking about Paulo. But me and my brother for sure. Day in and day out. Day in and day out, day in and day out, concepts day in and day out. And there was times where now that I look back, I said, my godfather was bullshitting us. And I'm
Yeah,
referring to this. I told this to my godchildren. I said, we were kids and we were eager to learn. He said, learn your name, learn this, learn that. We came back ready to learn that stuff. I came back to his house that weekend. I said, yeah, we know our names. And we say it to him. He's like, all right, go say it to them kisses, go salute them, this and that, echajón, tabaco, this and that. You come back and we're asking for more information. And he go gets a bunch of these books, Paulo books, a bunch of them, right? And he says, get this notebook, not our notebooks, other notebooks, and copy these FEMAs and put them there. And we're drawing all these FEMAs, and my godfather's speaking about the tradition and concepts and this and that, stories that he's been through, this and that. And we're kids, we're kids, we're
Mhm.
little kids, we're like 12, 11, 12 years old. And we're asking him, what's el muerto? What is this? What's centella? What is that? Etc., etc., etc. ¿Por qué los collares? Simple questions. And we're drawing all our FEMAs and all of that. And now I look back into that. I have never used one of those FEMAs. Never.
yeah,
You see, now I look at it and I'm like, he was just giving us stings because we were eager for it, and he was giving us what he wanted in reality. See, he gave us what we wanted, but it didn't function. It wasn't going to be used.
yeah. He was
He gave
feeding.
me
He was feeding that
what
anxiousness to
the
know when
anxiousness,
he
and then he fed us
what he
what he
wanted
wanted us
exactly.
to know, building us up. Because later on, he started to teach us how to build La Fima from scratch. No more Fima from book. None of that.
Oh yeah, none of
Nada de
that.
eso. See what I'm saying? Nah, eso necesita. We don't use FEMA from book unless they're gonna be, see what I'm saying, to for treaties or anything, because every house has their own things. And
Mhm.
he fed our anxiousness. Oh, you want to learn? Okay. Copy these FEMAs, even though he knew that we were not gonna use them.
Yeah, start learning how to at least
To make us
draw
happy.
these right to make you happy, or also to use it as letting you guys giving you guys time because he knows the mentality and the capacity what he could give you. So by doing that, is letting you guys do something that's productive, and you guys see anxious and brings your anxiousness down. You're like, oh shit, I'm happy
Yeah.
to have to think about.
Yeah, you're
I got
sitting
a
there
whole
like,
bunch of
hey.
females written, man, too, so I know how that feels. I got a whole bunch of females too, bro. I got like well, not a bunch, two notebooks full, one from a tata from Venezuela, and one from over here from Florida, and I'm the same way. I don't use none of them.
You see, and then when you came to me, what you learned? The basic concept, how to draw La FEMA, how to build
Yeah.
them accordingly to the
Well,
scenarios. You don't need none of those books.
yeah, I still don't got the Picasso like you do, the imaginary of the animistic idea, but I battle with mine though.
So that's the thing too. So you guys start to ask things for your godparents, and they're definitely going to put the ABCs on you. Or they're going to put you through the stages. That's what I'm speaking about. We keep speaking about the same thing in different forms. There are stages, whether you like it or not. I'm telling you, you are not going to get initiated today, and tomorrow he's going to be teaching you about botaulero de un trancazo like that. Un babalao. It's not going to happen.
If you
You
get
just receive your
initiated,
hand of warriors, and they're going to go ahead and give you, you see what I'm saying? Start teaching you a dilogun or within a bunch of secrets and stuff like that. No. You see what I'm saying? No. You gave
yeah.
me at least the godparents. One thing is for you to go take classes somewhere else for you to get orientated. Another thing is what your godparents gonna give you from your linaje. Because you can go to different linajes and learn different things as information, but another thing is to apply it within the tradition, within that lineage. That's a different conversation. And that priests very much do. We speak among each others to see if we can extract medicine.
Mhm.
Medicine, that's what it is. Medicine, different formulas on how to resolve problems, but not the concepts, no lo tratado, not the way
Right,
that we
not
do
the
things.
treaty. Right.
You see, like many houses in Briumba, Cubayende gets put down, and many other houses don't. Cubayende referring to una firma for to make a tata or this. Many houses don't do
Hmm.
that. And I've done it,
Hmm.
and I haven't done it either. I've done it sometimes, and sometimes I don't do it. I seen it on
Do
my
it.
godfather. Sometimes they did it, sometimes they didn't do it. He divined for it.
Hmm.
But you have to understand why would they put that down and why they did it.
Right. What is the idea behind it? The
Because I see
purpose.
my godfather put down a FEMA and somebody got mounted. There's a FEMA he has that when you put that on the ground, the person who's getting this shit gonna get mounted every time. And I'm gonna tell you something, and it wasn't in a book.
Yeah.
He came up with it in the moment right there. And the
Hmm.
problem was when he wrote the FEMA down, he stood back, he threw them shells, and he says, he told me, give me un trapo, I'm un trapo. And I gave him a trapo, he put alcohol on
A
it, and he
rag,
went
a
to
rag.
erase a rag, and he erased a part of it. He says, if I don't erase that, the person won't come back. They'll die. The person will get mounted. He'll die. Se fue.
He'll die. Yeah, the spirit will
The
take full
person,
control over
yeah.
him and fuck him up.
And I'm gonna tell you, you know why he did that? Because the house was full. There was other priests from other linajes. In reality, there were priests from other lineages, and the person got mounted. And all the other priests there said, "La persona se murió." No post, no nothing. The person was laying there for like 15, 20 minutes. My mom's a nurse. She's like, she's dead. And I'm not gonna say his name. One of the elders there said, pick her up, put her in the chair, and call an ambulance. That's what they said. And I'm a kid
Yeah.
looking at all that stuff. You know, we're in the room. And my godfather turns around, he's throwing the shells. He's like, no, we gotta give her time. And
Leave it
just
alone.
imagine she don't have the blindfold, she's just there on the ground. And she comes back screaming. "Ah." She came back. She literally, you know how they say you initiate, you die, and you're reborn. She literally died and was reborn. That
I
one
was
did.
reborn. Yeah.
Con esa firma.
Yeah.
That he made that the informant gave to him that in that moment, right then and
Hmm.
there. And I always remembered, I said, oh, if you want to show off to other priests that are within the lineage, or I mean outside of the lineage, put the FEMA down. Every time they're gonna get mounted. You see what I'm
Hmm.
saying? But there's pros and cons to that. You know what I'm saying? You don't want always people getting mounted and causing
Hmm.
issues and problems in initiation rituals in that room. Because sometimes people get mounted and they go crazy, and it stops the ritual if you got to initiate somebody else, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it was just her. It was just that female, that Yaya that got initiated, and I got to live that. So there's a lot of. I'm telling you, these traditions have a lot of things, have a lot of stuff in it. And people are like, oh, we'll get mounted. Listen, once you see people get mounted,
Yeah, I
you're gonna
like
get
it.
tired of it. You get tired of
Yeah.
these things, especially if you're the priest running the room. You're like, man, I'm trying to do this, get this done with, so we can continue.
Get out. We don't want nobody to get mounted.
When it's your house, you get me. When it is in your house, when you're running the show. If you're in other people's house, you're like, man, we're here to see some phenomena. You hear me? We're here to see something because obviously you're from different houses. The one thing that there's different things, and it's not
Yeah.
your responsibility. You don't have nothing to take care of. You don't have no food. You don't have all of the stuff that you have to take care of. You're in doing the initiation.
Yeah.
You get me?
And it's a
And
responsibility, man. You got to watch for everybody while you trying to do things. Like it's crazy.
because people see, that's what I'm saying. People see things in one way. Imagine you're going through the process of initiation. You don't see the amount of work that those godparents are putting in, whether in La Ocha, Ifa, and Palo. And Palo's not that bad because ours is in 1 day. Some lineages have 2 days, etc.
Hmm.
You get me? And La Ocha and in Ifa, them weeklies. You
Yeah.
get me? Papo, do you know how much coordination you have to do? How much candela y problema happen? Because you got this
Work.
Oba, but now the Oba, imagine she lifted an Oba to be a litalero, right?
Mm-hmm.
For those itase. But the Oba got in an accident. The
Mm-hmm.
Oba, something happened to him.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you gonna call? Hmm.
Yeah, even the cook, the one that does the cooking, the one
The
que saca los
cooking and this and that,
aches,
all of the
you
coordination that has to
know.
happen for that initiation ritual, for you to get crowned, for this and for that. There's a lot of things that people don't speak about, and it is serious.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Obviously, they charge too because all of that sacrifice, all of that. But the amount of work you
Yeah, it's
are
a lot
just
of
going
work.
through it. When it is your turn to see it from that level, you're gonna sit there and be like, "Holy moly!" See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Holy moly! I got to handle all of this, and
Mm-hmm.
then to know all that process, to know what you're doing.
Right.
So
That's the
it's
thing. That's
you see
that's
what I'm
that's
saying?
deep. That's deep right there because that's no joke. You know,
Because people
three.
see things one way only from their perspective. Learn to see things differently. When you see your godparents, think about all the work they're about to put in for your initiation. See
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? Whether if it's simple, because sometimes initiations are simple, other ones are not. Within
Mm-hmm.
Palo,
Doesn't matter
bunch of people, bunch of drummings, a bunch of stuff.
how simple they are. It doesn't matter. The simplest ones still take energy, effort, work, planning. It does take everything.
So you got to
Life is.
think about that. People have to think like that. People
Mhm.
don't see the reality of it. Only then, when you're in the godparent's shoes, that you're the godfather, you're the godmother, and you're adjusting everybody to that initiation, is when you're gonna see, yeah, this is a lot of goddamn work.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? And that's where the sancochos come in. Back to the lives. That's where the
Right.
sancochos come in. The good
Exactly.
ones, not referring to the bad ones, where you must adjust
Mhm.
your where you seen in your godparents' house to the circumstance that you're in. For example, let's say when you got initiated and everybody went through all the initiations you see when your lineage, your godfather stood in front of the door and he howled like a wolf. Howl. He howled like a wolf. Howl, loud as hell. Right? Let's think of that.
Right.
Because he lived in the forest. Let's just say he does that.
Mhm.
Now you live in an HOA house and you're doing an initiation. Do you think that you can get in front of that door and howl like a wolf? Hmm? If you do that, the police is going to come to your house.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? You're just going to come on your divination system. You're pum, pum, la policía viene, bro. Ain't no
Mhm.
rich or no cabo Honda because they want to make up things. No, no, no.
Nothing.
Go ahead and howl, and you're going to get the police to come. At 12 o'clock at night in an HOA block, oh yeah, you're going to have problems. Or
No,
if you
forget
have a
about the
neighbor,
house. Animals.
Andy, if you have a neighbor que un metiche.
They
If you
has
live in a
cameras.
Hispanic block and you got them damn neighbors que son metiche and Christians,
Yeah.
you get me?
And they know what time you come in, what time you leave, who's there, who's not. Even when they gone out of the house, they got their phone like this, looking through their cameras, seeing
Yeah, because they
everything
have all the time in the world because they're retired and
all
worried
the
about
time. They're
you and your
retired.
witchcraft.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful. You can't be howling like your godfather did. Eso este. He changed it, and people will be saying, "Oh, so sancocho." No, we got to
Listen,
change to the
you
circumstance.
you could tippy toe outside to your munazo quietly, and all of a sudden you go in it, and you hear the next door neighbor open the door, and all of a sudden he's coming out sweeping the yard. It's cold as shit, and he's sweeping the yard.
At 2 in the morning.
Exactly.
At two in the
To
morning.
hear, to see. Come on, man.
You see what I'm saying? So these are the things that people don't speak about. That's the tradition, the way the initiations are ran. There's not one that is the same. Every time something changes, even the person changes, everything changes.
Circumstance
Somewhat,
too.
yeah, something is similar, but things change. And in
Hmm.
La Ocha, it is like that. You pick up a different Oba, I'm telling you, the way you ran that initiation is gonna be different.
Hmm.
It's gonna be different. They're gonna crown you somewhat different
Hmm. Yeah, but
because every Oba has their own school and their own thought of doing things.
mhm.
Even though he has to adjust to that linaje y esa persona that lifted him up to work there. But things change. Things are not cookie cutter. I keep saying that. We keep saying that. And not just me. Everybody keeps saying that within the lives of the new initiatives don't understand that people who are learning that pick up information see other ways of doing it and they get mad or they start saying things that they shouldn't be saying to argue. No. Ask why they do it like that. And they might give you the reasons why. Because there's a bunch of priests I speak to do a bunch of things that are different than me. Y tienen su maña. Because I was like, if I was them, I'd be doing it like that too.
Yeah.
Other things we do similar.
Now, you see, you see what J Ortiz put here? He's not saying a question, but he's saying something that a lot of paleros say, right? I'm gonna put it up. This is another example of the culture. Okay, that saying that he said there, Saint Thomas, see to believe. You're gonna hear some Ngangolero say that in Spanish. Okay, but you know the
Santo
Saint
Tomás.
Thomas comes from the Christian faith. Why? Because Saint Thomas doubted that Christ was alive. And he stated that until he puts his finger in Christ's holes from his hand and on the side where the spear pierced him, he won't believe until he does that. And it states that Christ appeared to him and called him and said, come on, put your finger where you can see it. It's me, I'm alive. We say that, or a lot of us do, but not in that with that connotation.
Yeah,
Not
we're not
not
talking about being Christians. I am Santo Tomás. Yo sí soy Santo
right.
Tomás yo para creer. That's
Yeah,
definitely me.
we could be something right because we want to find out what's who, but at the same time, you have to witness things or be part of it in order to see that it's real.
Exactly. So Jay is not saying that Tata is not saying that he's Christian, that he's saying
No, he's
Thomas
not.
as a Christian. He's not saying that.
Exactly. He
What he's
just
really saying
uh-huh.
is we come here to believe. Si somos o no somos. Let's see if you
Somos, no
guys
somos.
vamos a ver si son verdad. Let's see
No, a ver.
if you speak. Let's see if what
Right?
you're saying is the real or not. And that's what I'm all about here too. I'm all about that.
Exactly.
That's the best standpoint you can take. Let's see.
Right.
Vamos a ver.
Vamos a ver, vamos a ver. Ahí dice, vamos a ver.
And now it say, look at this question, a good question, Andy. Is it against the rules to be in multiple lineages?
mm,
It is not against the rules to be in multiple lineages, but once again, there's a fine line of the Sancocho. You give me
right,
a fine line.
but now he's not clear on lineages because Ocha has lineages. You understand? Palo
Ifa
has
has linaje
lineages.
también, tenían
Ifa
sus
has
tratados, different people.
lineages. So
Mhm.
if you're saying that if you could be in multiple, get initiated in multiple, you know, in Kisimalongo houses, that doesn't work that way.
You see, it don't work that way. You see what I'm saying? You can go from Engayos to Tata somewhere else, from Tata
Yeah, that's
to a
down the
priest
line. Yeah.
somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? That's a different thing. But once you're a priest, it's different. Things change when you're in the higher levels now. See, once
Mm-hmm.
you're up there in the priesthoods, we say, hey, stick to them linajes. Don't be
Yeah,
watering down the lineage.
the lineage.
Even
He's
though que hay linajes que están compuestos como
yeah from
Bririmba
a
con
couple.
Mayombe. ¿Ves?
Exactly. But
Bririmba con
listen,
Mayombe, que esta gente hicieron eso. It's fine.
the reason I see what he's asking of is he said he was initiated when he was young, at a young age, but and then he became an orphan. I'm gonna put it here. That's why he's asking. I put there he could get in contact with us if he needs any orientation. You know, my emails usually on the YouTube channel. That information should be on the YouTube channels.
And go
My
with Tata
problem,
Zongo. Because
see,
I'm about to take off. I'm about to
right.
leave.
My problem is that I was scratched at a very young age with very little knowledge, and then later on became an orphan. I'm sorry to hear that, but you still got time to get back at what you really want to, you know, accomplish. If Palo is what you're looking for in Kisimalongo, and you have and you find a place that and I'm not just saying a place, but you guys gotta also remember the Nkisi, the Muerto could accept you in the house, but it's also up to that godfather and godmother to accept you in that munanso. You understand? It's not just up to the Muerto, it's both, you know. That's why I
And
said to
everybody must be in agreement. We always say
yeah,
that. And you say
gotta
it
be in
too.
agreement.
Everybody
Yeah,
must be in agreement. And muerto ese has to be in agreement. The yaya or that wife has to be in agreement.
ingredients.
And the priest has to be in agreement too. And guess what?
Exactly.
You have to be in agreement too.
Yeah, the person. Exactly.
That's
Agree
the
to
person.
the terms. Yeah. That's why I said to try to find someone that you can speak to before you just jump the gun.
So
At least
so let's speak about that. What do we mean by that? So guess what? You go to this Tata's house. Let's speak that you're a female, but you're a Hispanic female that is, let's say, looked at in one way. What I mean by one way, you have a certain type of body, right?
Hispanic, black, white, whatever.
You see what I'm
You
saying?
look good. You look
You
good.
look good, right? You show up to the house, right? Because this is the reality of it. I don't speak fairy tale abracadabra. I speak the reality of it. When you go there and you're in that Nkisi room, they do the readings, but that wife got to see you. You see what I'm saying? The way that you express yourself, the way that you dress, the way of this, and that. When you want to get initiated, already that when that Tata go speak to his wife's gonna say, not that one. She's gonna tell him that, not that one. Don't initiate. I don't want to hear that's gonna bring problems.
Yeah,
You
I
get
don't.
me?
I feel her different.
And even if the wife don't do that, that Tata should be smart. I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying that Tata should be smart. Should be like, nah, esto va a traer problema con mi mujer. So I'm
Yeah,
saying, esto va a traer problema con mi house. There's gonna be problems to my God kids. That godson of mine. You see what I'm saying? He's not,
yeah. He's
et
not
cetera, et
married.
cetera, et
He's not
cetera. You see what I'm
married.
saying? He's not married, and I don't need these type of problems. So you
Right,
see that they were, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if you are that type of woman that let's say you're Beyonce, don't
right,
show up looking like Beyonce in the sense with your breast out and your ass out and all that, because that lets you know the type of woman that you are. That you don't respect yourself. You
right.
get me? Show up covered up. Show up
Yeah.
as a woman. Value
Mm-hmm.
yourself
Right.
because that happens and there's traditions. Eso pasa.
Mm-hmm.
This is the truth, bro. I'm speaking the truth.
And
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 that could
and
have
we
been think about it. That could have been a good priest that was going to initiate you in a good
right.
house. But he said no.
And
He
she could have
refers
been
you.
and she
You
could
could have
have
gone
been a
somewhere
good
else.
and she could have been a good goddaughter. It's just the way she came, you understand, or he came. You know. You gotta remember that at the end of the day we're men and women. Yes, there has to be respect, but we're still men and women. And we all
Yeah,
look at
then they
each
go.
other
Then they go
differently.
to another house and they initiate her, and that's where the godparents sleeping with the goddaughters and all of that. That's why they initiate you to put you in
Mm-hmm.
bed with them. And then
Exactly.
you are such, let's say, low on your morality that you do it too. And then you want to go
Yeah.
online talking about, yeah, my godfather sleeps with me, da, 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 a bunch of things like that.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? The lower levels of society, 'cause that's the way that you are. It don't work like that. That's what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying. For the priests, you guys should know when you see problems, because we have all walks of life come to us. No, choose. And not tu casa se va a volver una basura, un
Yeah.
tanque de basura. Your house gonna be a damn trash can full of crap.
Yeah.
Because God
And
kids bring
problems and
problems off.
issues.
We know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Gossip and all that. We don't want that.
So everybody has to be in agreement. You see, it's not just the godparent, not just the Nkisi, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You get me? And sometimes the Nkisi might say yes because he has other intentions. We're
Yeah.
not
Other
gonna get involved in that.
intentions.
That has to do
Yeah.
with Brother Oba and
Yeah.
all that
Yeah.
medicine he gave me.
Yeah.
You get me? And then you got to pay attention because this stuff is serious. This is the reality of it. But
Mm-hmm.
once you're a priest, right? Once everybody agrees and all of that, you're in those lineages. Está en ese linaje. You're learning from that godparent or godmother. For you to go and learn from another linaje, los secretos and the way that they do things.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean by secreto is their treaties,
Mm-hmm.
the way they build their pots, the way that they run their medicine.
Mm-hmm.
To apply to this new Nkisi, it is taboo.
Mm-hmm.
Certain things are taboo because you must keep la linea. You have to keep the lineages alive. So you got to see how that pot was built. Some Mfumbas are going to agree with it. Others are not. Others will say, no, yo soy. I'm going to say, this Mfumba is built under Mayombe. I am Mayombe.
Right.
Mayombe, let's say, Hompepalma. I'm going to use that. Mayombe Hompepalma. I'm built in this way.
Right.
Why? Now he came to me. He learned Briumba Mulemba way. He's trying to go to his that in Sasi or whatever in Kisi, trying to affect it through Briumba Mulemba's way. Con eso
Mm-hmm.
tiene otros tratados, other different ways of doing
Treaties.
things.
Right.
If that Enfumba does not agree to any of that stuff, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this just happens when you're in a house and you got initiated and you probably had problems or things didn't work out the way you thought it has supposed to work out. You didn't do that. What Tata said earlier, that word that que Tata
Expectation
expectation
management.
management and stuff like that. And what I said, having that conversation, speaking what you want, what are they gonna give you, what they're gonna teach you, what time do they have, if they don't, if they do, if you're just gonna get initiated. A lot of us go through these circumstances, one, because we don't ask the questions. Two, because we're expecting things that it's in our minds. Three, people play games in all these traditions, even in religions and all that. You understand? So you have to, you just gotta, like I said, do your due diligence. It's like I said, you could. You can leave a house for certain reasons. It all depends what it is. Many reasons why people have left Munanso. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with the Munanso. It's you yourself.
So let's think about Sancocho. Back to the live. Let's think about that Sancocho. If you're a priest, you got initiated, you got your Inkisi,
Hmm.
and you are within a lineage,
Yeah.
right? That does not put Kubayende down on the ground when they
Hmm.
go to make that as priests during initiations, during building Inkisis, etc., etc. And you learn that from me.
Hmm.
And you're going to put that down in an initiation. Eso Sancocho.
Right.
Because your lineage does not do that. Why are you putting that down? Even though I'm telling you it's the correct way. I'm not part of that linaje.
Hmm.
Eso sancocho to your linaje. And when you're diluting it, you
Right.
get me? La maña is one thing. When I'm referring to maña, it's the medicine. You can
Hmm.
grab this plant and this fruit or this animal bone and do a mixture to resolve somebody's headache. That's medicine.
Hmm.
Eso you can learn from me.
Yeah.
But an initiation ritual is something different.
Right. No, and even if you learn that from you or from anyone, the applying it and how you're going to use it is going to be totally different than the way they do it. You might have the same ingredients, but they're going to be used differently. Or you might
Yeah,
have an
then you got to divine
ingredient.
for all that anyway. You got to
Yeah.
divine for that because every person is different. This person that did that for the migraine is going to be different for the person you doing for a migraine. Mine
Right.
had a migraine and yours had a tumor. That's not going to work for him. You got to make sure that it's true.
Exactly.
Como entiende? You got to make sure that things
The
fits.
Akisi deal with that. Yeah, it's going to use that. No. Yeah,
So a
that's
lot of people, see, think about it. A lot of people do a lot of sancocho now. They're like, oh yeah, I'm doing the bad sancocho because I'm grabbing things from other linajes and changing my ways. You see what I'm saying? Well, then flip to their lineages. If your godfather died or you're not good with your godfather no more, you're not sufficient enough in knowledge to handle your own linaje, deconstruct and rebuild. See what I'm saying? Deconstruct, rebuild, or do what you want to do with that pot. Go get a new one. That's the best
hmm
advice I can give you. Make
right.
new treaties. And that Nfumba has to understand. The problem is that people don't get it. Que hay fundamentals that get built that are knotted up. What I mean by knotted up, that they don't change their ways. Some pots, when they get built under a linaje, no, you. I can show up to it. Listen, they don't give a damn about my tamba. They don't give a damn about todas.
Another espíritu, otro espíritu vino. Another spirit guys came in. Hold on for a minute. Let's see if he comes back on. Think he got another call. That's the same thing of being even if you're in a lineage and you have a rank in a certain lineage. Let's say you're a Tata or Yayanganga, right? And you go to another lineage or somebody else's Munans or whatever. It doesn't mean just because you're a Tata or whatever that you have a say there. Nothing. In all true reality, you're nobody there. You're just a guest. You might be a Tata or Yaya in your lineage, not in theirs.
Yeah, so you show up there. That Nfumba don't care for any of the Briuma Mulemba. Wait, I can ask, hey, I want to deconstruct you, go rebuild you for this, for that, because your priest don't know this, and that Nfumba tell me, no. I made my agreements. He made his agreements. We're set in our ways. And that's the problem that people are understanding the treaties, the agreements. Some agreements, when they were constructed, are strong as hell. You
Hmm.
can't untie that.
Yeah, you
If
can't.
you untie it, it's going to cost the priest his life.
Problems. Yep.
So that's what I'm saying. Divination is very important within Palo Ocha and Ifa. It's very important. So that's another question that we forgot to speak about that in the lives. We forgot to speak about that in those other lives. And La Ocha and Ifa is the same thing because everybody has their own schooling to a certain degree.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And sometimes they crown an Orisha. This is missing, or they were crowned incorrectly in a certain way that you might
Hmm.
see it, but it has the essence. And you're like, no,
Hmm.
man, throw that away. We're gonna get you a new one. Stuff like that. You have to be careful
Hmm.
within any of that because you might people go to your father receive a sign from this Babalao and it's missing this or that or whatever, and it might not. You see what I'm saying? It might not. You throw that away, like
You got
Osana
problems.
comes and get you. And you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? That
a
really comes out
problem.
to get you. You got a
Yeah.
freaking problem in your hand. So you
Yep.
have to be careful. Same thing with Odun, this, and that. Some people, one thing is for somebody to say, I'm about all out, never receive Odun, go buy the receptacle, the tools, puts it in there, cement it, pull out there, make it look like an Odun. And you're saying, yeah, bro, this is an Odun. You go to a Babalao, He's like, yeah, this thing is built incorrectly, man. You need to get a whole new odum because this is all horse crap. Eso sancocho, the negative kind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another thing is for it to be built correctly, and it's just
Mm-hmm.
missing, let's say, the machetes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You get me? Put the machetes in there, 'cause that's what the only thing is missing. The other stuff is might be his mind or his way or whatever schooling his godfather gave him to add on whatever's not written in the Odins of Ifa, whatever. But it's there. The stuff that it needs to be there, los egos que tienen que estar ahí are there. That's what matters.
Mhm.
Et
You
cetera, et
know,
cetera, et cetera.
Yaya Zula, she had asked earlier. I don't know if she's still here. She had asked earlier that when we were speaking about the chamalongos, that don't the chamalongos gotta be ¿cómo se dice eso? En español, ¿sabes? Que hay que prepararlos primero antes de usarlo. Because I understand they
Consecrated,
get
consecrated.
consecrated, right? She asked, don't they have to be consecrated? And I wanted to tell her that consecration in different lineages come from are they come with different flavors. People consecrate things differently. There are people that just with a prayer activate those chamalongos. You understand? So we got to be very careful. Now, I'm not saying you, Mujaya, that how we look at consecration and lineages. Just because you do it different and they do it some other way, doesn't mean that one is correct and one is incorrect. Both of you are right. You're doing it the way that either you was taught or that you feel as though that that's how it's supposed to be. You understand?
So I'm gonna speak about Los Chamalongo from my perspective real quick. From my perspective about that consecration. I go get some Chamalongos without consecration or anything and throw them. They're gonna speak. Gravity's gonna move them around and make whatever code I get. And I'm gonna go buy it, but I don't mean it's really gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
I can say, okay, I'm gonna consecrate them with water, this, and that, whatever, whatever, whatever. Whatever you have, go consecrate them. Whatever you want to do to them. To the moon, to the sun, to
Mm-hmm.
whatever the hell you want to come
Yeah,
up with, whatever
bury
priest
them,
come
do
up with.
whatever you want. Yeah.
Bury them, whatever you want with. And when I cast them, they're gonna fall and it's gonna give me a code. It don't mean that it's really speaking either. You see what I'm saying? For me, in reality, what needs to be there that is si ese no está ahí, you're not gonna get no real good divination. And it is, well, I'm gonna say it again, the enfumbe. I'm gonna keep explaining that over and over again. Si no hay un enfumbe there to speak, you're not gonna get nothing out of it. One that
Muerte.
you know that's there. Uno que está
Right.
ahí, one that is there, not some made up stuff. One
Mm-hmm.
that is there. I want everybody to close off the live and try to speak to Matamba and make up whatever response I'm giving to you. Do you think that's really me speaking? No, you got to be on the live for you to hear me. It's the same thing con Sokoko. The same situation, the same thing.
Right.
You get me?
Yeah, you can. You could wash them. You could consecrate them. You could feed them. But feed it to what? And
So,
what are you actually doing when you're feeding the chamalongos, really?
so,
See, because we he just said that, but we do have a pair or two that just for our Nkisi.
let's speak about that. Once your spirit knows those chamalongos, it's a different conversation. Do I need the spirit there? No. The same way as a Ba'alao, once he consecrate his opally, he's initiated. He knows when he casts that, wherever the hell he's at, it's going to speak to him. You get me? Because it's consecrated. Because it is real. Because he's initiated. You get me?
He
And he
has
has to be
the
careful because some
spirit.
knows was telling him that that's lying.
Yeah.
¿Tú me entiendes? Hay algunas veces que eso le dice que son mentiras. So you have to be
Yeah.
careful.
That's the
Also,
opele.
because certain spirits affect them. And I also want to speak something so you can see que no hay sancocho, that this is real. This is in anthropology and within the history. So you can see que el muerto, or I'm going to use the word espiritualidad, es la espiritualidad of whatever you want to call it, that is the one who speaks through those shells. Spirituality, I'm going to use that word. If you want the Matamba way, I'm going to say Tenfumbe, whatever land. How many Babalajos? Back in the day, and Babalajos have said this too, when I was growing up, and even now that you see them online, go get that Opally. They got pots and keyseas and all that. Put it arriba de la prenda. Oye, ponlo eso ahí arriba de la prenda, and then I'm going to go over there la estera and do the reading. How many of them? I'm not a Babalao. I don't do that. But how many of them do that? Hmm?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How many of them do that? So that
Mm-hmm.
Mfumba there, that spirituality that's there, in other words,
It's talking to them to that
can
opele.
speak through that damn Opally, huh?
Yep.
Is that Sancocho? Hmm? That's what our elders were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing was that they were master diviners, grandmaster at it. Que lo que hablaba hits you every time. So what do
Even
you think
those
is
now you said that, and I'm even those Sainitas use dos peles, chamalongos.
yeah, that is there in anthropology.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? And it
Yep.
was working. They were able to divine and figure things out, and what they did was what they did. Because
Yep.
there's different levels, and you guys might not understand that. Una cosa es sancocho, the good kind. Another one sancocho, the bad one. Our ancestors make the traditions. I'm telling you that they did, and it is fine, but with lines of respect, con línea de respeto. You get me? He has a prenda. Obviously, he's gonna let his what they call egun speak through it.
Right.
Can new initiated go with the godparents to initiate newcomers, or is it a level you have to be before you can go? So that's another great conversation there. There's levels that has to do with the politics in the houses. Many times an Engeyo would not witness Tata and Yaya ceremonies. Will he go? You see, he might allow you, right? He might allow you to go do a recogido, what they call the walk around. I'm gonna call it like that. The walk around. Go
Walk
to
around.
here, go to there, go to there, go to there, go to there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They might do that. But when it comes to go inside the Nkisi room and what happens in there, they're not gonna allow you. Or you have to sit out. Or we're gonna allow you in here to help us sing this, and that. Once we bring them in, you're gonna have to step out because you can't see this because you're not a tata or a yaya, etc., etc. And some might allow you to see.
Does that give you
Some might allow
licencia?
you to see.
Yeah.
Is it wrong? Is wrong. But at the end of the day, how many priests have put the initiation rituals
Online.
online and
Right.
they're showing the non-initiates?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
that is up to each house and each thing. What is right, what's wrong is wrong, but there's those thresholds, I guess now. And sancocho.
And
You
you
get
know,
me?
there's a lot of things that could happen in a munanso when you're doing certain rituals and certain things. That a person that doesn't have that licencia to be in there, it could benefit them or it could mess them up also. And another thing is, let's say you're an engayo, right? And before you was initiated, right? You know that experience that you had at the beginning that you never forget that experience, right? And that becomes something that's part of you that you went through this experience to become that engeyo. And then comes a time that you're gonna become a tata, but you already witnessed what a tata ceremony is and what's gonna happen and what
I was gonna
how is
take it
that?
away.
It's gonna take it away, right? Like the value of it and how you're gonna cherish it and hold it to the day you're not here anymore. That's one of the things that I look at that way, in that sense. As I say, some things I wouldn't give license to my godchildren if they're not tatas. And even being a tata, if you're not a Tatanganga, it's all also upon the priest in the house who runs that house. What is it that they want to do? With some of them do give you
Yeah.
license to witness and to do this and to that. I mean, so
I remember my initiations. I remember when I went to get initiated, and they told me loyalty, obedience, and respect. I've been loyal the whole time to the lineage. I never jumped lineages, but
mm-hmm,
guess what? It's because they were nurturing me. Because
mm-hmm.
imagine if they didn't nurture me, I would have jumped linajes too.
They've been out
So
of there, of course.
loyalty, respect, and obedience goes both ways.
Mm-hmm,
But I remember it. I remember that initiation. Another thing is one I cherish it, but not as much as when I built my first Inkisi Centella. That right there was what catapulted me into the traditions heavily. That's when I came to start to understand these things more deeper. And
eye
that's what
opener.
I remember like it was yesterday. I
Mm-hmm,
always and I go in front of my kids and I always tell them, remember what we agreed upon. Remember what we agreed upon, Bija. No te vaya a olvidar. To remember her back to that.
mm-hmm,
Because those are the original agreements. Voy a envejecer contigo. Let's keep it going. You get me?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. How serious that
So,
is, right? And
yes, house.
how intimate them things become being. Because, yeah, man, I haven't been in Palo and Kisimalongo that long, but already it feels like I've been in for many years. Because I look back, how things were going for me at the beginning, right? Going through all these type of initiations, and I'm not just speaking about Palo, I'm speaking about all other types of stuff, and getting readings and this and that, and going through the hassles and issues and ups and downs and disappointments, and like energy is gone, everything, so. And then where you at now, right? And you look back and you're like, damn, you know, sometimes you got to go through certain things, in life in order to get, to that place where either you want to be or you're supposed to be at. You understand? It all depends how you guys understand it. You know? That's just what I got to say.
Which I remember that. And you remember when you built Mundo
Yeah.
Sombra?
Yeah, man. No
But you've
joke,
been with
man.
that in Fumba for a while. I always tell Andy this. I said, Andy, if you weren't gonna be my godchild, ese en Fumba was gonna be mine. I'm telling you, it's a tremendo muerto. Ahora sí, es a tremendo muerto.
That Muerto goes visit you over there and everything. He talks
Yeah, I'm
to
muerto.
you.
Listen, you can tell him that, right? You can tell him the truth. Yes, Andy
Yeah.
was going through something, right?
Hmm.
He was going through something, right? Let's put it into words. Let's say Andy goes to sleep tonight, right? He goes to
Hmm.
sleep. I'm over here. I'm over here, states away. States over here, away.
Hmm.
I'm sleeping too. He's an hour ahead. Andy, something woke him up early in the morning. Bam. What? You said it was like what, 4 or 5?
Yeah, like 4 or 5 in the morning.
Wakes him up 4 or 5 in the morning. He goes sits down in his living
Uh-uh.
room and he gets a phone call about a problem. Right?
Mhm.
Around what time? 6 o'clock.
Like six something. Yeah.
At 6 o'clock, for me it's 5. I'm in my bedroom sleeping.
Mhm.
7, 8, 9. Around 9 o'clock, that's when I woke up. I go out. You guys can hear me.
Yeah.
I go out to the car because my wife with the school, all this stuff with the kids. I come back in and I get the feeling that pressure of my influence. Like you need to come in here. I feel it. So I'm like, oh, I need to go in there. I had to go in there yesterday, but I didn't go in. I feel like I had to go in. There's something telling me,
Mhm.
you gotta go in, you gotta go in. So I'm like,
Mhm.
you know what? Let me go inside the keys room real quick before I go to work. Can't go over there, get inside the keys room. As soon as I come in there, right under him, I said, oh yeah, somebody's here. Who the hell's in here? That it's not my phone, but who the hell's in here? And it hit me because when I was coming in, I got your code. I'm like, oh, Andy. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So what's going
Mhm.
on with him? It was obviously your phone, but it was there. Obviously, we know that. What's going on? Holy crap. I start texting him, Andy, I need to speak to you about this, and that. I said, you know what? Never mind. I get out the room. I go call him. And Andy's on FaceTime. I look at Andy, Andy's looking at me, and he's like, what happened? And I start telling him, this is what's going on. This, you got to be careful with this,
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera. And then he's
Yeah.
like, you know what? I woke up this morning and I always tell my went to wake me up. And that's what is just happening right now.
Mhm.
How the hell did I know if that's
Exactly.
happening over there?
Yeah,
And it was
that's
his
that.
muerto. That's how you know, hey, muerto, papa.
That's
This stuff is
something.
real.
That's something that you can't say no. Coincidence. Nope. And I always, this is one thing I always told my tata. I tell my muerto. I always tell my muerto there's something important, something that I need to know to wake me up. Wake me up. The point is, I have never told them wake me up and speak to me. I just told him wake me up. And that day I woke up and I was like, damn, just woke me up. I couldn't go back to sleep. I went downstairs to the living room and she was just laying down on the sofa. As soon as I get the call at 6 something in the morning, I was like, that's what woke my eyes. I was like, oh shit, I told my mother to wake me up. And I'm already waiting, like, what's going on? Boom, boom, boom. They told me what's going on. And then here comes and I'm not telling him nothing. He called me, I'm letting him speak. I'm
Yeah, he
like,
let me speak.
I love speak,
He,
speak.
his face was like this. I'm like, Andy, this, and that. I'm waiting for him to tell me what's going on, but he's quiet. He's like this. Like, yeah, like, what did the dead tell you? And I
Uh-huh.
start telling him, look, this is what they're telling me with the girl. This. And he's sitting there, he's like, yeah, that's what happened. And I'm sitting there,
Exactly.
damn. No, and then, como resolvió el problema, ese muerto.
Right,
No
exactly.
animal sacrifice, no 45 goats, none of that.
Nothing.
Simple things,
I
big
resolved the
problems,
issue. Big issue.
and a result.
Big
You see what
issue.
I'm saying?
And they resolved. Yeah. But they don't
Tremendo
they got
muerto.
they but they gotta understand that has to do with the lineage, the Hama, the treaties, and the muertos also over there. Down the line, whoever knows will know. And it's there. It's there. That's all I gotta say. It's there.
So let's explain something because they're gonna go to houses.
Hmm.
One thing is you being an engagement. First, one is you being a client or an outsider. You see what I'm saying? From the linaje.
Yeah.
Another thing is you being an engeo, being a tata too in the house, but you're not involved in the full practice because you're not close to your godfather. And another thing is when you are a priest, you're gonna come to understand that the priest do more medicine for themselves. At least that's the way I've always been taught. My godfather did more medicine for himself and his family for what he was going through than what he did for others. I do more medicine for myself than what I do for others. You get me? And I rather not do medicine for somebody else than resolve my problems because this is what I have this for. Just because you have your house open does not mean that you don't have problems. You get me? We all go through situations and we all have processes.
Mm-hmm.
That's why there's multiple pieces. You have multiple ways to do things. But that's
Mm-hmm.
when you're up to those levels. In the beginning,
Mm-hmm.
when you get your Inkisi and your Inkuyo, because I have people here that have just their Inkuyos. If you're working a process to help you get out of a court case, let's say that, why in the hell you doing reading for peoples and trying to help out people? When that
Mm-hmm.
muerto got to be handling your problems. Don't
Exactly.
bombard him with a bunch of other things. Focus him on your situations so
Mm-hmm.
you can elevate, so you to resolve your things. This is for you, not
Mm-hmm.
for anybody else. You're exchanging money for problems and getting yourself in a hole. You see what I'm saying? And not
Mm-hmm.
only with time you're going to come to understand me. For example, many Babalaos want to give hand of Ifa, hand of Ifa, hand of Ifa, have a bunch of God kids, this and that, because they live off the tradition, which is fine. But
Mm-hmm.
another thing is to use your Ifa to overcome your problems, to level up, to really be able to pinpoint and tell you this week this is going to happen. I need to adjust to it. And if you
Mm-hmm.
don't, it happens. To study that and know that,
Mm-hmm.
etc., etc., etc. You get me?
Yeah.
How to use what you have to your benefit, not for others. Obviously, the Warriors and all that, when they go on those lands, you're limited. Papa, ahí tú estás limitado. Everybody knows that. You can't be doing a bunch of things with them Warriors. You can do things, but you can't. You see, you can
Mm-hmm.
do certain things, but I always say, do what your godparents tell you to. Do what is marked within the readings and the divination, si le puedes darle coco, whatever you do, which many houses don't do that. I know majority
Mm-hmm.
that don't, no le puedes darle coco. What are you talking about? You're not even
Mm-hmm.
initiated,
Mm-hmm.
but you got
Mm-hmm.
your Warriors. So what the hell you got them
Mm-hmm.
there for if I can't work them? You see,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta wait. That's the politics within the traditions, which is fine. And he says it's different though. Their
Mm-hmm.
lands are different, but it's part of
Yeah.
Sancocho that our elders did. So you know, in those
Mm-hmm.
traditions, Ifa and La Ocha, they're somewhat limited in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? Because you need to have the knowledge to be able to work things in your favor.
Yeah.
And that's the truth of that.
Yeah.
I always say any medicine that is done must be prescribed. You have to prescribe it. It's kind of like people want to just drink medicine for no reason, for no ailment, for anything. People
Mm-hmm.
have a little heart pain, they want to take medicine.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go get checked out. I have a headache. I'm going to take medicine. I'm going to take medicine. Next, you know, it is a tumor in your head. You should have gone and got it checked.
Mm-hmm.
Go get yourself checked. Go get yourself the reading and see if the medicine that you want to take applies to it.
Yeah, it's
And
adequate
that
for
is
that.
what's going on. That's what's going on with the newer ones that are coming in.
Mm-hmm.
When I was younger, I didn't do no medicine. I did medicine always my godfather's, and I seen effects of this or that, seen phenomena. When I got my centella, you already know. Forget my godfather. Forget what I seen over there. The knowledge I want, but what he says. I don't want. Obviously, I want guidance, but I want to do it by myself. I want to see if I can stand 10 toes down in the hurricanes of life and the problems. I should be able to have change the same way that he does. If I get the knowledge he gave me without him being there, I should be able to apply it and do the same that he does, or even better, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm his descendant. You see what I'm saying? And the same goes for Andy. Andy, when you got your Sarawanda, what happened? Padrino, what do I do? I have this situation. Andy, remember that? I don't
Mm-hmm.
think you should do that, but if you are going to do that, this is how I would do it.
Good. I would do it like this.
Andy, was I there the whole
No.
time holding your hand? Did you
Mm-mm.
make a mistake? You made a mistake, you learn from it. But it's okay, you see? But you did it by yourself, and we seen the effects. And it told you too.
Mm-hmm.
A week before it happened, it let you know it is this week.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have the
And
experience at
and
that
I didn't have the
time.
experience. I didn't comprehend it.
But I did, you see? But I did. He came back. But I didn't know it said this to me. Oh, he's telling you it is this week you're gonna see it.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got to live it. But now it's different. It's been years now. Now you can fend for yourself.
this question here is a little controversial for me, for the understanding that I have in certain lineages, whether it be Ifa, whether it be Palo, whether it be Ocha, because if if you do this right, what's in this question, let's say it's me, let's say this is me asking this is me saying this back to what we spoke of, right? I personally believe you can work and feed anything that's in your house if you know how to. Now you're gonna get some pushback because of this from in certain lineages, because if you receive el igual, right, guerreros, let's say, or you receive a lucero, and you are a woman,
You can't.
you can't feed that
You're
in certain
dependent on a
lineages.
man. That's the truth that the
In
politics is
certain
there.
lineages, no matter if it's in your house or not, because now what you're doing, you're going against the treaties and the ramas.
Now
You
let's go back
understand?
to it. What did they tell you when you received that lucero? They told you that you cannot and they sacrifice animals. You're a woman. They told you that, and you still went on and got the encuyo. Now you're going to sacrifice animal. It is your fault.
It's your fault. Whatever comes to you
When you go
comes to
get
you.
your warriors, expectation management. You
Mhm.
cannot sacrifice animals to these warriors unless it's an oba, unless it's me, unless it's that. You cannot. That's what they're supposed to be telling you. But if you think that you can do it, that is up to you. That's not my
Yeah,
practice.
yeah.
But
Nobody
the
could
truth
stop
is the
you.
truth. What is right, and what is wrong is wrong.
Hmm.
You get me? That's the negative sancocho.
Right.
Do I
That's what you're
say
not
that
supposed to
you
do.
can? Obviously, that's where I stand too. Should you be able to sacrifice to anything that you receive? Yes. But the politics of the tradition doesn't allow it.
Hmm.
You get me? The agreements that the ancestors made, because you have to walk or crawl before you can run. You get me? So that's where those fights of expectation management is at within the traditions.
That's
So
where the
that's why
disrespects
orientating
come
the
in.
new guys that have to be there.
Yeah, the falta de respeto, and stuff like that. That's what. See, an elder would consider that disrespect, and could even kick you out of the ile, of the house, munas or whatever, because you're not supposed to do that. Listen,
Yeah, imagine.
I have received guerreros, and I was told I can't feed them. The day I need to feed them, I had to call the padrino for Mocha. Even the only thing that I could do with my awafaka was was um put a manteca de corojo
Yeah,
y
breathe into it.
ron, and maybe breathe into it. My also the same thing, but that's it. Ain't no you taking a rooster and say, hey, and doing and feeding and none of that. And I abide by it. You understand? Because that's what the agreements. You know? Ni
So think about
coco.
that.
Ni coco yo le tiraba ni nada de eso. I wasn't given licencia for that.
You see, so why are they giving Orisas? That's part of our Linai. That's what happened. Why are they giving Orisas to people when they can't even work them? You get me? They can't even work them the way that you can work them. You get me? I
Right.
guess it's for protection. Protection, put them in the front of the door because that's where they're supposed to be outside in the front door to protect against things. Tend to them on Mondays, how they say, pa, pa, pa. Simple things. Poco a poco, you see, little by little.
Yeah,
You
that's to
don't
get you
know
at
what's
certain
happening.
stages.
You get me?
Mhm.
Go get your reading, see if you need what you need to do with your warriors or what you have to do, et cetera. Get stuck in the money machine, become a priest, pick up knowledge, and then grow. Whether the tradition is the way it's supposed to be. But our ancestors agreed to that. That's what
Mhm.
they said. And we have to abide by it. I'm not an Obaodiate or a Bawalao to change. If to get all of an agreement now and doing all everybody, yeah, now
Yeah.
from this moment forward, everybody can sacrifice anything to the warriors if you're Afro Cuban Lukumi. I'm not that. I'm not in those lands to be able to change that.
Right.
I could change it within my lineage and Paulo, but for that, it's a bunch of things. But you got to speak with the dad, a situation. You know what I'm saying? It's not just yeah, the dad say yes and we can do it. No, I got to get in accordance with the elders, with bunch of priests within the linaje to agree to these things, and then the
Mhm.
dead. Yeah, pues eso muerto. De ahí you have to agree to that too. But I
The
don't mean
thing,
that ours is still going to be in accordance with it. That they're
the,
going to
the
allow it.
one of the thing is that you have to look at that whatever you're doing, right? Right, whatever you're doing. Let's say you feel like feeding whatever it may be, right? Do you understand why you're feeding it for? Do you understand what's going to come out of that? You understand? Are you going to get any backlashes from that? Because a lot of times when people feed certain things in these traditions, for certain circumstances, certain treaties they have made, that at a certain particular time they have to feed certain things and do certain things. You understand? Um, Once you feed that, what was the cause? Why is it that you're feeding it for? To benefit something out of it? And how sure you are you're gonna benefit by you giving that rooster, that goat, or whatever to whatever you that bird, to that whatever it may be, to that parcel, that's actually gonna come to fruition. So the best thing to do really is learn, learn, you understand, and especially learn your divination. Because without divination, without having the power to divine for yourself, you ain't gonna get to where you want to be because you're always gonna be reliable on someone else. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying you're gonna have to get to that level to receive that mano and to be able to divine for yourself and learn. You know what I mean?
So
We
think
just
how
don't feed
serious.
stuff for nothing.
Yeah, that's another thing that people don't speak about. I guess our elders are not telling their descendants, right? The godchildren, the new practitioners. Any form of medicine has side effects. It is very serious when you go in front of any Orisha or any Nkisi and you light a candle. It is
Mm-hmm.
serious. What you're telling that thing to speak. You get me? It is serious. I guess that's why they got them limited. That's why they're not fully materialized, like an actual boom.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? It is serious. For you to sit there and put something to that Orisha, not knowing how is it going to affect it, because the medicine is through the oduns. You get me? It's through the oduns. If you decide you hear, hey, think about this. Think about this. Imagine you hear somebody tell you, go grab some hay. You get me? Go grab some hay.
Mm-hmm.
It represents prosperity. How does it represent prosperity? Because that's what we exchange to feed the horses, and the horses are the ones that we use obviously to cultivate. And there were once vehicles for us too,
Transport, yeah, and pull the weight. Mm-hmm.
right? Whatever money that you lost, you're gonna be able to bring it back. Whatever money that was stolen or left, you'll be able to bring it back. And you put that on top of your legua, or you put that on your ogun, whatever. What can be the side effects of that? Hmm? Because the hay and different odors mean different things.
Mm-hmm.
Or even if you're crowned, right? And you want to put on top of Chango or Obatala. You heard that from an Oba, he just told it to you. Or you heard it somewhere on live. And you put that on Obatala, so sit candela, babo. You're gonna get the police to get up after you. You're gonna get yourself in a problem. If you have the Odu, or Satong Tiosa. Just because you heard it, you went and did it because of prosperity. Now something bad can happen out of that. You get me? Medicine has always been done through the Oduns. And in Palo, medicine is always done through divination. I haven't met, well, I have met them. I can't lie. I have met some priests that they just do medicine just for the hell of it. And I said, be careful. That's why you do something and you don't know the explosion that it causes. This is spiritual science. You got to know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is divine. You have to know what are going to ripple out. And even if you divine, sometimes the medicine is still strong because you might not be a good diviner to understand what it's really saying.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, you could
Like
get
how,
something good, and you.
like I'm gonna ask something. I'm gonna say something. Tata Zongo, when you did the second fulasso, did you divine for it?
No.
You didn't divine. Imagine if you would have divined it and I would have told you, yeah. You see, you have to sit there and understand what was it really trying to tell you. Look, if you divine, this else can happen.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, you just did it. That's
Yeah,
the
I
only
just did. I just did it out of.
yeah,
Yeah, let's go. God damn it.
out of
Anxiousness.
anxious.
Yeah.
And right, somebody within it,
Yeah.
you seen a side effect that wasn't part of, let's say, those intentions. weird things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have to always, that's another thing. Once you're in the top level, at least within Palo, I don't know about La Ocha and Ifa, but at least within
Mm-hmm.
Palo, once you're in the higher levels of it, that you have your Inkisi, you're a priest, you got good concepts, this, and that. There's one thing that we all do, and I always scream it. I do scream this when we speak among priests. I always say, any medicine that you do, it must always be cared for and watched. See the effects. And if you don't, or you see little ripples, pay attention to it because the medicine can't be too strong or too weak. It must be precise because it does ripple back to you. It ripples around on what you think is correct or not. Some certain people call me and they tell me I want it now. But if I do it now, people can leave the round. You get me? I can leave the round.
Mm-hmm.
My kids can be affected by by what you think. It don't work like that. My processes will get affected by the medicine that I do for you. You get me? So you have to pay attention. It's best to slow down because sometimes to lose is to win. You get me? That's the problem with people. They want to put medicine and the research and not knowing what the heck they doing. Expectation management. I'm not saying it to you. I'm saying just in general.
Right, right, right,
I've
right.
always
Yeah.
said that. People don't say that. People don't speak about that.
Mm-hmm. No,
What
and
I've
it's not
always what I've always known real quick is that you receive your warriors and you tend to on Mondays, this day, whatever day of the week is for them. And whatever they tell you, give us some rum, give us some this, ask for it, have faith to it, pam, 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 etc., etc. Another thing is when you get crowned and you know what you start to, when you have the sufficient knowledge and the license or the authority to do what you do. And by that is your godparents to teach you that. Just to teach you. So you can do it by yourself. They're not gonna
right,
be there.
right.
Andy has done medicine I haven't even been a part of. I
Mm-hmm.
haven't been there.
Yeah.
And that's between Andy and whoever. That's none of my
Mm-hmm.
business.
Right.
You see, if he decides to share it, he shares it. If not, that's him and his and Kisi, the stuff that they speak. You get me?
And it's not saying that because you put that hay there, you're not gonna get nothing out of it because sometimes you will get that prosperity or that you want. But the thing is that you have to look at after that prosperity or whatever you want, what's gonna come after that, or what's happening for in order for you to get there. What's changing? What's taking position? What's flipping that you might not be
Exchange.
seeing? The exchange of it.
Yeah, so
And
everybody asks for a legua. Open my rules for prosperity, this, and that. Don't you forget to tell them too. Don't forget to tell legua. Close my doors for death, for this, for that.
negativity. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
tell them the other way too.
Hmm.
And once again, be careful doing that because in certain odons, you have to ask them backwards. I think it's Okana Meji. You have to ask them backwards.
But you give you the
So
good.
imagine at that time, just because they're not initiated does not mean that they don't live Odu.
Hmm.
They're not aware of that stuff, but everybody in the living round has Odu.
Yeah, we live it.
So
Yeah.
imagine at that occurrence, they're Okana Meiji, bro. And they receive what you call their warriors. You see what I'm saying? And at that time, he's supposed to ask them backwards. I want a house, I want prosperity, I want this. And he does exactly flip backwards. You get me? These are the things I be speaking about. Because I guess only Oduns work for, I guess, initiated people. No, Papa, they work for everybody. They work for me too. Everybody here is living them. Believe it or not.
Exactly.
So the
Yeah.
medicine, that's where you gotta be very careful. Think about medicine like a medicine cabinet, like a pharmacy. Look at all the
Serious.
pills. Think about that. But look at it. I don't know what the hell this pill is. I'm not drinking that. You crazy?
The
I
side
guess some.
effects.
Yeah, the
The
side
side
effect.
effects. They
What could
good.
happen? I don't know.
Yeah, you got medicine. All types of medicine got the good and the bad and the ugly. It cures you for this, but it messes something else up. You know what I
I,
mean?
I,
So
I guess Andy, there's people que son craquero a la medicina. Some people
they,
are what you call um let's say drug users with medicine, not actual medicine within the world of the living, within the world of the dead, the witchcraft aspect of it, the medicine to heal things, to want to
yeah.
work through research.
Mhm.
And they want to try every drug or they want to do everything that they hear. Oh, for prosperity, I'm going to do it. For this, I'm going to do it. That sesame seed leaf I was talking about, I'm going to go and do that. No, you don't know what that can do to you. You don't know.
Yeah.
That's from my experience. Be careful, right? To bathe yourself with una what you call
Una
masamamba
mazamamba.
or an umiero made with sesame seed leaf. Be
Yeah.
careful, cause that can cause you a bunch of problems too. I don't know. I just know.
It could do counter effects on you.
So this is something too that is not spoken about, and it's the truth. It's
Hmm.
the truth of it. And there's politics involved in it. But I stand, once again, I stand more. Like if I was a practitioner of La Ocha and Ifa and receive warriors and all, and I was a priest, I would be like, man, I would love for my, let's say, the Aleyos, the one who receive um, only the warriors to work the tradition. And that's another thing. Con el Iyaboraje, you can't work medicine. That's a strict period. You're on probation period. Why? You see, you got to start asking those questions. Why? 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 Why this? Why that? You
Yeah,
see what I'm saying?
hay muchas
Everything.
cosas. Muchas cosas. A lot of things. There's a lot of things that you got to do that you can't do. And, there's so many things, man. I mean, whether it's just things that this ancestors put there as taboo or not, but still, if it's there, if it's prescribed, and that's the way it is, then
Follow
you
it.
got to do it
You
because
gotta
that's
follow
the
it.
way it
Yeah, I'm
is.
not saying go be un yao and go do medicine. No, be very
Yeah,
careful. Be careful.
yeah, yeah. Like
These things are serious.
once I started seeing a couple of here in Philadelphia, a couple of places doing certain things in that tradition that I myself, as nobody that knows anything about it, but understand and have heard elders speaking, like as far as, and I don't know why, but as far as not shaving their head and stuff like that, and then bypassing that and all that, like, yo, no matter you was a woman or a man, bro, you would get that head cut off. You know what I'm saying? And now you got these little stipulations they put. No, you don't gotta cut your hair. Don't worry about that. Like, what's the effort? What's going on? It's being taken out. You know?
To me, I always say divination. You know what I'm saying? What did Orisha say?
Yeah, what it
What did they
says.
say? What is this? What is that? Because one thing is what you think, and another thing is what they're saying. So always got to align
Exactly.
yourself to that.
For that, you
And
gotta
I
listen to what that says.
think, bro, think. Don't follow
Mhm.
blindly. Think, 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 think. See what I'm saying? Think to your situation. Because out of something bad can come something good. Out of something good comes something bad. I'm telling you guys that.
See me through
You
it.
get me?
See me
You
through
want to
it.
end
Let me
it?
see. Yeah, I'm gonna get up out of here. Let me see. No, okay. Is there a blue? Is there a blueprint of how much medicine is supposed to be used? Is there a book, or is it what is taught based on the lineage?
All right, so medicine, well, in Lao Chinese Fa, they have their, let's say, their blueprint, but that changes. It changes because they ask for yes and no's depending on the circumstances. Same thing with Impalo. Um, we build medicine depending on the situations, on the occurrence. The same animistic idea, but we might add or we might take away depending on the divination. Same thing in their lands. Things have never been cookie cutter. A
Yeah.
book, I don't know if there's a book out there for that. And if there is, because they're gonna have books you're gonna see, you can buy that. They might say, grab 7 coins, do this, do this, do that. But once again, you must do divination. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You have to take away whatever it is.
I would say, right, if you live here in the United States and you want to learn something about the herbs and stuff like that, and you want to buy a book and learn, what types of herbs are good for this and that or whatever, then you have the knowledge of the herb that you could use, right? But it's not that you're going to be able to just take it and use it without divining, without really finding out if that's what's going to be, can be used for that, and if the Inquisitor approves it or not, right? So you go. I got two books here that's on herbs. You understand? But those herbs, see, we not like Puerto Rico have different herbs. You might find something that's in Puerto Rico that's here, but since it's a tropical island, different herbs grow. Over here, we go through this the change of the season, and we get winter, stuff die, stuff grow, at different times. Some in winter stay alive, so it all depends to me is where you at, how much knowledge you know of that herb and what's it for, and then to implement that with spirituality and the Inkisi, That's going to be based on divination, and what the Nkisi is actually saying yes and no of the prescription or the type of herb you're going to use. Because one herb could be used for one thing, and that same herb could be used for something else. You understand? It's never just cookie cutter like my tata say.
Yeah, so
Um,
so I can
Go
add
ahead,
to
brother.
that.
After you, I mean, we're gonna get out of here. Go ahead.
Alrighty, so this the herbs, the palos, the bilongo, when all the lands they use them, I always was sanita and all of that. This is a delicate subject already because people think that herbs can be just used regularly. No, no. The herbs that we have, the spiritual herbs that we have within the tradition, and not, there are two main things. You got herbalist is one thing to use plants for the medicinal property. As an
Physical.
herbalist is one thing. Another thing is to use the herbs, let's say as a tatenganga, as a yayenganga, as a bawala, as an obauriate, to use it spiritually. Medicinal is one way as an herbalist, and another thing is to use it spiritually. I'm speaking from a tatenganga
Standpoint.
standpoint, or an nganga kisimalung, right? A master of the medicine of nature. Different herbs affect and muito. Different herbs affect the dead and the spirits. So sometimes you have an illness within a natural process, you can take medicine, go to the doctor, whatever, whatever. Natural medicine too, medicinal plants, and it can cure you. But if that process within you, whether if it's your aura around you or within your actual body, is inflicted by a spirit, that pill, those leaves are not going to
I'm not
affect
gonna do
nothing,
nothing. Exactly.
are not going to affect nothing. You're not going to see the change because the source of it, it is a spirit. It can weaken it. Some herbs weaken them,
Mm-hmm.
but obviously you got another priest over there amping him up, making sure that he's not weakened, etc., etc., etc. So you have to be careful dealing with plants and the dead, dealing with
Mm-hmm.
plants and spirits. It has different effects than the the remedy that you can build medicinally.
Yeah.
It is a very serious topic. That's a very serious topic because it affects things differently, which you should know both. You have to know both. To be un curandero is something. To be a tatanganga is a different thing. The same
Exactly.
plant he uses to, let's say, heal asthma or help you breathe better, congestion, is different when I use that plant with an infumbe to cause
Mm-hmm.
different problems, to bring in prosperity, etc., etc., etc. Two different things.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to know both.
That's it.
How it affects the spirits and the dead, how it affects the body scientifically, medicinally. Two
Right.
different effects. And that's a whole science within itself. So Osanita, they just don't know the medicinal part. They know the spirituality of it.
Mm-hmm.
How can you drink this plant and it causes you to throw up any negative spirit they gave you for you to consume
Right.
or that is attached to you? Como esa, de esa planta, planta muerto.
Está muerto, sí.
You see what I'm saying? And it's not saying in the sense that it scares away the dead. Um, even though they have that, it scares away the spirits that are materialized, that have strong energy. That's why it has that
Mm-hmm.
sense, that smell. It vibrates differently. So
Mm-hmm.
you see these people burning like pan tan muerto, and any infumbe that you have that's materialized will get weakened, especially if
Mm-hmm.
it's a little stronger in kisi.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? Like only like look, us that deal with the dead, we know a spirit. People was, oh, that's a negative spirit. Only due to the fact at the way that it vibrates.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys will be like, oh, it's a lower vibration. I can't put it into words. I can, I'm gonna give it through an experience. Just because its presence is strong does not mean that it's a negative spirit.
Exactly.
I can have, let's say, like my godfather. My godfather's presence is very strong. You look at him, you're gonna be like, oh, yeah, I gotta be careful with this guy. Because his demeanor His presence in a room will let you know that you have to be careful with him. Not by screaming or any of that, just him just walking in. The way that somebody looks, well,
Mm.
the way it feels in the room, you can see that. It's like a stronger presence. And some Mfumbes, I got my Mfumba is like that, very strong presence. When they appear or when they go to get message, you can feel the strength. You, to me, it feels like it's a damn demon. See what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But I'm pretty sure when he was alive, he was nothing to play around with.
Yeah,
See what
some
I'm saying?
character.
He had a character. You disrespect him, he's gonna let you figure that out
Hmm.
when you wake up from being knocked the
The
hell out.
hospital.
Cause you see what I'm saying? From the hospital. If you don't wake up, if you wake up, you see,
Hmm.
so that presence is there, but that doesn't mean that he's un muerto cura. That's a good infumbe. That's a hell of
Exactly.
a good infumbe to be with you. He's trying to come and tell you, he's like, look, I'm gonna resolve the problem, or this is what you have to do, or this is what you're messing up in.
Hmm.
But people already quieren coger el pantamuerto and
Yeah.
scare them off. You get me scared.
Right.
I said, me muerta, I'm not infumbe. I'm not gonna do that because it is
Right.
him. You get me?
Exactly.
And what? So any Inkisi that's materialized, my bad. Any infume that is materialized, and an Inkisi, uno aprende un fundamento, their energy is kind of strong,
Hmm.
and that ese pantamuerto weakens them. So that's why they take off. But los muertos esos that are not materialized, like ancestors or this or that, tú pasa eso and they stay because they're already weak, the weak spirits. Because obviously no están materializados, they're not materialized. So that's why many priests of us say, "Oh no, I don't want no pantamuerto in the room or any of that crap. Get that crap up out of here." Even though some might have it in the room because they have them in the room, but I don't like to use that herb because
Hmm.
it mellows the inquisis down a lot. Your infumbe
Right.
los tranquiliza mucho and mellows them down. And we know in Palo you want to have them active. You
Right.
want to have them like Mike Tyson on a chill pill.
Right.
You get me? Not too much though. The Mike Tyson get out of shape. You see what I'm saying? Mike Tyson get out of shape, he ain't gonna be able to fight. He ain't gonna be able to
Yeah.
resolve problems. I
Yeah.
see that.
He was
Now
younger.
you
When
have,
he was younger, he used to get into a lot of problems.
you see, like that. You want to have a spirit that's like that. You get me? Fitted for the fight. Some other people you meet, they got spirits that are not materialized, but they're routed up, right? Like
Mhm.
ancestors, this or that. Those are like 5 year olds. You ever seen a 5 year old throw a baby tantrum? Those spirits are like that. They're weak. You can smack them. You can smack them and you're gonna be fine. They're weak, but they're very aggressive.
Mhm.
Pantamuerto ain't gonna do nothing to that. It can mellow him down, mellow him, but it's not gonna take away from his energy because he's not materialized. So it's always good to have him strength up, but
Yeah.
chill, where you can speak to him,
Yeah. Work with them.
work with them. And the plants do that. Some plants alter them even way worse. Lo pone caliente. Obviously, we know spice, la chamba para ponerlo a
Mm.
ellos. Sassy,
Yeah.
real spicy,
Exactly.
et cetera, et cetera. So we want to end it.
Yeah, we're gonna get up out of here, man. I want to thank you guys for being online, for being with us here, for spending your time. Today's Sunday. I know tomorrow's work day because I ain't trying to go to work, but I gotta go to work. Tatamatama, thank you, Padrino, for being here live, making another live here. We all learn from you. I learn a lot, and also listen and reading the stuff that the people here in the group are putting, in the chat. I'm looking at it, I'm reading it, acknowledging you guys are there, and thanks again for being part of us and here just to hear us speak a little bit of whatever we speak about.
All right, so it's always been a pleasure, Tata Zongo. All right,
Yes,
doing
sir.
these lives. Obviously, I told you, let's do another one because I
Yeah.
enjoy it. I enjoy it. A teacher teaches. See what I'm saying? A teacher
Hmm.
teaches. Sancocho, there's the good kind that our ancestors did,
Hmm.
and there's the bad one. Know the difference. Know the difference of mixing
Exactly.
things. Um, the books, The Art of Spiritual Warfare is out. If you guys want to get in contact, I'll be gone for some time. Get in contact with Tata Zongo.
Hmm.
He can point you in directions of people that we know, et cetera, et cetera. If you're a
Hmm.
practitioner too, hey, it's good to network at the end of the day. And I always leave you guys with Singatikanda Ninga Kato Bukako. Always uphold our traditions by making the right decisions for our traditions. Many blessings.
Salam alaikum, everybody. Talk to you guys soon.
Alrighty.